What up, 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 what up? Yeah, buddy, we up in here trying to do a new show format. Bring some more content, you feel me? That's what we on over here. So I got a new show idea. I've been playing with all this week, right? So I'm on my lunch break. I figure looking at my schedule this week been looks like it is kind of slow in the midday, right? So instead of leaving the shop, I figure I'll stay in here, bring my laptop, and then just shoot a show, have basic conversation of things that we be having in the Discord. And I've been liking how it's been going so far. So we gonna roll with this a couple times and see how it actually go. But I've been enjoying it. It's been helping me stay in the shop. Instead of leaving and going home and then having to come back to work, I just bring my laptop and on my downtime, like I'm on my lunch break right now, I could just shoot a show, right? And had the conversations with y'all that we literally just be having in the Discord all the time, right? And for the people who not in the Discord, this is how our Discord conversations basically go. So I came up with a few names for the show. I think I like this one, The Fade and the Facts, brought to you by the Carnivorous podcast, powered by Tribe Media. All right? I think I like that. Fade and the Facts. The Fade and the Facts. It's a couple of other ones. We're going to see how this one go. But I kind of like how that sound. I know once I put it out there, DQ is going to put his mind to work, right? And going to eventually do something to make me actually like the name. You know, he going to flip it some type of way. Right? Oh, man, I'm on my lunch break, y'all. So on my lunch break, I went and got the honey lemon pepper wings, right? So I do the honey lemon pepper joints. I get the honey lemon pepper wings with the french fries, right? As my side. But I get the honey lemon pepper sauce, you dig what I'm saying? On everything. On the fries, on the chicken. I tell them, yo, just honey lemon pepper everything. Shit is a missile. You heard? It's a missile. Yes, sir. So look, small. So you know these chumps, right? Was talking all this crap about how good Anthony Edwards was, and they was comparing this Joker to Michael Jordan and all that nonsense we've been dealing with, right? But if you look at the flyer, right, or our thumbnail, right? Let me put the thumbnail back on the screen. And peace to everybody who came in. You dig what I'm saying? Let's put the flyer back up, right? Now in the flyer we have, starting from left to right, we have Floyd Mayweather. Moving to the right, we have the unconquerable Sugar Ray Robinson. Then you have me in the middle, your host, you know what I mean, Chef the Barber, right? Kicking it. Then, beside me going to the left, we have Sugar Ray Leonard. Then to the left of Sugar Ray Leonard, which would be going to the right, we have Candace Owens. Over top of Candace Owens, we have Glenn Lowry, right? Then over top of Glenn Lowry, we have Michael Jordan. And next to Michael Jordan, going to the left of the screen, is LeBron James. Now, I know we've been arguing about the basketball, but me and Brass had a conversation a week or so ago, and we were discussing boxers. And he said that Floyd Mayweather, right, was the greatest boxer because of his record, right? And I said, Brass, that doesn't even make sense, right? When it comes to boxing, right? So, because they're fighters that I feel as though Floyd Mayweather was not better than, just because Floyd Mayweather has a better record. Or not even a better record, an unbeaten record. Because I don't feel as though Floyd Mayweather's record is better than James Toney record. Just because he don't have a loss. I don't agree with that. The record and, Sugar Ray Robinson record, Tommy Hearns record, we can even Bernard Hopkins record. It's amazing, right? So we're going to get into that. We're going to expand the conversation out. Also, we have Glenn Lowry and Candace Owens, black conservatives who has been canceled by the dominant white establishment. And when we get into why they have been canceled, it's gonna make you say, what was the point of them even, holding the views that they hold when it doesn't serve them in the end? You dig what I'm saying? So what's the real reason for it, right? So, basketball game last night. The first game of the Western Conference Finals was played last night. The Oklahoma City Thunder against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Okay? The Oklahoma City Thunder against the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Timberwolves is led by Anthony Edwards, and the Oklahoma City Thunder is led by SGA's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in a head-to-head matchup of two young stars. And one young star shines brighter than the other, which I hope is not boggling to anybody's mind. If you watch this season, you would surely understand that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the better player. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander led his team to 63 wins. Is it 63 or 68? 63 wins. I'm thinking it's 63. Somebody can check that for me. The 63-win team, best team in the NBA this year. or at least in the Western Conference, was the Oklahoma City Thunder, led by Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Also, Shea Gilgeous, Shea SGA, also is the scoring champion of the 2024-25 season. He's the scoring champion, right? He's also one of the leading candidates for the MVP. So we're looking at the better player. He has a better team record. He has a better personal records. You dig what I'm saying? So we're looking at the better player. How is it that the guy Logic in them is comparing to Michael Jordan? Appreciate that, Smalls. That the guy that they're comparing to Michael Jordan is not even the best player in his conference. They're claiming that Anthony Edwards is the face of the league, or should be the face of the league, because he's about to be facing two conference final losses. Don't know why y'all would make that guy, right, the face of the league. It's crazy. But these are all the things that we want to get into today on The Fade and the Facts, brought to you again by the Carnivorous Podcast, powered by Tribe Media. And we in here. Hold on. All right. So yeah, man, that's where we at, man. I'm liking this format, right? I'm liking the ability to be able to shoot and go live in the middle of the day, where I'm not worn out at night from working and have to come in and try to do a show. Most of the time, we don't do shows because by the time we get home, we're dealing with our family, other things, and it's hard to break away and put that time into a show once we done did all of our things for the day running around it. So it's kind of harder. So this is easier, right? All right, who we got in the building, man? Who we got in the building? And again, I'm on my lunch break, y'all, so I'm eating. Again, got the honey lemon pepper wings. The honey lemon pepper fries. And it's smacking. It hurt me. All right, where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Appreciate the likes. Appreciate the likes. Per Black, what up? What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? All right. Let's get into some film review. It's honey lemon pepper, Brass. I'm on the honey lemon pepper. I'm passing just the lemon pepper, you feel me? He said honey lemon pepper just tastes like salt. Your taste buds fucked up, G. You got them Midwest taste buds. And they can't see my password, Brass. Brass like, what is he doing? No, don't do that. So remember, right now this show is called The Fade and the Facts. So where do we want to go to first? How about Glenn Lowry getting shut down? Do y'all want to do the sports first? Or do we want to do Candace Owens and Glenn Lowry getting canceled? Hey, Brass. Anthony Edwards shouldn't have been in the conversation in the get-go, and from the get-go. That was the whole point I was making. I wasn't even saying that the young boy. I was never saying the young boy didn't have game. I felt as though the media, and y'all included, was doing too much too soon. Way too soon. That was the point. He hasn't cleared his current generation yet. He hasn't shown himself to be the creme de the creme, however you say it, of his current generation. So how the hell could he be compared to a Michael Jordan? Because y'all like the way he shoot 3-point jumper shots. That's fucking crazy. Okay. Listen, that's the thing about when we're arguing, right? Your argument can start to overlap and go into somebody else's argument, right? And somebody will start arguing with you over something that another person who they disagree with point that they was making, right? And we've seen that a lot in the Black Egypt conversation. So if you look at it, right, me and Corey was never really saying the same thing in the Black Egypt conversation. But we agreed that the Egyptians wasn't black. So me and Corey arguments got lumped together. Me and Chief X argument on Black Egypt was never the same, right? But we were both saying that the Egyptians wasn't black. Me and Fetty arguments was never the same on Black Egypt. But we got lumped together because we were both saying emphatically that the Egyptians wasn't black. Now, as y'all know, me and Unc and all of us never had the same arguments on Black Egypt, but Unc and them got thrown into the same boat with us once that they said that the Egyptians wasn't black. You see Reggie and Smashing them through Unc and them in the same boat with me, Chief X, Corey, Fetty. You dig what I'm saying? But none of us had the same arguments. We just was on the same position that the Egyptians wasn't black. But our conclusions of why we say the Egyptians wasn't black was all different. But we all got lumped together from everybody trying to be oversimplistic, right? The same way that you and Chief X have different political ideologies, but by y'all both voting for Trump, you niggas got thrown into the same boat. It happens. So when Logic is making an argument, right, it's best that you show your disagreement with Logic's position so we know where you stand at, or it's best that Logic shows his disagreement with your position. You dig what I'm saying? That's how we all, you know what I mean, don't get lumped in together. You know what I mean? So when Logic start fucking up, people like, well, Brash, you fucking up. Or when you start fucking up, people like Logic is fucking up. And that's not the truth. It's like when Corey would start fucking up, they would be looking at, like, see, Chef, you fucking up. No, Corey said that shit. No, Chief X said that. I don't agree with Chief X on that shit. You feel me? That ain't make no motherfucking sense. You feel me? So that's how I go. We all get lumped in together. We got to do better at that. And it makes it easier for me to lump you niggas together, right? Because sometimes Logic has a great point that I can't get around. You dig what I'm saying? Or it's hard for me to get around. So I'll use the inconsistency in your argument, lump y'all together, attack a weak point in your argument to try to make it seem like I defeated Logic's point. See that? Or I would use a weak point in Logic's argument to attack a strong point in your argument and act like y'all was saying the same thing. See, it's tactics, bro. Tactics. You know what I mean? So you got to learn, if you're going to be in these arguments, you got to learn how to distance yourself from anybody. Remember, I was a pseudo killer. So I had to show how I disagree with pseudo killers so I wouldn't get smoked along with them. Yeah. Corey, what up? That's a fact. That's a fact. But I'm glad you're here, Brass. So, about 2 weeks ago, you made the argument that Floyd Mayweather was better than Tommy Hearns because Floyd Mayweather ain't have no losses on his record. Remember that? Austin Proud. Yeah, man. Brad's got to put that together. Brass, when we gonna put that show together, man? The Ballad of the Bullet. Cause that's gonna be fire. You feel me? That's gonna be fire. You with your conservative politics, with your master's degree in political science. You pick the day. You the busy man. You the one who's flying all over the country. Hey, you the one flying all over the country. You pick the day. Floyd Mayweather would beat shit down Bruce Lee leg. He would beat piss down that man leg, man. Are y'all crazy? Do y'all realize boxing is martial arts also? Like, for some reason, Friday. Woo. We might could do Friday. Yeah, we might could do Friday. I could do that. Man, Brash, you got to get on Ecam, man. Like, this is crazy. And we gonna be doing shows together like Corey, man. Corey went out and got his Ecam game together, man. I mean, you got the Mac, man. Like, that's, man. We tripping up here, man. You look behind on that StreamYard, man. If we gonna be producing shows, we gotta make the motherfuckers look a lot like something, you did. But hey, Corey, is you good for this evening though? Before I get into this show, is you good for this evening? You said maybe Wednesday we could do the Madeline O'Hare show. We already got it set. You know what I mean? I done sent you everything you needed. So if I can do that would be crazy if I could do the Ballad of the Bullet with Brass this week and do the Madeline O'Hare show with Corey. Man, we back. We back. I see. And boxing with separate opinion from facts as records because it's 1-on-1. I gotta give Floyd the edge, and it's not a major. He just gets the edge. I'm just trying to figure out what type of people would think that Floyd Mayweather is better than Tommy Hearns. $8:30? Okay. All right, we could do that.
You know,
Right.
First, he was the first guy that.
The loss would eat at Hearns for years.
It's something that bothered me for a long time, 8 years to be exact.
Hearns at one time was the WBA welterweight champion. He lost that fighting Sugar Ray Leonard. That's his only defeat.
Tommy moved up in weight to contend for the super welterweight title.
The scene was the Superdome in New Orleans. At stake, the WBC Super Welterweight Championship held by Wilfred Benitez, the 23-year-old from Puerto Rico who has held 3 world titles and was making...
See? Now you see that brother on the screen, Brass? That's the type of Puerto Rican that could say nigga. That nappy head, curly head, I'm sorry. Right, bro? That's a black man. That's a black Puerto Rican. Y'all let them white Puerto Ricans in New York say, that's crazy to me. So I'm not saying that all Puerto Ricans can't. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, but know the difference. Afro Puerto Ricans. Not J-Lo and motherfucking Fat Joe. That's crazy. It's crazy work.
His third title defense against the former WBA welterweight champion Thomas Hearns of Detroit, who was attempting to win a second title.
And the Hearns that you see is not the Hearns that you have seen in the past. This morning, he weighed in at 153.5 pounds. The former welterweight trying a dangerous route, Brent, through the middleweight ranks. Thomas Hearns, second time out as a middleweight, making his way in to fight.
He regrouped, moved up to 154, secured a title against Wilfred Benitez.
Is intimidation a factor here tonight?
Has to be coming in. The reputation of Tommy Hearns, the mystique of Hearns.
In the scheduled 15-round WBC Super Welterweight title fight between tall, lanky Thomas Hearns in white and the defending champion Wilfred Benitez, a moving target.
He used his incredible reach to control Benitez.
Now Hearns trying to just. There's a right hand.
That motherfucker, man.
Something other than his feet touched the canvas.
Benitez remained at a loss to solve the problem presented by Hearns' style. So, by majority decision, Thomas Hearns was crowned the new WBC World Super Welterweight Champion.
He won easily on points and was now a 2-time world champion. Next, Hearns would take on another of the 4 kings, Hands of Stone, Roberto Duran.
Watching Hearns especially.
Man, he did Duran dirty.
Had never been.
Man, he did Duran. Man, Duran was out before he hit the canvas. He hit the off button on this motherfucker.
Knocked out.
He has returned as Thomas, the Hitman, Hearns.
Yeah, you got these 2 gunslingers coming out. You know, Clint Eastwood. You're gonna have a shootout. He's just gonna have a shootout.
Round 1 then, Roberto Duran in the...
You remember the old westerns? The gunslingers? You know, that was Clint Eastwood with that music. Can you do that music for me?
First round. Damn.
Roberto Duran, sixth in the first.
And came perhaps the career-defining win against Roberto Duran when you knocked the spark out.
That's got to be it. That's got to be it in the second. And Hearns has done what he said he'd do.
Duran's a guy who had never been knocked out.
Hearns has now won round all those people that doubted him, and doubted his charisma, and doubted his fighting ability by stopping one of the toughest fighters the game has ever seen in the second round. But his punching was explosive.
And the Hitman did what he's become famous for. Hearns unified the WBA and WBC titles that night.
Now we have one other thing to do, and that's to fight Thomas Hearns. And I'm planning on breaking every bone in his body.
Next, Hearns would participate in possibly the greatest in boxing history.
You, our panel, come up with the best of the best. Select the greatest round of all time.
Hot and heavy, Hearns, Hagler.
Hagler Hearns.
Hagler and Hearns.
Those two guys, I didn't think the fight was going to go past that one round.
And so the super fight between Hearns and Hagler was set.
Confident Thomas Hearns would move up to the 160-pound weight class, and the long-awaited showdown was set.
Keep that belt by your bed, because it'll be the last time you see it.
Can't hear you. Pull a little baseball cap on. War across the top. You knew, and I think Thomas Hearns knew, that it was about war with Hagler.
Great fights. I mean, some of the greatest fights of all time, if not the greatest. Some people still argue the Hearns fight.
By the mid-1980s, Marvelous Marvin Hagler had taken on all comers. After 11 title defenses over 5 years, he stood alone.
It was no secret each man had little love for the other. This fight was everything for both of their legacies. Two warriors of historic renown.
Well, it's been voted certainly the greatest round ever, that first round when they went at each other like alley cats.
Obey my command at all times. Shake hands, good luck to both of you.
These dudes is about to throw hands, brass. You feel me? You about to see these? Man, let's go.
A lot of speculation coming into this fight, and they just went at it.
Nobody could take Hearns' punches.
It was later revealed Thomas Hearns broke his right hand during the first round.
Damn!
And for the 8 minutes of mayhem is what it's often referred to. It's an incredible fight.
Bang! Boom! Come on, man!
Bangs, Marvin. Oh, Hearns may have hurt him with the right hand.
Possibly the most memorable fight in 30 years of boxing on HBO.
So it was Hagler coming out like a bullet. A good left by Hagler, but Hearns didn't blink. There's blood all
These
over Marvin
niggas
Hagler's face. Can't tell where it's coming from.
They're going to war. These are two of the best middleweights ever, and they're standing in front of each other going to war.
Working on him, but Hearns uppercutting again. A tremendous, sensational first round as Hearns gets hurt. Great first round. Wow. Incredible. Perhaps one of the best in middleweight history.
I mean, there's a famous quote that, again, Goody Petronelli told us. He said that when he was in the corner, Hagler said to him, whatever happens tonight, don't stop this fight and prepare to die in the ring.
Round two now. Oh, the glove. Left hand by Hagler.
Hearns decided to stand right in front of Hagler, and Hagler decided to stand right in front of Hearns.
As you say, though, Hagler turning it into a street fight. Well, he turns righty. He wants it to be a street fight.
Stand toe-to-toe and see who's the bigger man. Oh, my God. Everyone's going to die.
Excuse me, Al. Hagler turns righty. I think this could be a key moment in this fight. For the first time, Hagler switching.
Whoa! Crazy, man. Oh, it was amazing.
Nothing fancy. Once it starts, bullets are flying.
He has Hearns in trouble on the ropes. Tommy trying to punch his way off the rope. Hagler wants to keep him there. Goes to the body. Second round coming to an end. Hagler bloody but very much unbound. Into round two. They said this fight would be determined on heart and the good chin. Right now, that's exactly what it's being determined on. You can throw the strategy out the window right now. Another right hand. Hearns turns his back, takes another right. Hearns in deep trouble again. Hearns is down. Hearns is down in the third round and on his back.
Killed him.
He can't continue. It's Hagler stopping him in the third round. It didn't go very far, but it was a beauty.
Arguably the most action-packed 3 rounds of boxing in history. dubbed by boxing fans as The War.
R.I.P. to the Marvelous One. Hearns would bounce back from the defeat quickly.
Thomas Hearns, among the original Crook fighters, was not the most naturally talented, but what made Thomas so special was his unbelievable determination.
In pursuit of winning multiple titles, Hearns stepped up in weight to contend for the light heavyweight title.
It's fucking crazy.
That says lights out. Right on the button. There we go. Another one. A right hand by Hearns.
So just think of this. How could Floyd Mayweather be better than Tommy Hearns? Tommy Hearns went from welterweight to light middleweight to middleweight to light heavyweight, winning fucking titles. Won the light heavyweight belt, then went back down to 154 and won the junior middleweight belt in the same fucking year. Do y'all know how insane that is? Do you know what type of athlete that is? Like, do we even put shit into perspective? So right now, they're saying Terrence Crawford, and Terrence Crawford is my guy, right? They're giving Terrence Crawford all of this credit for moving from 154 to 168 to fight Canelo. So they saying he'll be an all-time great if he go from 154, right, to 168 and beat Canelo. Well, Tommy Hearns went from 154 to 175. And then went from 175 back down to 154 and won belts in the same fucking year. So is it a bigger jump to go from 154 to 168? Right? If they're saying that's great, then motherfucking Tommy Hearns went from 154 to 175. And then back down in the same fucking year. That's crazy. It's fucking crazy. Mayweather ain't fighting no damn light heavyweight. Mayweather went from lightweight to 154. That's the highest he ever went. Junior middleweight. Man, Mayweather went from 130 to 154. That man ain't go to no 175. You tripping. Stop this. See, that's what I'm saying, man. These conversations gotta be stopped at some point. At some point, like, you just can't look at a record, right, and think that you can gauge who's better. That's insane. Floyd Mayweather went from 130 to 154. Right? Another person that I have on the screen. Oh, yeah. Hearns went from 147 to 175. That's fucking crazy. No. So what I was saying was, I was saying that what's the name was giving. Terrence Crawford is moving from 154 and jumping up past 160, going to 168 to fight Canelo. I'm saying that Tommy Hearns was at 154 when he jumped to 175. I know he started at 147. I'm saying his jump from 150, his jump from 154 to 175 is greater than Terrence Crawford jumping from 154 to 168. I'm saying that Hearns jumped a whole nother. What's going on, KJ? You dig? If I jump up 3 weight classes and beat the champion, that matters. That matters. So my whole thing is, Rocky Marciano got 50-0 record, 48-0 or something like that. Don't nobody consider him the greatest heavyweight of all time. Right? Nobody considers Rocky Marciano the greatest of all times because he has an undefeated record. It's even people that Rocky Marciano beat that we still consider better than Rocky Marciano. Right? For instance, Floyd Mayweather is not better than Sugar Ray Robinson. Sugar Ray Robinson has over 200 fights. So just because a person fought 50 fights and didn't lose, right? You're telling me with the person with 200 fights ain't a better fighter than them just because they got some losses? If Floyd Mayweather is the greatest fighter because he don't have no losses, right? He has a 50-0 record. Ray Robinson got over 200 fights. Over 100, he got 174 wins. So Floyd Mayweather only has 50 wins, 50 fights, 50 wins. Rocky Marciano has 200 fights, 174 wins. Matter of fact, if you say just because he got losses, Floyd Mayweather is better than him, when he has 3 times the amount of wins as Floyd Mayweather, four times the amount of fights as Floyd Mayweather, and 3 times the amount of wins as Floyd Mayweather. Matter of fact, if Floyd is a bad motherfucker for going 50-0, Ray Robinson went his first 91 fights before he took a loss. I'm going to repeat that again. Ray Robinson went 91 fights straight before he took his first loss. Floyd Mayweather went to 50-0 and retired. He went to 50-0 and retired. Ray Robinson fought 91 fights. He went to 91-0 before he took his first loss. He lost his first fight at his 92nd fight. And guess what? He then ran off another 53 wins before he took his next L. He fought 108 fights after he took his first loss at 91 fights. You telling me he wasn't a bad motherfucker? You telling me we ain't looking at probably the greatest fighter to ever fucking live? I got you, Rance. Let me spark up a link right now, G. I knew I'd drag y'all up here. I know how to drag them out, y'all. We get the bark and we drag these niggas out. I don't even know if Floyd is the most skilled, and I'm a Floyd Mayweather fan. Hands down. Floyd is dope. He great. But have y'all ever seen Pernell Whitaker fight? Like, do y'all remember Pernell Whitaker? Man, that's what I'm saying when we just look at one thing and think that's... Do y'all remember what Roy Jones used to do? Man. I don't know, y'all. But remember, the name of this show is Fades and Facts. The fade and the facts. So we gonna get to the facts. Whether you niggas like it or not. You dig? It is what it is. Oh shit. I'm not complaining now. I'm gonna fuck you tripping. Here we go, y'all. Yo, what's the deal? Hold on, let me add you to the show. What's going on with you?
Driving. Well, might stop for a little while. I could rap, which.
Okay. So this new, right? So I've been playing with some show titles for this little thing I'm doing on my lunch break.
I like fading facts.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I like fading facts because the fade will handle all the middle of the street shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then at some point,
We're gonna
whoever's
get to
talking
the
about
facts.
had to come with some kind of fact. Yeah.
Right. Dope. All right, so where I'm fucking up at?
Okay. So let me see. So you're not fucking up by saying what you're saying about Sugar Ray Robinson. But in studying the argument, my brother's and my father's favorite boxer is Sugar Ray Robinson.
Right.
So the way he said it is that he's the most complete fighter. They'll give it to Floyd on defense, and they'll highlight his skills with the Philly shell, all of that.
Mm-hmm.
But they said that Sugar Ray, I'm gonna look him up. He I was amazed at what you said, 90 straight fights. That's crazy.
91
But
fights before he took a loss.
I think when we do these era conversations, though, if we can establish, I can agree with you that Ali, Mayweather, Sugar Ray Robinson, trying to do a top 5. I would say Ali, Sugar Ray Robinson, Joe Louis, I would assume, right?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
And then I think the 5th one you could probably, I mean, I guess that the 5th one would be on opinion, but let's say that those are the top 4, right? I mean, you could go Sugar Ray Leonard. They are definitely from other eras. Sugar Ray Leonard, not these guys.
I don't
Other
put
eras.
Sugar Ray Leonard that high on my list, and I can explain
Okay, so
why.
who would be your 5th fighter?
Yeah, all right. So we see. I'm kind of weird with it, right? Because my father was a huge Roberto Duran, guy.
Right.
But Julio Cesar Chavez.
Okay, no.
Definitely
And I don't have no problem with that.
Yeah.
He was undefeated for a very long time too.
Yes, sir.
So let's say they're in the top 5. So at least we could say right now we're pulling hairs, right? We're trying to whatever. The reason why I accentuate Floyd Mayweather's record so much is because it's the one thing that is different from the other 5. Now,
I love that. I love that what
Right.
you're saying, because
Right.
that's why people give
Jordan
the nod.
Yeah, that's
so
what I'm
if you
saying.
can see that argument, how can you make it in this and not feel like
No. So we can go into
railroaded yourself somewhere? Go ahead.
No. We can go into basketball because in basketball there's certain stats. For example, I mean, I guess this will leak into Jordan too. My main issue with Michael Jordan. The main issue. I hate him so much. I think he's the 2nd or 3rd greatest, right? So let's just show I'm coming into the conversation with respect. I hate that man. I think he is such a bad basketball player. I think he's the 2nd or 3rd greatest. But my issue is an argument, something Gilbert Arenas said a long time ago. And I heard it from someone else, but then Gilbert Arenas confirmed it now. When they started calling him a GOAT, the GOAT, that I had an issue with. They started calling him the GOAT. For the argument that people use for him is 6 rings, no losses. He went to the final 6 times in 15 years, I think, or 18 years, something like that. And he never lost. So he went to the final 6 times. And they say that that's why he's the GOAT. Forget all the other stats. Forget all the other things that LeBron has over him. How many times he's been to the finals. He's 2 rings off and he wasn't undefeated. All right. So, but you got to throw out about 40 other all-time stats in order to just lean on the 6 rings, But here's my challenge to you, Chef. They were calling him, if they started calling him the GOAT after he won his 6th ring, I would almost have to back down in the conversation and say, well, at least, I mean, it's a valid conversation because he got it at the right time. If he got it after his 3rd ring, I could almost understand. Do you know that they started calling that man the greatest of all time before he ever won a championship? So it puzzles me why everybody uses the 6-0 and the rings as the reason why he's the GOAT, even though LeBron got him everywhere else. Well, let's say 90% of everywhere else, most points, most rebounds, most this, any other counting stat that you could use to differentiate between eras. And he was called the GOAT before he ever won. So to me, it was more of a, he got called the GOAT when Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had 6 rings. When Jabbar had 6 rings, the scoring title, top 10 rebounds, at the time considered the greatest player of all time. They took that from the guy that had 6 rings already, 6 MVPs. They gave it to this kid in his 3rd year before he ever won anything, and they started calling him the GOAT. So I flipped the question back to you, and I land my plane. How do y'all dispute LeBron's career, his legacy, after everything that he's done, most points, top 10 assists, top 10 rebounds, 3 rings with 3 different teams, probably beat the team that had the greatest record of all time, he beat. So how do you try to dispute him having it because he wasn't undefeated, even though he'd been to 10 finals? But even though y'all say it's because he
Oh
was not
my
undefeated.
God. You
No,
brought
I'm just
that
saying,
shit
listen what I'm
back up
saying.
again.
No. But that's important. There was a
Yo, you
time y'all
bringing
had people.
losses up. But
No,
go
no,
ahead.
no.
That's
No.
crazy to me.
But y'all bring wins up, but y'all have Jordan as the GOAT. You know what's weird? Y'all have Jordan as the GOAT. The same thing we talk about with Anthony Edwards minus the MVPs and shit. How young he is and we should give him time. Y'all downplay younger guys, but with him, that's why to me it could only be like a fan thing. Because y'all gave him the GOAT over a guy that had 6 rings, 6 MVPs, most points ever. So when y'all gave it to him, when he was being called the GOAT, he didn't earn it in the first place. And then all he did, check this out, all he did was go out and win 6 rings. Just like the guy that y'all took the GOAT from. Y'all took it from Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and gave it to Michael Jordan. That don't make that's the part. If you could explain that to me, a wise one or an elder of your or somebody that grew up around that time, that's why I always say it's that like Mike shit.
Yeah,
He has
for me
amazing
it would be
marketing.
for me it would be for the um commercialization. It's the same thing that they're doing with Anthony Edwards, and y'all are feeding into it, right?
But we're not
Yep.
calling him the GOAT.
No, but y'all putting him in conversations that he
No,
don't belong
Logic
in.
is putting him in
No, no, no,
conversations.
no,
Logic.
no, not just Logic, but
Okay.
I'm saying the media. Logic would not be making this
Oh, okay. You mean the
argument
media? Okay, yeah, right.
without the media has already put this shit out there. They've been
Right.
comparing him to Michael Jordan. Logic did not come up with it. Nobody in their right mind, if they didn't hear this shit on TV, will ever be saying this shit.
No,
He
he
don't have
actually
nothing.
did. No, he did. He did, Chef. Logic on TV, when they're comparing him to Michael Jordan, they're just talking about how he looks, how he jumps, he's dark skinned, he got the fadeaway, and he dunks. That's the only thing they're talking about on TV when it comes to Michael Jordan. No one on TV that still has a job has ever said that Anthony Edwards is better than Michael Jordan.
Not
At this
better.
point,
I'm
yeah,
saying they comparisons. You're
just
saying they
looks,
only
just the
you're
looks.
saying they only comparing them in looks.
Yeah, it's just how he plays.
That
How he play
motherfucker don't play
like
like no motherfucker
no no
Michael
no 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 no
Jordan.
no no no. Listen. In the chat, so it ain't just me saying this. No one's saying he's as good as Michael Jordan. The nigga plays the one dribble pull up, the fucking fadeaway, the dunking, the swag. He's a dark skinned nigga. I hate to say this. He's a shooting guard. He got a lot of the
Them niggas just play
nigga.
basketball. I don't see Jordan in that nigga.
No, but
That's
everyone on
fucking crazy.
TV does that, bro.
Yeah, and they do
Stephen
that
A.
shit.
Smith, Chris
He's a
Broussard,
problem. Yeah,
they
Stephen A
all
is a
say that shit,
problem.
bro.
He's a
Yeah,
problem. And that's the problem with TV, right? That their voice can make you see things that
they look
like
alike, bro. You played clips the other day. Put any clip saying Anthony Edwards.
Oh my God.
There's YouTube videos, and by the way, I don't know. I ain't gonna say it live. We'll talk off air. You got to deal with YouTube somehow. Because if I just play a song, I got 5,000. What's the day? What it is, what it is. I don't even care. At least I can come to some channel that actually watch good content. So, pull up if you can.
So it's the channels that you pull from, right? You can't pull from the ones that got the deals, right? Everybody makes the same videos on YouTube, right? Don't go after the first video. The first video with all of the no. It's somebody else that made that same video. You dig what I'm saying? And you just go to them, and plus you see how my screen is different, right? So I have personal so it's not the same, right? You see how I got my Chef the Barber logo down there, this, that, and the third. So it's not the same. Like you gotta have some differences in there. And I'm talking through it. You dig what I'm saying? All of these things, you know what I mean, helps give it uniqueness where it's just not you're just not copying
a complete
somebody.
reproduction.
Exactly.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Okay, so find something like that where and just put Michael Jordan, Anthony Edwards. Bro, I've watched videos of them too, and I didn't really see it at first. I was just like, oh, they just taking two black motherfuckers and making them the same. But then when you watch them on the court, like DQ said, phenotypically, yeah, he got all the features of Michael Jordan, but he doesn't have the
Logic
he
said he
doesn't
got
have
more
the
skill. Logic said he got more
nah
skill than Michael
not the
Jordan.
Michael
That
not that
is
Michael Jordan.
nuts.
See, and
Logic.
that's why I say the argument can't be. There has to be some outliers from these other eras. Michael, listen, Magic Johnson is an eraless basketball player. He could play in any era and be Magic Johnson. Michael Jordan could play in any era, even if he couldn't shoot threes. Michael Jordan, I mean, that's his attributes, right? The determination. He always came back with something new from his game. You know, da 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 da. When he lost his athleticism, he figured out how to do the fadeaway and the post up, all of that. And then for y'all talk about post ups and curl screens, they ran the triangle. So the main difference in that offense is now you can run zone, but back then they ran the triangle. So even if it was a post up curl screen, they were running a system. Anthony Edwards, from what I see, that ain't that they running usually 1-5. I mean 1-4 flats. So when he get the ball, or they running 5 out. So it's not a lot of movement. They want the paint to be open in this new defense. But I'm telling you, if you could find something that's clear, you'll see it. And that's why I make the joke. I'm not serious, but that's why all the people that are just they're not even considering anybody else as the GOAT. Because take LeBron out of the conversation. People like my dad think Kareem is the GOAT. And they think Michael Jordan never passed him to be the GOAT. I watch videos of back in the day with Wilt Chamberlain and all of them saying, how do y'all just make him the GOAT? And that's when I saw, like, he technically never passed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
I have no problem with that, right? See, that's my thing. If somebody says Kareem is the GOAT, I'm not even really arguing with them. You dig what I'm saying? If somebody says LeBron is the GOAT, I'm not really arguing with them. I can see how you can come to those conclusions. Somebody says Mike, I'm gonna go with Mike. You dig what I'm saying? But the other two people that you mentioned, they're in the argument. If the person is literally in the argument, I don't have a problem with it. You feel me?
Okay.
Like, because now it comes to your personal, you dig what I'm saying? What you value. Oh, but you gotta admit that the guys are in the argument. So if you
I would never say he's not. Michael Jordan's stamped in the argument.
Yeah, so you
and I
can
think
choose.
it's only
I'm
three
not gonna
guys.
take away
It's those
nobody
three.
right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To have a preference. You feel me? It ain't like Jordan shit is clear above. You know what I mean? LeBron and LeBron and Kareem, where you can just say, yo, flat out, y'all niggas tripping. That's the shit that I don't like. When somebody say, where they won't even entertain the other person, like their career is just, man, no, you can't do that
Oh yeah,
shit.
no. I can completely understand. I can completely understand why anybody would have Michael Jordan as the GOAT. My only argument is kind of similar to yours. It's where, and most people don't even have that nuance. Most of the people that are saying Michael Jordan is the GOAT is just listening to other people. They didn't actually watch. They're not fans. They're novices or whatever. But and there's nothing wrong with being a fan. But the difference is, I just don't like when people when they just lean on the 6 rings argument. To me, it means that you're not aware of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. It's like he never existed.
Yeah, and that's
And
horrible.
and then to me, it's like, if you're telling me that
And that's where
LeBron gotta
logic is
win
at.
6,
That's
that's
where
just a little
logic
crazy
is
for
at.
me.
Logic, he dismisses everything after 95. He dismisses it.
But you can't.
That's crazy.
No, you
Right?
can't.
He, for some reason, right?
You saying
And
before 95.
yeah, everything before 95, he dismisses them. You dig what I'm saying? He has the caveat of why, you dig what I'm saying, they were only outliers because they were playing against people who wasn't skilled or athletic. When we can disprove that. Like, we can do an in-depth joint to just disprove that. So it would almost get down, even if we move over to boxing, right? You would have to look at Ray Robinson and their accomplishments. And the only way you'll be able to move Floyd Mayweather past them is by making a disingenuous argument about their competition, or claiming that the only reason that that those feats that they accomplished was even accomplished is because they were outliers in the era that was inferior. You'll have to make that. You dig what I'm saying? You'll have to dismiss, and the same thing what older people do with the newer generation. They'll
Right.
dismiss the newer generation competition, and they'll claim that somehow the league is watered down now, right? And this ain't the same. So these players ain't really playing real basketball. And the boxing people will say, well, Floyd Mayweather ain't really fought against nobody. Look at these, you know what I mean, bubblegum ass motherfuckers. He wasn't fighting no Hearns and no Durans. You dig what I'm saying? So it
Yeah.
gets to that point. So both sides are going to have to make disingenuous arguments, you know what I mean, and shit on the whole era that the person come from in order to try to disprove their greatness, right? And I'm saying I'm not doing that to nobody, but one side got to do that in order to substantiate the side that they're going for. I'm saying I can respect the era of Ray Robinson and them and say, yo, he fought against some monsters. I'm talking about Irish motherfuckers who was getting that shit out the mud, straight off the boat. These niggas ain't had nothing but their fists. You dig what I'm saying? They had to really put their ass on the line and eat. These niggas
Yeah, but
was
there was
hungry.
less. There was, and I think
This was coming out of the
another
Great
caveat.
Depression. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
and
Like these,
another,
yeah.
yeah, another caveat for them too back in that time. And I got a good. If Logic can join Logic, I'm gonna throw a thought at you. But the another thought that I would have in regards to a defense with Ray Robinson and them is, weight divisions weren't as prevalent back then. So you're talking about, he might have fought somebody that was 20, 30 pounds heavier than him.
Mm-hmm.
So he was fighting with less protection, way more risk. He was fighting multiple times a month. So this isn't and that's what I'm saying. It's not that one is better, otherwise it's just different. You know what I'm saying? It's not as much and then on top of that, those guys used to fight, like where I put Ali in it is because even though he lost, you could see and this is where my blackology comes in. And my blackology comes in a little bit in the Michael Jordan conversation too. That's the listen, one of the things is I'm not a fan, honestly, too much of Michael Jordan, the person.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
So
I
that
totally
that
agree.
that kind of shades my thought. And then when you gotta, and LeBron is so different from that's another thing, but that's a personal thing.
Yeah, I
But
agree. LeBron is a better human being than Michael Jordan. That's all.
it's like Michael Jordan's a jerk, so it's like I ain't about to just cheer for the fucking jerk. It
Yeah.
ain't about to happen. But
Dude, this
but
nigga
the
got
other
on a Celtics jersey.
who who got on the
DQ.
Celtics jersey?
Got that Kyrie on. It's that Kyrie.
Shit, and because he's still recovering from them niggas trading Luca. What up, DQ? They don't like to talk about
I
that.
ain't worried about that. We traded Luca for Cooper. Nigga, we
Man,
good.
Cooper, y'all want? Hey, listen,
Nigga, big beers.
Cooper Flag is a 6'7" power forward. He gonna get hell. Them niggas gonna get that nigga hell. I'm telling you. But no. But that's a good reward though. But no, my point with Ali though, them niggas. Could you imagine what Ali was going through though?
Elijah, turn your YouTube off.
Okay. Like this is a guy who was going through. I mean, damn. I mean, like just his personal life with the NOI and Malcolm X and getting stripped of his titles, coming back and winning. Like those kinds of narratives are just you can't throw that away. So when we have these conversations about the GOATs, it's all relative. It's all we're pulling hairs, but if we can agree on the top 5, top 4, then I think I don't have a problem. As long as somebody ain't coming here and talking about Charles Barkley is the GOAT and motherfucking Canelo Alvarez is the greatest boxer of all time. Then is that. But Logic, who got an echo?
Logic got to turn his YouTube
It's still
off.
me. I
Yeah.
thought I did. Hold on, let me double check. My YouTube ain't up.
Maybe it might be DQ.
No, DQ, I know he ain't come up with his YouTube on.
I'll leave and come back.
Somebody got X out there YouTube.
Oh no, I ain't even got my YouTube open.
Exactly.
It stopped once Logic left. It stopped. So
Logically,
I mean that's the process of elimination. So let me bounce this argument off you, Chef.
Hold on, Moses. Logic coming back. Let me
Said Moses Jefferson. You can't call that nigga Joe. You can't say that. You gotta say Moses Jefferson. Of Second Ebenezer Abyssinian Baptist. Yeah, that's you, Logic.
I ain't joking, niggas.
His shit still echoing.
This nigga came back with the echo.
Nah, real shit.
YouTube off.
No,
bro,
it's
I'm telling you, I have closed my app. I'm telling you,
it's
like,
not.
I don't
It's
have
not the
nothing else
YouTube.
going.
It's not the YouTube. It ain't echo no more. So whatever you did. So all right, let's say this. No, it's still echoing, but it is what it is. I don't know if they can't bear it. So my argument now that I've conceded that there's about 20, 30 players that are errorless, that could definitely play any era from that time, 95 coming forward. 95 before, there's about 20 to 30 that are errorless. Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan. I kind of think Stockton, but it's Pippen. Like Pippen would be perfect for this era, I think. Now, here's my argument with the skill part. I do think that the people in 2025, the athletes in 2025 are more skilled, but I think we need to stop equating more skilled to better. Just more skilled. They could do more things. They've learned more things. There's better nutrition. There's better recovery. There's better tools for them to get better. The analytics where they can analyze their game is better. So, but I think we need to change the more skilled and remove it from better. Because even if Anthony Edwards has more skills, he's not better than Michael Jordan.
He don't got
And
more
he own
skills
no
than
no no
Michael
no no
Jordan.
no 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 listen no no listen to I didn't say
This
he
is
does.
infuriating.
Listen I said even if take any player from this era. Let's
Don't
just
do
say
Michael Jordan.
no okay we'll take Michael Jordan out of it. Let's say Clyde Drexler or something. Say Anthony Edwards has more skill, like he can go to his left, he can go to his right. He's he got a mid, he got a dunk, he got a layup, he got a three, and he can play deep. Let's say he has all better skills because of the era he's in, the shit that's in front of him, the ability to develop these skills. He got AAU, better youth programs, better college, all that other shit. It still might not equate to him being better than any of those guys. And the fact that he's 22, I had to go and look up Michael
I think
Jordan.
Clyde Drexler shut him down.
Yeah, see,
And
that's where I think
I don't think Clyde Drexler will have a problem with Anthony Edwards trying to defend him.
Wait, you talking about one-on-one?
One-on-one, I think Clyde Drexler will work shorty.
Nah.
In basketball, well, first pause, and then in basketball, I have a thing with one. I don't think any of these guys. The only way you stop any of these great guys, these guys that are top 10, 15 basketball players, it's a team defense. And here's my argument for you, Chef. Then by that stanchion, Joe Dumars was considered the Jordan stopper. But he would not be the Jordan stopper if he didn't have Rodman, Lambeer, Isaiah Thomas, and a defense built around stopping them. One-on-one, you're not stopping. These guys in this era where you can't even touch them, it's kind of like in football. Back in the day, you could pretty much beat the hell out of Jerry Rice, and they're not calling anything. So, and he still got his numbers. Could you imagine Jerry Rice now when you can't touch him after 5 yards? He'd be averaging 300-400 yards a game. So the era's kind of changed. Nobody can guard anybody one-on-one. This is even last night with Anthony Edwards. He played like shit. I get it. But the Thunder have a historically great defense, not just a good defense for now. The stats say historically great. So it's not one-on-one. Clyde Drexler, and I think vice versa. I don't think Anthony Edwards could probably stop him one-on-one.
I dropped it in ChatGPT. 1-on-1 Clyde Drexler versus Anthony Edwards. This shit dope. They gave it to Anthony Edwards 11-9. They broke this shit down.
I think that's respectful.
No, that I can't listen to ChatGPT. That sounds crazy. See, it's a difference from watching
if Clyde
them
gets
niggas.
not mid-range, it's his. If Ant imposes his physical and hits the jumper, he might take it. Score 11-9. Either way, he slightly edged to Anthony Edwards in modern one-on-one dual strength and shot creation.
See, I watch them niggas. You dig what I'm saying? So watching them niggas, knowing what they just the athletic ability, the length, like all of that. Clyde Drexler, man. Remember when have y'all seen when Kobe and Kyrie were arguing at the Olympic
yes
warm-up, right?
Yeah.
And Kyrie is a hell of a player, right? Got all the moves in the world. Kobe said, first off, you got to be able to get the ball. Like, you think I'm going to let you do all of that? Like, I know your strength. Do you think me playing versus Allen Iverson and them that I'm going to allow your little ass to even get the fucking ball? I'm going to make it super hard for you to even get the ball. And if you get that motherfucker, I'm up in you where you can't even put that motherfucker down to dribble. I'm going to take so many things away from you, right? I'm going to impose my size on you, my athletic ability. All of that shit goes into it. So a Drexler or a goddamn Scottie Pittman, I think they would wreck these motherfucking little dudes, man. Just with their size and athletic ability and their way that they play defense. And then you're not gonna be able to stop them. That's where I think y'all be missing that part at. Like y'all be like, oh, this dude, he can step back, he can hit a three, he can do this. But these guys ain't even doing all of that dribbling. They doing one or two moves, and then they putting their shot up. They ain't out there playing around waiting for you to defend them. You know what I mean? They ain't doing none of that, yo. I think they got the edge, right? I really
I
do.
want to see what Clyde Drexler would do when James Harden hits him with that fucking step back.
The travel.
He'll probably put the ball down and walk off
That's
the court
illegal.
and say, "Fuck this."
That's illegal, right? That's like if
when James Harden does that step back, which is legal.
That's like going into a boxing match with Muhammad Ali and saying, "I want to see what Muhammad Ali do if I take this bat in there." Like you're doing
James Harden step back is legal.
That shit is illegal, bro.
James Harden's may look illegal. No, listen, it may look illegal. James Harden's step
You
back
could not do that in
legal.
1992.
Well, that's because y'all niggas was this is higher skill.
I promise you couldn't do that.
It's higher skill, bro. Skill. James Harden's step back is not illegal, bro. Everyone in the league
telling me walking with the ball. You're telling me walking with the ball is more skill.
No, it's not illegal.
That's
not illegal. Are you
a
Jordan fan accusing somebody else of traveling?
No, you're saying walking with the ball.
Whoa.
No,
we all know that Michael Jordan abused the travel rule.
Man. So we going back to James Harden.
Okay.
James Harden walking with the ball, just because they allow it to be done now, doesn't mean, like, if you let anybody walk with the ball, I can get any shot I want to up.
And Michael Jordan
it's easier.
Michael Jordan was a known traveler, bro. And he was breaking the rules of the time. I'm just telling you.
So now we back to Michael Jordan.
No. I'm gonna stay right here because I wanted to look it up because I'm saying some shit that I really didn't know. So I just want to be clear. James Harden's step back is not illegal. It has been legal since the NBA clarified traveling in 2009. The move's legality depends on the precise timing of the gather and the subsequent two steps. When executed within these parameters, it is a legitimate and effective offensive maneuver. Now, hold on. Here's where my argument will be, though. Here's my argument with you, though. They did update the rule in 2009. So you're not wrong. So it's not illegal, but in Jordan's era, it would, I guess it would have been, because there's no gather step in 96.
That's
so
in 2009,
in 2009, the gather step, they just added a rule that was, it's the evolution of the game.
You call that evolution.
That's what I'm gonna say.
So you say that these niggas better because they get
I didn't say they was better. So you keep using the words.
More skill.
Yes.
More skill. Because they're given more liberty to do things that guys back then couldn't do. But if
that's one thing.
But even Curry, putting your hand up under the basketball. All of y'all swear these guys can dribble, right? Magic Johnson and them was able to move anywhere on the court without putting their hand under the fucking ball. So who really had more dribbling skill? If I can do all of this and you can't, you couldn't take the ball from Magic Johnson. All y'all niggas who think Magic Johnson can't dribble, try to take the ball from him.
Who said that?
Logic. He was saying that Magic can't dribble. Like, try to take the ball from him. He can get anywhere with his dribble. Anywhere on the court.
I'm definitely up here, and I don't think Magic Johnson got no killer crossover.
He don't need it.
I don't see him. I don't see him saucing. Right? I'm not saying he's not a good basketball player, but I'm saying how he gets it done. It don't require him to have that kind of skill. Like I don't see Giannis doing no killer crossovers and stuff like that. Right. So, but you're talking about
getting to nowhere.
Right, but so you're talking about his dominance really is more physical than it is skill.
No, you're talking about style. You talk so
6'9" ain't no style, bro.
No, I'm saying I'm talking about dribbling, right? If you can't make me pick my dribble up, and I can get to wherever I want to get to on the basketball court dribbling, that's what a handle is. You can't make me pick my dribble up. Steve Nash, right? Steve Nash did not look like Allen Iverson. But you cannot tell me Steve Nash ain't have hell of a handle. You couldn't make that nigga pick his dribble up. That motherfucker stayed in motion. He had fucking handle. Now, it don't look like Rucker Park or whatever, or and one, right? He don't have the pizzazz, right? Or that
He
thing that
called it
y'all looking
pizzazz.
for. Yeah, that thing that y'all looking for, the ooh, the ah, right? But it don't make Steph Curry. Steph Curry don't have the ooh and the ah of a what's the Kyrie Irving. But both of them motherfuckers got hell of a handle. You can look at that shit like, yo, Steph Curry get where the fuck he needed. He can create a space. He get the way he need to be at on the
Steph
court.
Curry got some shit. Hey, Steph Curry got some shit
I'm
though. Hold on
I'm
now.
letting them. I
Yeah,
feel like
I
I
don't,
feel
I
like I
don't,
should
I
have
don't
been
know.
cut you
I
off
don't know
because
what Steph
But
Curry.
who
No,
got
Steph
who
to
got the
sit
better
up
hand?
here and
Steph
say
Curry got some shit.
Magic Johnson is navigating the lane. It's navigating traffic in the way
Yeah.
Steph Curry is. Like that's crazy. I'm
What?
not saying he
You
can't.
ever see?
Like at some point, I'm not saying he can't get it done, but he ain't getting it done like that. Like you know what I'm saying? He ain't
He
getting it.
got it done
And
better
then
than them niggas.
and if he ain't getting it
Five
done
rings.
like that, to me,
Five
it's
rings,
fair to
bro.
say like is he ain't getting it done
Five
to
rings.
that level. But
Five
I
rings.
mean, we're
Five
talking
rings.
about a
He got it done
specific
better than
thing.
all them niggas.
We're
Five
talking
rings. He
about a
got it done better
specific
than all them
facet of the
niggas.
game, bro.
Hey, hold
Now you
on,
talking
Steph.
about his accomplishments.
Hey, hold on, Steph.
Five rings. He got it done
Why you ain't
better than
talking
all
about?
them niggas.
And
Why you
no,
ain't talking
right,
about
right.
Magic?
He got it
Hold
done.
on.
He
But
got it
why you
done. We
ain't
talking
talking
about
about?
accomplishments.
Yeah, but why
But
you ain't talking about Magic Johnson losses? Yeah,
why?
No,
since
I want to
you
talk. I
stay in
want to
the
talk about Magic Johnson
no.
backing people
Uh-uh.
down off inbound
I ain't
passes and
talking
shit
about
like
you.
that.
I ain't talking about you. I'm talking about the losses guy over there.
Why would we?
You always talk about losses. Now you gonna bring up Magic Johnson's 5 rings?
Yeah,
For
no,
real?
because I'm not comparing. I'm not comparing Magic Johnson to niggas who never lost before. I mean,
Damn, Magic got
who
five.
are undefeated.
Hell
You
yeah,
dig
he
what I'm
got
saying?
5.
We was talking about Kyrie Irving and Steph Curry. All them niggas ain't as accomplished as Magic Johnson. So I can bring Magic Johnson 5 rings and
Steph Curry is damn near as accomplished as Magic Johnson, though. Let's be easy.
This
yeah,
nigga
he
Jordan
is.
went got
He is.
let's
six.
be
He is.
let's
He
be
is.
easy.
That nigga
Well,
Jordan wasn't playing with them
Steph
niggas,
Curry
boy.
got 4 rings and he's the only unanimous MVP, and he's 8 inches shorter than Magic Johnson.
Yeah, Steph Curry up there.
So
I ain't gonna lie.
yeah. Let's
He
not
up
do
there.
that.
But you see, I'm
I,
honest. You dig what I'm saying? I'm not
yeah,
gonna discredit. I'm not gonna discredit Steph Curry or act like just like I'm not discrediting LeBron and his accomplishments. But I'm not listening to no Andy Edwards shit. That's where I draw the line. Y'all can listen to that
yeah.
shit. Fuck all
No,
that.
no, no. You know, but you know what? No, no, no.
He,
Hold up, because the fact that you had to explain that there's a difference between skill and you saying he's a better player. To me, there's a phenomenon going on right then and there. Like I feel like Chef's smart enough to know the difference between I'm at least having a conversation about the man's ability once he puts the ball on the floor, right? Like even at some point you might not even be talking about his ability to put the ball in the basket, right? We're talking about certain things that he can do in particular better than others, like reading the floor off of screens. But that's not exactly what we're talking about, right? But at some point, like I'm not talking about how many rings he has, like and like you kind of doing like you're not even allowing the conversation really to be had just because you feel like my position might be kind of crazy. And I'm really trying to explain it to you. So but I hear what you're saying, but hell no, Magic Johnson, like we never gonna get there like that. Like Magic Johnson having Steph Curry dribble moves, like come on, man.
He don't have
Just
his.
to say
He
that
don't
they
have.
dribble the ball right and like
He
and then at
played
some
in the
point
'70s.
to some
He
point
he learned
to
how to
say he
dribble in
can
the
dribble the
'70s.
ball at the same level, it sounds crazy.
Listen,
but that goes back to the argument of skills versus better. Because Magic
I'm
Johnson
not
don't
saying
have
he's
the
better.
hold on, listen. Because Magic Johnson can't dribble like Steph Curry, there's a bunch of things Steph Curry can't do like Magic Johnson also. So just because
True.
he's got more skills,
dribbling.
I still don't dribbling. You got to get to the conversation. If the argument is just they have more skills, I agree. But you can't. I just hope you're not saying because he's got more skills that makes him better.
No, that's what Chef is trying to make it sound like I'm saying.
Okay.
And I don't feel like I've ever said that, and I've like that's what's tripping me out right now. I'm at least trying to get past of like you
All right,
shouldn't have even had to
I'm where y'all
explain
at.
that
So all right,
there's a
so now
difference.
we're not saying that they're better. Now we're fighting over the skill. No, I don't think they got more skill than motherfucking those players. Yeah. So now we clear. So I'm never
Then
gonna
you're
say
just
Right. Okay.
ignoring
Okay.
evolution.
look. So now we
Right. So
clear.
no.
Hold on, let him go.
Hold
Let
up.
him
So
go. Let him
who
go.
would you say is the most skilled player that you've ever seen, and why?
So if we're talking about these guards, Magic Johnson and them, I'm saying you judge a guard off of the skills challenge. I'm saying that Magic will beat all of them in the skills challenge.
In the skills challenge?
What
Yes.
is the skill? What the fuck is the skill? What are y'all talking about? What is the
Y'all, y'all,
skills
He
y'all,
challenge?
talk is
y'all,
he talking about in the
in
All-Star
the All
game,
Star
bro, where they
game,
throw the
yeah,
ball in the hoop?
yeah, those point guard skills, right? Dribbling through traffic, right? Going around the cones, right? Without hitting none of them, dribbling
You
through it,
you think
doing the
Magic
bounce.
Johnson could do that better than Steph?
That's how
Yeah.
you're quantifying what you call like skill. Like
Yeah.
if I
So
say
who got
Scottie
more
Pippen is
assists?
more skilled than Magic Johnson dribbling the ball, you would like in your mind you would go to them in the All-Star game.
No. So let's do it. If they're guards, right? All right. Which one of those guards have more assists than Magic Johnson?
John Stockton.
No, out of these new guards that we're talking about, like that. Come on, bro, don't do that.
No, I don't know. You said who has the
No,
most
Who do
assists?
you're
what?
comparing. You're saying Magic Johnson that
No, I
Magic.
thought you were just asking who
No,
has the
that
most assists. I didn't know you was
no.
comparing the two. Why
Yeah,
would I
we're
be doing
comparing.
conversation?
We're saying that Magic don't got the skills of the guards that's in this era. So I'm
Magic
saying
Johnson has more assists.
Magic
Yeah,
Johnson
he's got more assists
he
all
got
time.
more
Right. You
assists.
talk about his achievements again.
No,
You're talking
that's
about his
skill.
achievements.
Let's define. You know what? I think I agree with Sosa.
I'm
We
trying
need
to
no,
properly
no, no, no,
define
no,
it
no,
in what
no.
he just
We
gave
need to
us. Okay.
define. No. We need to define
All
when
right.
we're talking in these conversations what falls under skills, so that we can have a coherent argument. Because if we're gonna start talking about who could shoot at the carnival in fucking games at the All-Star break, then I don't know what I can't tell you that. But let's define off of something that we can quantify what would count as a skill. Like what is it? Is it turnovers? Is it assists? Like I think assists is a skill if he's a point guard.
Right.
So I think you could put assists in there.
I'm gonna say assist is a stat and not a skill at all.
But a point guard's it's a point. Yeah. See, I don't know. We need help with this one.
Is
We need probably
passing the
some.
skill?
We
How
need some help with this.
Is which
so
one of
look.
them are better passers than Magic Johnson?
Okay.
No one. There's
Okay.
Magic Johnson's he's probably the second or third greatest passer
So
of all
is
time.
passing the stat or skill, Logic?
Passing is a skill. Assists are a stat.
Assist is the stat, and
Right.
passing is the skill that
Right.
So
creates the
look, it's
stat.
like I'm trying to think of a good one, right? So Clay
I'm looking at it.
Thompson. Right. So Clay Thompson, right? He's on stat wise, he's gonna look really good as a shooter. I definitely would not consider him like I don't think I consider him more skilled than like somebody like Damian Lillard, right? Like I don't know why. I don't know if that's a difficult comparison for you to kind of get what I'm saying. But like I'm not gonna compare Klay Thompson's like high shooting percentages over his career and consider that a reason I'm gonna call him more skilled of a player than like a Damian Lillard. Somebody who's like navigating double teams and coming, splitting the screens and all that kind of like he's doing all kind of stuff.
All that shit
Like, so
Magic used to
there's
do. All that shit Magic used to do.
Magic, Damian Lillard is doing all the shit Magic used to
Magic
do.
ain't never came off a screen and pull. They never was running
Magic
plays.
did
I'm
that.
trying.
No,
I'm
no.
trying to.
Listen. Hold on, Chef. Because y'all saying two different things. He's talking about coming off a screen and pulling that bitch. He's
I
not
wasn't even
talking
listening.
about coming off of a screen and then running the offense. He's talking about Magic Johnson has. They ain't try to force Magic Johnson to come off the screen and shoot a three or something like that. I don't think they was doing that.
So, all right, let me get this straight. So, Magic Johnson ran one of the most prolific offenses in NBA history, and I gotta sit here and listen to you talk
He's a better
about
passer than Damian Lillard.
that
That's
Damian
what you trying to
Lillard
say?
got more skill than Magic Johnson.
No, he said Klay Thompson. See what you doing? You be fucking up the
No,
conversation with
no,
this.
he said Damian Lillard.
You said Damian Lillard has more skill than Magic Johnson, Logic?
I mean, that's not what I'm trying to say right there.
No,
But
no, is
Did
that
you
if
what
I
you
say
so
it?
said?
if
Did
look
you
look. So
say
watch
it?
this.
Did you say
I'll
it?
say it right. I'll say it like this for you because I do think it right.
No, no,
That's not
bro.
what I said. But look, if I
You
had to say
didn't.
who do I think has better handles as one skill? Like I'd say Magic Johnson is a better passer. That's another skill, right? So if we're talking about ball handles, I would say Damian Lillard to me is more skilled.
All right,
But
so
like if we're
who
talking about
rebounds
passing,
But he's
better?
more
like
skilled
I
than
don't
but
know
he's more
why.
skilled in that area.
So who passes
Yeah,
better?
I don't know why that's difficult.
All
Like I
right.
don't know why I'm saying that you acting like that's tripping you out like
Hey,
that.
listen. I
I
came up
don't
with
know it.
skills.
I don't know what
I
that
came up with okay. I came up with
is.
some criteria and then we'll see if this works. So we're gonna take Steph Curry and then Chef, you say Magic Johnson. Shooting is a skill.
Mhm.
Is range, shot creation, free throw shooting. Who's the better shooter of the two?
Man, that's not fair, yo.
No, that's just one. There's 8 different ones.
Steph
Shooting is
Curry can
one.
hit every shot in the book. That nigga a
Okay,
horse
wait. That's
player.
just one though. Wait, Chef. That's just one, bro. Don't be mad. That's just one stat. We had shooting. I just started with shooting. So we got Curry. Curry got one. Passing and vision. Because I think vision is a skill too. Take some of my
Magic.
water,
That's
man.
Magic see the
definitely
whole floor.
Magic. Definitely
Okay,
magic.
so we 1-1. So now we're gonna go ball handling. Pause. Super
That's
pause.
crazy.
Jesus Christ. I'm not saying it again. I'm not gonna say it again, but that's just diabolical. All right, but listen, this is what falls under that though. Control, use of both hands, breaking pressure, and creating space with the dribble. So which
Magic
one?
up there. Magic up
So you
there
would
then.
say Magic.
I'm gonna say
And who's
Magic
the
up
other
there.
player we're comparing it to? I missed that.
Curry.
Steph
Just
Curry.
you
Talking about Curry.
represent Curry.
Yeah.
Okay, and you saying that coming off of the dribble? What was the
No, I
question?
said no. These are the
Coming
3
off the
things that
dribble.
fall under that title. I'm not gonna say control, control of the basketball, and then do they have use of both hands, breaking pressure with dribbling, and creating space with the dribble. Which one is it, Curry or Magic Johnson? Right now we 1-1. So this is the
That's
third one. So
definitely
you're
Curry.
saying
I'm trying. Like,
Curry.
what was the first category? It was creating space, getting pressure,
It was
and what?
control of the basketball, use
Control the
of both hands,
basketball.
dribbling.
Control the basketball, but that's what and what, right? I don't think that that's crazy that Magic to say Magic is out there fumbling the
No, that's
basketball. Like
fine. Y'all just disagree.
that's
Okay,
crazy to
fine.
say that.
But y'all
Right.
disagree.
No,
Y'all
yeah,
disagree.
no, that would be
But let's
crazy
not
to say
hang on where
Magic
we
is fumbling the
disagree.
basketball.
But
But the other two categories is easily Curry.
let's not hang on where we disagree. He says Magic, you say that. So that's something we could talk about. So we already know the passing and vision is Magic. Shoot, y'all both agree the shooting is Curry. So defense is a skill. So on ball, off ball defense, help defense IQ, defensive footwork, and ability to guard multiple positions.
That's Magic all day.
I hate to say it, Curry is one of the worst defensive
That's a
guards I've ever
wash.
seen.
That's a
So,
wash.
all right, so right now,
we all know that.
sorry, so right now
Magic
y'all
up.
agree. Right now is Magic is up 2-1, with the third one being this,
Rebound.
physical tools. Wait.
Rebounding. Magic.
No. Wait. Physical tools adjacent to skill. So that's body control, stamina, durability, strength, and agility. So Magic had more physical gifts, 6'9", but Curry's conditioning and stamina are elite. So it's a skill because you work on that. So which one do y'all say? Would you say that?
That's a wash then.
So you say that that's
I don't think. Well, I think maybe the stamina and conditioning could be a skill, but you being like you say, man, you being 6'9", that can't be a skill.
no. Was
You ain't worked on being 6'9".
okay?
And
So wait. So
ain't
all right. So
nobody
wait.
nobody wants
Listen,
to chase Steph Curry,
that's
bro.
fine. So y'all don't agree, correct?
Yeah, if
Y'all
you
don't
saying
agree. Okay. So we still up 2-1 though. So this is because this will separate. I'm trying to see where y'all agree. So this is what separates. These Magic still up 2-1. Decision making and IQ. Knowing when to shoot versus pass, game management, clock and situation control, pace control. Which one is decision making? You taking Curry or you taking Magic Johnson?
That's a hard one.
That's a crazy question, bro.
Yeah,
That's like, I
Listen,
mean,
knowing when to shoot versus pass, game management, clock and
I mean,
situation
I
control.
kind of feel like at the end of the game, I feel like I got way more options with Steph Curry.
Here's my
I'm gonna go
thing.
with Steph Curry.
All right,
If that's my decision making right there.
but here's where I would go with
I don't
Magic
know.
though. I'm
Magic
gonna
did.
just say
Magic did hit
this.
walk off shots in the
Yeah,
finals.
I've
Yeah,
seen
Like
Magic. I've seen Magic at the end of games be way more clutch than Steph Curry.
in the
And then
finals too.
two,
I'm talking walk
you got to
off shit.
remember Magic when Kareem Abdul got hurt as a rookie, suited up at center and killed the 76ers, probably the best team at the time. As a rookie, he did that in the finals, game 6 to win the finals. I don't want in clutch. I don't think it's close. So if you saying this because of in-game decisions, it
no,
ain't Curry.
I'm saying it's my decision to have him out there, and that's the I'm gonna think I'm gonna get more
So y'all
out of having
disagree. All right. So
who I'm definitely
would you
taking
say
Curry over
Magic or
Magic
Curry,
for
Chef?
sure.
Would you say Magic or Curry, Chef?
I would say Magic because Magic decision making and that clutch
Yeah, and
and he
he ran
yeah
that fast offense. I from Showtime. He ran Showtime offense.
and not only that, his decision making in the half court. Plus, if it's a big game on the line, I would want Magic to have that ball in his hand.
Okay.
I
And
would
here's
feel
the
better having Magic because he can hit the
So
big
yeah, so
shot.
y'all want Magic the scorer
Yeah,
at the
he
end of the
no,
game.
no,
That's
no,
what
listen.
I'm.
no.
I'm
I
no,
want
I got
Magic.
you. I got
In
you.
the
No, no,
You
no.
clutch,
Here's my
want
in the
point.
not you
clutch.
want Magic to do all the stuff that I expect Curry to do because it's clutch now.
Yeah,
So
No,
we
in the
like
no.
he
clutch.
got the ball handle
That's
to
a whole
get
nother
himself to
factor.
the shot.
No, I trust Magic.
See?
I trust Magic to if he can't get the shot, the nigga is one of the greatest
No,
passers in
he ain't
history.
gonna get the shot now.
What
Okay,
you
Why
you
mean
know
he
would
what?
ain't
he?
gonna
Go
get the
ahead,
shot?
go ahead,
You do know
go
as
ahead,
a
go ahead.
rookie, he went out and dropped 42 game 6 of the finals to win the games. To
Oh
win
yeah,
the
yeah.
finals.
He might hook shot it, right? You
Yeah,
know,
and that
No, I
I
ain't
don't
was
talking
got.
about no
money.
hook shot. He
That
didn't
I
do
don't.
30
hook
something hook
shot
shots.
was
He scored
money.
42.
That
And
was
he
money.
hit a hook shot to win a finals game. Hey, I ain't trying to be funny, Elijah. Curry, here's the thing with Curry. Curry is not, and it's proven. Curry is not like some last shot king. Matter of fact, they actually
No,
clown
he's
him for
not.
that. For him to be
I
like a
know he's
great
not
shooter, they
clutch.
clown him for that. For not being able to
I
hit last
understand.
second
Yep.
shots. So, but that's neither
Yeah.
here nor
I
there. All
mean,
right, so y'all still 2-1 though. Y'all still 2-1. It's still Magic 1. The last skill is off-ball movement, but this is what falls under off-ball movement: relocating after the pass, using screens, cutting, and timing.
Steph.
And I don't think this is close. This is
Yeah,
Curry.
Steph.
So it's 2-2 on the things y'all agree. It's just y'all don't agree on decision making, physical tools, and ball handling. So so it's a close. Y'all actually are closer than what y'all think. It says skill is about control, repetition, and decision making. Curry has more technical scoring based skills, but Magic has a wider range of team control and vision based skills. It depends on what
yeah,
skills you value the most.
I agree exactly right. And for me that ball handling ability to get that shot like to me that's everything. Like you could do all of that you want to, but you got to get there.
But you got to hit the shot too, though. And
You do
Curry
got to hit the
struggles.
shot. You do got to hit the shot.
Curry struggles with that.
I say leave him open.
Yeah, Curry
I mean, if we coach it,
struggles with
look,
that.
you got Magic on your team. I got Curry on mine. You mean you
No.
leaving them
I would
open?
have if I was starting a team. But see, here's another thing.
Right.
A
But
better,
I
a
expect
better,
Magic to pass that, right?
yeah. But a better argument would be because we're putting in 2000 in the 2010s, 2020s, probably starting with Allen Iverson. These guards, the point guard is no longer really like we're in positionless basketball. I don't really look at Steph Curry as a point guard. I'm just being real. I look at Steph Curry as a guard. He's a guard, definitely, because he's short, but he can score. I don't look at him like the offense in Golden State is Steve Kerr's offense. It's not like he's up there making decisions. Magic Johnson and them back in the day, they had to run the offense, get other people involved. I think LeBron's a better point guard than Curry is. So you can't. If we're going to compare Magic Johnson, it would probably be better to compare Chris Paul. You understand what I'm saying? Like Chris
I
Paul
definitely
was like them
understand.
old
You
school,
could,
yeah. He
if
one
you
of them
want to
old
make the
school kind of
argument that
guards.
Steph Curry is more of a scorer than he is a point guard, I can
Yeah, I
understand.
think he's a scoring guard. Because you know what's funny? Because the point guard of the Warriors offense is Draymond Green. If we being real, the guy who runs the offense, facilitates for everybody else, is Draymond Green. It ain't Steph Curry. So I think Magic is, but see, here's the thing: you keep saying dribble moves to go get shots. Magic Johnson was 6'9" at the point guard. He didn't need many dribble moves, bro. He gonna
He
get
can
any
see
shot
over
that he wanted.
everybody. And he
Yeah, he
can
can
see
get any
over.
shot that he wanted, any shot.
Mm-hmm.
So he's 6'9". Like Magic Johnson probably can't guard Steph Curry on some speed shit. But I know for a fact, old man basketball, if they play one-on-one, Steph Curry better not miss. Because if he misses, the
He
game is
ain't getting the
over. He
ball
better
back.
go 10. Yeah, he's not getting the ball back. If he better go 10 for 10. Because I'm telling you, Steph Curry is one of the worst defensive guards I've ever seen. Besides Luka. Luka's the worst guard I've ever seen on defense, ever. So, the skills thing, but you see how close y'all actually are. Y'all just differ on a few things. But skill don't. Now, do you think Steph Curry is better than Magic Johnson? Logic?
No. I mean, it depends on if you're talking about like a team game, man. I mean, one-on-one, there are a lot of factors going on, but you're talking about a team game. It depends on how you construct your
No, I'm
team.
saying look at Magic's career. Now we're talking about
Do I think
career
he's
and skills.
a better player? No, I don't think.
Yeah. Okay. Then that's cool. See, Chef, you think he's saying Curry is better. Curry ain't better than Magic Johnson.
I don't know what he's saying at this point.
Yeah, Curry is a
I'm
better
waiting for his next
shooter
time.
than
I'm
Magic
waiting.
Johnson.
I'm waiting 2 minutes down the line.
And he's
When he say
he's
something crazy.
When he changes the
absolutely
argument.
more skilled. I mean, how many times have I said more skilled and you keep trying to say I'm saying the nigga's better? How many
But
times
that's
I
what
gotta keep
Because
doing that?
you will go down later in the conversation. Remember,
No,
and Chef, hold on.
if I'm making my team, yeah, I'm probably taking Curry.
See,
I'm
but see,
probably
like,
taking
so
Curry.
that means you're taking the better player, Logic.
That don't mean I'm taking a better player. He might
So you're
what
gonna
he
take
want
the
out what
second
he
best
wants on
player
the
for your
floor.
team?
What he wants on the floor, like he might prefer Magic Johnson. I can
Let me
see
ask you a
that.
question.
Right.
You remember me and you actually started this conversation in a whole nother Discord? Chef thought that I was saying about Anthony Edwards. Remember, you was trying to tell me Anthony Edwards was better than Dr. J, and I was telling you he wasn't better than Dr. J.
Oh, he
Remember that? No, but remember that? So that's how I be saying, like, I don't agree. Listen, after last night, Logic, I ain't trying to be funny. You need to stop bringing up Anthony Edwards, bro. Anthony Edwards is one of the most disappearing basketball players that's supposed to be a star I've ever seen. I like for him to shoot and
I don't
talk
know
the
what you
amount of
think I'm
shit.
saying. I'm
No,
saying the nigga's more skilled, bro. Like than these old school niggas.
but they're
Now,
not
Nah,
I mean,
better though.
I feel like, look, whatever you considering skill, we still just don't agree on our metric, right? I think like we definitely just proved that. Like I'm definitely prioritizing the ability to get to the shot to that shot that he wants, and that shot that he wants being a three, and him connecting it higher than the other person. I'm prioritizing that, right? Like to me, that is what I want. Now you might want all the other little whatever that is, the 6'9". Like you might care that the nigga actually play defense. All of
You
that.
don't care. So you don't care if. So you'll start
Like
a
not like
team with a
not
nigga.
completely. I don't care. That's not what I'm
No, no.
saying. But
You
I'm
just said no.
like the
You're
like
not
the.
with logic. You just said you
I
might
don't know.
want the
I
nigga
don't.
to
I
Get that
don't.
play.
I
nigga
don't
logic.
care. Yeah. I don't. I don't think that. Yeah. I don't think that niggas playing defense could like is stopping niggas, dog. Like I don't know. That's for
That's
me. Like
crazy.
like
Hold
I'm
on.
I'm
Wait.
cool with a James
But
Harden nigga. Like come like look,
defense is one half of the
I
court
want a
though.
James Harden nigga or somebody like that offensive output. You know,
So what if James Harden
at
never
the
won?
spearhead of my
How has that
offense.
worked out? Okay, so
Right.
if you got a team, see Logic, I don't want to go to the focal point of the cul-de-sac with you. See, I don't like doing this with the trap with TMI. I don't like doing this. But all right, listen. So you said you want to start a team. You said you'll take the
James
James Harden
Harden.
guy. Every team that's ever picked James Harden, have they ever won a finals with James Harden?
Nah, yeah.
Have they ever gotten to the finals with him as a starter?
Mm-mm.
I don't think so.
No, because even when
I
they
don't think
got
so.
to the finals of the
He was
Thunder, he
coming
was a
off the
six
bench.
man. So you want to start a team that's never gonna win the finals? Well, listen, this is basketball, not football. If you saying you
Dude,
want good offense and you don't want Tom Brady at cornerback, that
I'm
makes sense. You
look.
know you
Well,
got to
look.
guard the
I
other
feel like
side.
I feel like we're going. No, I get what you're saying. Like I'm saying, with the league probably is going more towards that, and I see why, right? I get it. Jason Tatum is more like more two-way than you're going to consider him, but
Yeah.
his offensive output is definitely way different, in my opinion, than these other people that we talking about. Like I would much rather the ball in Jason Tatum's hands than I would Magic Johnson for my team. That's what I see. Like I want my primary person shooting threes with the ball in their hand, and their ability to actually do that is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna consider that the more skilled player, right? And for
But
my team, that's what I want.
but what you don't want, here's the thing though, and you're a Lake, I don't know, you're not a Lakers fan, right? You're not a Lakers fan. So
No.
like Slade, me and Slade had these conversations, and when they got Luca, I was telling him, remember, they hunt Luca on defense, bro. When the other team is on offense, they hunt him. Nah, he got this and he could do this and he could do that. Bro, I watched in the finals when Cleveland played against when LeBron and Kyrie brought the Cavs back down 3-1 in the finals. Do you know what play they ran in the 3 straight wins that they won to win that finals? They were hunting Steph Curry, bro. I mean, like literally running pick and rolls until they got Steph Curry in front of them, and then they would go score or get fouled. To win the game winning shot was Kyrie. To win the finals over them, he had all this offense, played great, da 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 da. To win the finals against the Cavaliers, I
It
mean for the
was
Cavaliers.
another crazy offensive nigga.
No, but it was a nigga that got off of somebody that could play defense to get to the nigga that couldn't play defense. Niggas don't hunt
How
Kyrie.
he get his and then how he get his shot off?
He
No
just
screen,
broke him down
just
and pulled on him.
bop bop, got it all right.
Right
Like
on the nigga that can't play no defense. So
pause.
you ain't saying that you would take Kyrie. You saying you'll take the nigga that can't play no defense at all.
But yeah, and they might get that switch, right? And you might get
Every
to the
time.
final. You might get to the finals, and they make that switch, and nigga might make it. He might miss. But yeah, I'm definitely taking that. I'm definitely taking that.
Well, you're gonna
You
have to
gonna take
take
their
3 other.
offensive
You're gonna have to
output
take all
over
defensive
anything
players
else.
with the rest of your team, bro. All
I mean,
defensive players.
that's what I think. That's what it is. That's why the three and D guy has all that value like that too,
And here's another point. Let me see if you
because
want to argue
niggas, because people
this
are
point.
still looking for it that way.
You know that Magic could play in this time, but I don't think that Curry could play back then. I don't
You
think he
don't think
could.
so?
I know. I don't think you could. I think
You think
Magic
they'll
could
push
play.
him around?
Magic could play in the 80s. Magic could play in the 90s. He could play in the 2010s and the 2020s. So 6'9", versatile guard who could pass and run the break and rebound at a high level, a triple-double machine, is errorless. Steph Curry, a guy that could shoot, that's not an errorless thing because we've seen that. We like a small guard who can shoot and dribble. That's
that question kind of is throwing me off, right? Because I really don't believe, like in my heart of hearts, like I think Magic could be effective, but I don't think he can really dribble like that, bro. That's for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to like really tell you where I'm at. I'm saying the man got control of the ball, but I don't think he like.
What do you consider dribbling? You know he was a point. They consider him one of the greatest point guards of all time. He can't dribble?
I'm not saying he can't dribble, bro. I'm
You
not saying
just
he can't.
said
I
he
don't think
couldn't. You said he can't dribble like that. What does that mean?
like that, like what that, like that, like he definitely don't have like Kyrie's
Kyrie.
like type shit. He
Nigga,
definitely
Don't
don't got shit like
nobody
that.
dribble like Kyrie.
Yeah,
So
no
he
one dribbles like Kyrie. You can't
okay. So
bring
I'm
it to
trying to. I'm
Kyrie.
right. So if I'm like going backwards from Kyrie, I'm bumping into some real regular niggas before I get to Magic
You know how
Johnson.
many niggas could dribble in Magic Johnson era that ain't nowhere near Magic Johnson, bro? You know how many niggas in that era was
Like
like
who?
great
Who
dribblers?
besides Zeke? Who you talking about?
Well, I mean Isaiah Thomas.
Besides Zeke?
I don't know. I guess it shit. I don't know. You gotta ask
Besides
Chef.
Zeke?
You got Chef, bro. I was
No,
born
I'm
in
not.
80. Hold on, stop.
Okay.
I was born in 86. You gotta ask Chef that question, bro.
Look,
I'm
all of
sure.
them.
I'm sure.
Listen,
Yeah, I'm
all
sure.
of them.
I don't know the obscure niggas in the 80s.
See that's the thing. All of them could dribble. The
See, now you see?
crossover.
Yeah, I don't know
Think
about
about.
that shit.
I'm delusional and he's
Listen.
delusional. That's what is that what it is?
Look. When you learn how to play basketball, your coach is
I'm
not
gonna say
teaching
something
you.
crazy for you when you
No.
finish, man. I'm gonna say something. I got
Go
you.
ahead.
No, let
You
him
want
finish.
you want to hear me say it now?
Go ahead.
I don't think he's athletic enough to be Ben Simmons, bro. I don't.
That ain't.
What'd you
But
say?
your
I
shots are
don't
not
I don't
even.
think Magic Johnson is athletic enough to be Ben Simmons.
Are you
Ben
saying shit just
Simmons
to
is
get kicked off?
athletic as a
Wait.
motherfucker.
Are you saying
Yeah,
shit
I'm gonna
just to
just say
piss
that.
Chef off at this point?
He ain't
I
pissing me
might. I
off.
might.
Bro, we can't talk
Because
about
I
we
think
can't talk
because I
about a
think
nigga.
the nigga that you actually think that Magic Johnson is Ben Simmons, and I don't think he athletic enough to be
I
Ben
don't
Simmons.
even
Me,
think that
me
we
personally.
should hold on. Honestly,
Ben Simmons is
because we respect
athletic like
Like
Zach
if
This
LaVine
is
Ben
a
now.
if Ben
show.
Simmons gave a damn, like
Hey,
that's
listen.
I think that's who you talking about.
Listen, but logic. Because this show is gonna be, this ain't a show that's gonna get taken down or nothing like that. Let's just stop using the word Ben Simmons and Magic Johnson so close together. Like let's not do that. Like let's not I don't think we can have the Magic Johnson Ben Simmons conversation and be taken serious as powered by Tribe Media and Carnivorous podcast. I don't think we should do that. And I don't even think y'all should waste another 30
Brad,
seconds on that
I
conversation.
ain't letting you talk me off this ledge, but
Ben Simmons, my nigga.
I'm up there. I'm up there. I'm up there, bro.
I'm trying
I'm
to save
up
you, my
here.
nigga.
I had a parachute before I
Save
got up there, fool.
So let me
I'm
make my
trying
point.
to save you, my nigga.
Listen.
I'm not.
Can y'all
Even
stop
feeding
talking
into it.
over me, yo,
I'm
so I
done.
can
I'm on mute.
actually
I'm on
explain
mute.
what
I
I'm
don't want
saying? You on
my
mute?
I'm
voice a
not
part of
even
this
feeding into
conversation.
it. He
So
I'm
stopped
on
listen,
mute.
me.
I'm on mute.
no,
He
because
stopped
I
me to
gotta
say
ask
that
both of y'all a
retarded
question,
shit.
yo.
Go ahead.
Is Ben Simmons an elite defender to y'all? Like real shit. Can he at least get on the floor and just
I
play
don't
D?
even talk about Ben Simmons. I don't know what Ben Simmons can do at this point.
Okay, you don't know what Ben. Okay, when Simmons
You
first
said
came in
is
the
he an
league, right?
elite? Wait. You said
So
is he an
look, when
elite
Ben Simmons
defender? I'm
first came in
answering
the
your
league,
question. You saying Ben Simmons is an elite defender? This nigga back been broke
listen,
for 6
yo,
years.
can
But
you
you want me
stop?
to
Can you
you want me to
stop, yo, so I could
finish?
just explain it? Yeah,
I
it
was
sounds
answering
crazy.
your
Listen,
question. Go ahead. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
but
Go ahead.
you're really not answering my
You can't.
question. You're
He
talking
ain't
about the
played in
niggas
6
back.
years. He ain't
Oh,
played
so
in
I'm
six
trying to
years.
rephrase it for you so you can understand where I'm
What
coming from.
injury?
I'm saying so when the
Okay,
nigga
go ahead.
first got the league, right?
Uh-huh.
6'9" athletic nigga,
Yeah.
right? Are we talking about somebody who was really good at it when he first got in the league? Or am I tripping?
Ben Simmons can't shoot. Well, you're
No, he
saying
can't shoot.
Are you
No,
saying
he
he's
can't
more?
shoot. I asked you defense, right? I see. I'm trying to get you
Defense.
to
Okay,
answer the
no.
question.
Yeah, he's a high level defender. Yes, he's a high
Right.
level defender.
Like he was, and that's because of his athleticism. So when I'm saying I don't think that Magic Johnson had the athleticism to do that defensively, that's what I mean when I'm saying I don't think he could have been Ben Simmons. I'm not saying total package player, achievements, blah blah blah. I'm saying I don't think he could have done that
So
because
you're
he doesn't
right to
have
say.
he doesn't have the athleticism to be defensive like that just because he's 6'9".
So you're right to say that Magic Johnson in 2025 wouldn't be a defensive stopper, but Magic Johnson in 2025 would be one of the top 5 players in the NBA. So you can say, I agree. If you're saying that he can't play the defense of Ben
Top 5
Simmons,
player.
cool. No. If he can't play the defense of Ben Simmons, cool. Ben Simmons is an elite defensive player, but then he could do every other thing better than Ben Simmons. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know why you would pick out.
Yeah. Every other thing better. Yes.
Every other thing. We're talking about a guy who can't shoot.
But the reason why on defense though is because it's straight up athleticism. We're not talking about IQ. Like we're talking about actual
Ben
foot
Simmons
speed
has
to
a
do it.
high. But Ben Simmons does have a high defensive IQ. Matter of fact, as far as basketball IQ, Ben Simmons has a high
I would say
IQ
Magic
for
Johnson
basketball.
might have one too.
No, not Mike. He does.
Magic Johnson can play every
I'm talking about
position.
Magic Johnson would too. Yeah,
But,
I'm saying you
if
could say
we're
that's a
talking
wash.
about
Like
athletics,
what? But just defense, like I don't think he got the athleticism to be that
if
defensively.
we're talking about athleticism,
And if he don't have it to do it defensively, I'm not so sure if he would have it to be, top 5 player either. But that's me. And that's
Magic
where I'm at.
Johnson is one of the top 5 players of all time. I don't need to know if he's a top 5 player of today. Magic Johnson is a top 5 player. Hold on, set logic. This is the argument I was
crazy.
Logic. This is what I was trying to explain to you earlier. Where me and you disagree, I think the majority of those guys in the 90s, specifically the front court, the bigs, the majority of the guys in the 90s and the 80s, as far as skill-wise, wouldn't be able to run the offenses and do the things that they do today. I agree with that. But there are guys that are errorless basketball players. Magic Johnson can rebound, assist, and score at 6'9". He's an errorless basketball player, bro. They would find a good team because see, if you're telling me that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the best player in the league right now, you can't tell me that Magic Johnson ain't gonna be a top 5, bro. Nikola Jokic is the best player in the world.
We'll just disagree then.
He can't dribble.
We'll just disagree because to me,
wait, before we disagree, you think Nikola Jokic is better than Magic Johnson?
I wasn't talking about Nikola.
No, I'm asking you. No, that's a question. I'm asking you.
No. So look.
Okay, wait, stop. Stop. Let me finish my point.
That's why I mean. Okay.
No, let me just finish. It's a sentence, bro.
Shouldn't have said no.
I'm gonna say a sentence. I'm gonna just say a sentence. Because if you don't think Nikola Jokic is better than Magic Johnson, and he's the best player in the world right now, then Magic Johnson would be the best player in the fucking world right now.
So look, Chef right. Chef is right. I actually do, but I'm just trying to get the mic.
You think Nikola Jokic is... Go ahead.
Yeah, I think Nikola Jokic is better than Magic Johnson.
Damn. I'm on mute. G.
So listen. So to me, I don't know about y'all. I don't compare like people who like don't have similar skill sets. So when I look at somebody who does what Magic Johnson does right now in NBA, the only person I could think of is Giannis. Like he can't pass like Magic. He can't shoot. I don't think he can shoot better than Magic, really. But I think his ability just
you have to
straight up.
compare him to somebody like Luka. Yeah, why would you
Nah,
compare?
it's not Luca.
Oh, yo, you will be talking about Luka or
Like to
LeBron
me it's
for
Giannis.
Magic Johnson, yo.
Can I finish, bro? Can I
Go
finish?
ahead, go ahead.
I'm saying Giannis because I would expect them to have like a similar ability to try to like this is what he has in his toolbox to get to the rim, right? The I'm just bigger than you. I've caught you like I'm gonna use my size to get around you, not necessarily like
Oh, you never watched
some
Magic.
crazy first step. I'm gonna blow by you type shit. So that's what like to me. That's why I
You've never
compare.
seen Magic Johnson
Yeah, he
play.
never watched Magic.
Yeah,
This
I've
is
seen
sad.
Magic Johnson.
So you didn't see him penetrating, breaking down defenses, getting to the hole. You don't see none of that stuff. You don't
Yeah,
see him finishing. You don't see
I'm
him
seeing it.
starting at the top of the key, breaking down the defense, either scoring right at the basket or dishing it off a hella crazy passes. Like, so I'm trying to figure out what these niggas doing now that you saying Magic Johnson can't do. I am lost,
No.
Logic.
Magic
I'm
Johnson would be an elite level
I,
player.
it's the
Elite.
athleticism too, bro. Like I don't know.
Why do
I
you
So
would
keep
is
saying
say,
Luka
Magic
uber
Johnson was not
athletic?
an athlete,
Right.
bro?
He can play all
can I
five
talk
positions.
again?
He
Hold
can
on, give
Good,
it
play
back to me
good,
right
all
quick.
five
Pause.
positions,
good,
So
good.
but
look,
he
like
was
when
not
I'm so
athletic.
to me,
That's crazy.
yeah, I don't think he has like the crazy unique athleticism that Giannis has to be doing what Giannis
Jokic,
does.
Facts.
Jokic
And
can't.
he
Nikola Jokic
absolutely
can't jump over a
cannot
piece of
be.
paper.
He absolutely cannot be LeBron James, like top 1 percentile of athleticism ever type shit. Like, so if he's not that to be one of them niggas, then I would say he gotta be less than that.
You ever see the
Athleticism wise, like
speed?
he would have to at least have the athleticism to be one
You
of
do
them
know he
niggas
was. You
that don't
do,
got the crazy dribble moves to get around niggas. And
my
to
nigga.
me,
He
I
was
don't
six
see he
nine.
does it.
He was six
Hey,
nine running the
hey,
fast break Showtime
Yeah,
offense. How
it
you
looked
saying he
He
crazy.
wasn't
did.
athletic? He
And
ran
them
a
niggas
he
was
ran an
trash.
offense centered
yo,
around fast
what's up,
break.
y'all?
And them niggas was trash to me.
Haskell,
The
what up?
Los
Yo,
Angeles the Showtime Lakers was
Not the
trash.
Lakers wasn't trash. The Lakers had Cop. They had they
They
had the
had what?
best team. They had Cop. They had an all star team.
Oh,
yo, what's up, y'all?
What's up, Haskell?
What's happening, man? So Logic on here tripping again,
Yeah, man.
huh?
It's the Logic
Logic,
show, yo. We trying to
yeah.
Logic,
talk Logic off the
Logic.
ledge.
Chef done
That's
Chef
still
done
my
found
G though.
something. He
That's
done
still my
found
G
something that
though.
he thinks I sound crazy on, but I got my unique take on basketball. And
You
No,
do.
he don't like it,
you
bro.
want your thing for athleticism though, Logic, and you'd have to admit this, bro, because you my guy. I'm gonna defend you to the cows come home. But here's my challenge to you. Just because they don't have Vince Carter, LeBron James level athleticism, it don't mean that they wasn't athletic.
Right.
A 6'9" guy running a fast break offense. Probably the greatest fast break offense we've ever seen. Sure, they called the shit Showtime. He was 6'9". He had to be
Moving.
athletic, bro. He could
Moving.
guard
So
1
Hey,
through
hey,
5.
and
hey,
if
Brad.
that nigga looks like a better athlete back
He
then,
might not have
then
been
them other
explosive.
niggas had to be slow as fuck.
Hey, Brass.
Yeah.
All right, this is why I fell in love with basketball, right? When I first came to the States. If you ever play pickup ball, there's always an old head. He probably got 1, 2, 3 moves.
Yeah,
And you
big
couldn't
And
ass
stop him.
motherfucker.
And you couldn't stop
and
him.
and it's young dudes out there. They got all the dribble package in the world,
Can't do
all
shit
the
with church socks.
Yeah.
all the quickness, all the first step. They got it. They got everything. But somehow, some way, this 52-year-old nigga who just got off
Just got
from
off the
God,
assembly line.
yeah, he just got off work
A
from
bucket.
welding for 12 hours. The
He's a
nigga still
bucket.
got his
Oh
shirt on with
shit.
his name tag on it.
With oil on the motherfucker.
Right? Oil stains all on the motherfucker. And he throwing up a hook shot from 3,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that shit is driving niggas crazy.
Yeah, nigga killing you in steel toe shoes, nigga.
He ain't
Niggas
running
bring
around. He
He
ain't
ain't
running
running. He ain't even
around.
He ain't
sweating.
running
And he smoking. He
He
might
ain't
be smoking a
faster than
cigarette.
nobody out there.
Nigga might
You
be
got
smoking a
all
cigarette while he
right.
playing. Nigga, he's
You got
errorless.
all of the speed, athleticism.
That's a great
Hey,
example, Haskell.
but
Haskell.
you
Hey,
know what?
wait. Logic.
It
Hold
can't do nothing
on.
with this old man.
Let's marinate. That was an
Yeah, let the
amazing.
moment marinate a little bit.
Yeah,
Go
that
ahead.
was an amazing example. The nigga out there with church socks and motherfucking whatever, he killing niggas. You know who that reminded me of, Haskell? Let me show you how much I know basketball. Bernard King. Bernard King for the
Oh,
New
he
York
had a
Knicks.
game and a half.
That nigga, but here's the thing. He wrote a book. I read this book when I was in high school.
Or Paul Pierce.
Because my
Paul
coach,
Pierce had an old
no.
man
But
game.
I want to
It
go
was a
back to,
bucket.
I want to go back to him because Bernard King had two badass knees. He was my coach's favorite player. He brought in this old ass book. He said, read this shit, right? This nigga Bernard King wrote a
He'd
book.
drop 50 on you in
He
a
said,
heartbeat.
I got 9 spots on the court. I don't work on nothing else. Just these 9. He wrote a whole book on the shit. It was a mid-range, a pull, if you go Google this shit, just look it up. He wrote just these 9 spots. Those 9 spots put him in the Hall of Fame. The nigga, he couldn't dribble, he couldn't do nothing, but he could get to those spots and pull up. Bernard King for the New York Knicks. Matter of fact,
All right.
shout out to the New York Knicks. I hope the Knicks win tonight.
So let me explain to y'all what's going on here, right? Because what you would actually say about that old man is that he's clearly more skilled.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying?
No, he's not skilled.
He's
He's
a
a
better
bucket.
player. Yeah, he's a
But
bucket.
he's not. But
Yeah,
he's not skilled.
He's more skilled and a better player, right? That's why
Logic.
I don't think he's more skilled.
More
I don't think
efficient.
he's
More
more
efficient.
he's
skilled, and I don't think
definitely
He
he's
was
more
more
skilled.
efficient.
No. He's a bucket. He's a
Logic.
bucket.
If he's not anything, he's more polished. If he ain't anything, I
he's
don't know.
actually
Like
a buck. No, this
y'all,
is a
I don't know
nigga.
what y'all
Hold
trying
on,
to
listen
say.
to what I'm saying.
Y'all
This a
don't know what
nigga
I'm
that
trying.
never, hold on. This nigga never played, probably no high school basketball, never been coached. He a bucket. Like the nigga can just go and get a bucket. And that ain't always skill. Some niggas, if that's a skill, that's the one thing he got. He ain't down there grabbing rebounds. He ain't locking you up. It's
Hey,
just
Brian,
when he get the
it
ball,
it
there's
wouldn't
nothing you can
fall.
do
It
with him.
would. It wouldn't fall.
Ain't each one of those individual different things a skill? Like,
I
I
said a
don't know.
bucket. I
That's what
said
I'm
he.
saying.
Go ahead, House. I don't even
But
want to take your
Logic,
point. You brought the point up.
by the way how you had defined skills earlier, he wouldn't fall within that spectrum of what you consider like skillful, because he don't have the tween dribbles. You know what I'm saying? And he ain't got the.
He ain't
You know,
athletic. He can't jump out the
he ain't
gym.
athletic. He ain't got the. He ain't got the between the
And
dribble.
can't play defense. He's
Come
just
off
a
But what he
bucket.
does have is more
Damn,
effective
Haskell, I
than
should have stole that point. That's a hell of a fucking point.
whatever he does have is more effective than what's going on out there around
Right,
him. So
and
that's
that's the argument that the old heads is making, that a lot of the things that you place a tremendous amount of value on are not nearly as valuable as you imagine them to be. So like
no.
the tween.
In the
Hold
long
on,
run, it actually does work out because
hold on,
because either way you want to look at it, compared to that nigga, however you want to describe his game and what's going
This
on
nigga
between
said
them, compared to them young niggas that he torching, like they trash.
All right,
Billy
so
Owens was
I
a
wanted
bucket.
to use
Them
that.
niggas is trash.
Hold on, real quick. I wanted to use that as just a baseline, right? Let's take it to a more real life example. I saw a 7-foot gangly German with pretty much no handles, out of his prime, zero athleticism, right? Pretty good 3-point shot, no defense to speak of, right? I saw that guy run through Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook in their primes, Kobe Bryant just embarrassed the Lakers that year.
Oh
And
yeah.
LeBron.
And
And
then
LeBron.
And swept him.
went to the finals and defeated two of the most athletic players in NBA history dead in their primes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And he don't have no tween dribble. He's not coming off the screen breaking niggas down.
Not super
And this is
athletic.
Yeah, but
Not,
he was
not,
he
not
was unguardable, bro. You couldn't guard
Yeah,
him.
he highly skilled. I don't know what's the
hold on. But he's
what's
not high. He wasn't highly skilled in the areas that see
I
because
don't know
you
why
said
that's surprising that the
hold
highly
on,
skilled nigga got
hold
off.
on,
Like
but hold
pause.
on, logic. Hold
He
on, logic.
killing you again, Logic.
You in the example I gave you said okay, probably them young boys ain't got no skill, but in this example, I'm sure you would agree that Dwayne Wade and LeBron James were two of the most skilled players in the league, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that part's off the table, and they're far more athletic than Dirk was, right?
What can we get to like the point? I
Hold
want to say
on.
something too.
Yeah, but I can't even.
Go ahead,
Every
ask.
time I
Go
make
ahead,
three,
ask him. Go ahead, bro.
yeah, but you cut, yeah, logic. You cut me off like every 3-4 words. Like, let me make the point, and then you counter. So if you concede all those things that I just said, right, it just goes to show you again, the things that you put all this value on is not nearly as valuable as you think. Like 3 of the top 5 current players are not very athletic. Shea ain't no super athlete. Jokic and Luka certainly are not. So yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Hold on. Shea is highly skilled.
No, I
He ain't
said
no super.
athlete.
Athlete.
Oh yeah.
He's not.
No.
He's
You're right.
not a
You're
super
right. You're right.
athlete. No.
Well, here's the thing, though. Let's say when we talk about athleticism, can we use the word explosive versus athlete? Because here's the thing about Jokic. I don't think nobody pays attention. They say he's all big and goofy and this, that, and the other. Man, that nigga plays 48. I've seen guards tap out. This nigga be playing 48 minutes a game, both sides of the court, 40 points, 20 rebounds, and 12 assists. He's an athlete, bro. Like I'm not going. We can't. If we're talking about explosive, he probably ain't explosive, right? But he's definitely. If you're in the NBA playing 40 plus minutes at a high level, MVP, triple double for the season, you ain't doing that with no athleticism. He ain't explosive. Maybe change the word. But these guys are all athletes. They just, he ain't jumping out the gym. But the nigga that can jump out the gym, he'll put in a body bag. Like you said with Dirk Nowitzki. Dirk Nowitzki is one of the most highly skilled big men. Is once again another European, Jokic, not American. The motherfuckers that ain't in America is way more skilled than the ones in America. Shea is not from America. It's from Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Jokic is from what is it, Serbia or some shit like that. Doncic is from somewhere else. Dirk Nowitzki from somewhere else. Those guys, those camps that they run over there, those guys are highly skilled. They know how to play angles and all that shit. But they're definitely athletes, but there's not a lot of explosiveness. I can't stand to watch Shea. I don't like watching Shea Gilgeous-Alexander play basketball, to be quite
No,
honest
but
with you.
see now,
But
Brass. So now Logic gotta attack you the same way he attacks me. Because what you're calling skill is what I'm saying magic in them ass. And I don't see him going at you talking about their dribbling. You see what I'm saying? He attacked me when you're talking about skill. I'm like, yo, ain't no way these guys more skilled than Michael Jordan or Magic Johnson. And this dude, Logic, start talking about dribbling and coming off screen and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, hold up. Do you know Magic Johnson, his fundamentals, his touch around the basket, all of that shit Joker get credit for? People call that shit skill. You think what I'm saying? Being able to pass the ball in the lane, all that shit is skill. He told me, no, I'm talking about their handle, the dribbling, this, that, and the third, and being able to do a step back jump. And I'm like, bro, what? Like, we're talking.
Hey, how old are you, Logic?
50.
If you don't mind me.
38.
38? Okay, you ain't that young.
Yeah, he ain't that
but
young to be making this argument.
he's not. But here's the thing: we both was born after Magic won his first title. So we don't know Magic Johnson. I just know Magic Johnson because my brothers loved the nigga and was watching the tapes and all of that kind of shit. And every time I bring up LeBron, they bring up Magic Johnson. So it's not That's
They're
the
not
only
a
way I would
generation.
even. Yeah, like, but 6'9". The reason why I say he could dribble is because nobody was dribbling like Kyrie and them back in the day. So it's not like he was a less dribbler for the time.
Yeah,
But
I'm trying to be nice
was
to y'all, but the nigga can't dribble, bro. There
the
you
nigga
go. I
was
said
hold
it.
on, but hey,
Nutty
Logic, the
shit.
nigga was 6'9" dribbling through motherfucker. You know how difficult that
Right.
is to be 6'9"
That nigga can't do
dribbling
it. You know what?
through motherfuckers. You know how hard
Let me
that
tell you
is to
something.
do.
Let me tell you something, bro. Yeah, I think we see niggas do that.
Not in 1980.
And the shit I see niggas that do that now, I don't see Magic doing that, right?
But
So
these
okay,
niggas
let's say
can't
like
win.
Paul, let's say no, they don't win, but
So
they do
what
do
is
that
it? What
shit,
is
right?
it doing? What
Hold,
is
bro,
it
I
doing?
just
It's
let
not
hold up.
effective.
All
Let him
y'all
go.
just
Let
got
him
to
go.
talk.
Let Logic go.
All
Let
y'all just got
Logic
to
go.
talk.
Let
Go
Logic
ahead.
go.
So
I
look,
feel it. I understand his pain.
so look, Paul George, 6'9",
Oh hell no.
trash, trash,
Trash. I don't want to.
trash, right?
See, you did
Paul
all of that to
George,
start with Paul George.
Brent said, "Oh hell
regular
no."
Oh, hell no.
ass nigga, right?
A
I'm keeping it
podcast.
real,
This nigga's a
bro. Hold up,
podcaster.
bro. You gotta let me get it, dog.
Go ahead, bro. You just started with Paul
Trash.
George. You just fuck up the
Paul
conversation.
George, trash.
Yes.
But look, can't like the his ability to like be splitting double teams and handle the ball at the top of the key and getting off 3-pointers. He's way better than that at Magic Johnson, bro. Like way better than that. Even we're just talking about breaking down people on
I don't
ISO.
think you get a
Now
lot of
he
push.
might also do that shit and miss,
The Logic.
but
I don't think
that
you get
nigga's
a lot of
ability to
pushback
get
on
that to get to that shot.
it.
Well, that's what I
I don't
mean when
think
I say
so.
he's more skilled.
I don't
I'm
think
not
you
saying
get
he's a
a
better player at all. He is trash,
yeah, but again,
but definitely more skilled.
those things that you're considering like to be such a skillful thing, like if you think about like Stephen Francis back in the day, one of the most insane dribble packages, even if you compare it to niggas today, crazy. You know what I'm saying? And you consider that to be
Yeah,
like
this
Let
actually
him
still don't
finish.
work.
Let him
Like
finish. Let
if
my
y'all
nigga.
find
Let him
some
finish before
overlap,
we start arguing and shit. I don't argue. Let the nigga finish.
but it's like four of them. So
Damn.
I gotta go extra long when I get a chance to talk. You
go
know what
ahead,
I'm
Logic.
saying?
What you
Pause,
was
my
Because
what you
even
nigga.
was
if
saying,
it,
Logic? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Damn. If you want to go
oh,
extra
excuse me,
long, do that on your time. Pause.
true that. So I mean, even if you find like some contradictions in how I'm saying it,
Sheesh.
I know how I'm saying it.
I'm going on
And,
mute, bro. I'm
these
going on
new
mute. That was wild as hell. Go ahead. Go ahead. You got it, bro.
pause. I missed another pause.
No, I'm
And
just
pause.
saying, just go as long as you want to.
You, you tell like man. I know exactly how I'm trying to say it. Like, in order for like the people to have like got to where they're at with these crazy elite ball handling skills that we're seeing now, I'm definitely calling that shit more skilled. And you can see even people who aren't like super efficient and able to do it. I see that like how they're doing it is definitely doing it at a higher level in that particular department. And I would definitely want the ball in the hands of somebody who like gets it done in that particular way, right? We could debate which one of them that you want. You know what I'm saying? What I mean by that is like everybody down from, just like peer average Cam Thomas scorers. You know what I'm saying? You just put him in the game just for him to shoot, score, and all the way up to like the very top of, I'm giving to LeBron James and to everybody just stand over there in the corner and you break down a defender and create a play for us. Like the extremes that it takes to be that guy with the ball in his hands over and over and over again, like that, making that effective today requires things that like not only did they not see back then, but like didn't even come into the game until later. Like they're the children of something that those people created, right? Like they and everything from there. And what I'm like the children that was created at the time really is kind of like the dream team, right? Like, either the dream team entered the world, influenced the world, made basketball bigger, better, stronger across the world, or it didn't. Right? Either of these people out here now are bigger, better, stronger athletes, even in on the Olympic level. Either they're still breaking new records or they're not. And I see people are still doing it, right? So people are just generally getting better, right? They have better equipment, they're using science or what have you, like the ability to get better is better now. Right. So even for the average player to have access to the best of nutrition, the best of whatever staffs and all of that shit, like they all got that shit now. Like even trash niggas is doing it. You see it. I just said Paul George. Before I knew he was trash, I definitely was a huge Paul George fan because that's an anomaly. Like you really have another person like a Tracy McGrady who is, unusually tall for a guard. You know what I'm saying? For the most part, you can not have at least not with Paul George because he's trash. You can have the ball in his hands for a long period of time and not have turnovers, and he's bigger than most guards. You know like a Magic Johnson or a Tracy McGrady. But at the same
Yeah.
time, I think that the
Yeah, you going extra
athleticism,
long.
skill. Yeah, I threw it in there for you. I had to. But
You
y'all get
going
what I'm saying? Like the people,
yeah,
the
going
ability
excel.
to get better with this better athleticism and all of that, like it's producing better athletes and definitely more skilled, better athletes. And I think that's going to always be an issue for me because those it makes those other guys that they're getting those fancy moves off on pause
Mm-hmm.
better athletes, like generally better. Like you know what I'm saying? They're better, generally better at everything. But that's what I'm saying, and that's just how I'm seeing it. If that might give me a crazy basketball take, but that's how I actually see the
I
whole
don't think what you're saying
scenario.
is crazy because at the end of the day, you value highly, certain aesthetics of the game. You feel me? And that's just a personal preference thing. So I don't think anybody should ever like argue with you to
No, it's
say,
it's it's definitely not
hold on,
aesthetics.
Logic, I just was quiet for 5 minutes while you rambled. Like, come on, let somebody else speak, brother. Um, well, I lost my train of thought. So yeah, I was saying that you put a high premium on aesthetics, right? If you take a guard like Tony Parker, Tony Parker probably Tony Parker had two moves. He had the in and out dribble, and then when he wasn't giving you that in and out dribble, he was giving you that crossover, right? And he's getting right to whatever he's doing. He's not going to play with his food. And if he couldn't get where he was going, he's going to get off the ball. I say that to say this. Now, Tony Parker was incredibly quick, incredible first step. So let me not let me not be out
Right,
here.
an exception.
Oh, God
Another,
damn,
you have
Logic.
you was about to go for a little minute before you
Logic,
was
you
gonna
just
admit
spoke.
that the nigga was exceptionally fast and quick.
Logic, you just went Magnum XL. Like you went extra long. Nobody said nothing, bruh. Go ahead though. You got it. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Yeah, that's what you're gonna find. And then you're gonna find that, if you're gonna use somebody like Tony Parker who's gonna have like limited dribble moves, right?
I didn't even
But
finish making my
so
point about Tony
go
Parker.
ahead, finish making your
But
point. Then you said you was gonna let me talk. I'm
no,
going
no, go
to
ahead. Go ahead.
I'm gonna allow you to speak. I shouldn't have cut you off. So go ahead.
Yeah.
Give it to
So I'm gonna be quick about it. What I was gonna say is, um, to me, this is probably counterintuitive for you because of how you see the game. For me, the most impressive thing in basketball is being effective with less dribbles because I've tried to play that way with the less dribbles, and it is infinitely more harder than doing the tween behind the back wraparound stuff. It's insanely more difficult. Um, that's why a lot of times when you see these professional guys play one on one, they limit the dribbles to three or four. So For me, I think it's the opposite. The more you can get done with less dribbles, that actually indicates more skill than the fancy dribble packages.
It's more efficient. Efficiency.
Not
A
just more
great basketball player
the
is
Brad,
looking for efficiency.
it's much harder to do than a dribble
No.
step.
I know that, but I'm saying the goal of any basketball player at those high levels is to just be more efficient. Like we was talking about mid ranges, right? Yesterday or day before yesterday. We saying how they're trying to remove it from the game. The only guys that they allow to do a mid range game are the guys that can do it where it fits the analytics efficiently. Like Shea is very efficient. It makes sense. Like this guy is going to hit a high percentage and he's going to allow other people to be able to get their shit off pause while he's doing his mid range game. Kawhi Leonard, he's highly efficient at it. Kevin Durant. The only guys they allow in the league to even be mid-range players are those guys. Everybody else, they don't hit the mid-range at all. It takes them too long to get to their spot to even be considered that. So yeah, those 3 dribble workouts is real. 1, 2, 3, and then do whatever you're gonna do. So get to your spot, shoot your shot, whatever it is. But the bag, I think Logic is more talking about something more subjective, more abstract. He's talking about a bag.
Yeah, that's what I said.
He's talking about what kind of bag do these
He's
niggas got?
infatuated with aesthetics.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Yeah, but
that's not aesthetics though.
But the greatest basketball players don't have the best bags though, Logic. You would agree. Michael Jordan could dribble, but he wasn't. His main shot was a 1 dribble pull up. LeBron has a bag, but he played next to the guy with the bag, so you could see he if you thought LeBron had a bag, just look to the right to that little guy Kyrie, and you can see the bag.
This is what I don't like about that, because that makes Jordan Klay Thompson. I don't like that.
You just trying to piss people off or something.
That make him. Oh, he don't never since he don't never have to dribble, and he hit.
I didn't
all
say
these shots.
he didn't. No.
I didn't
say he didn't have to. Like, listen, what I'm saying.
Okay.
I didn't say you can't say a guy that has 10 scoring titles can't dribble. Like he got the points somehow.
Yeah, Brad,
like he went and got the buckets.
He did it at a time when all them niggas was trash.
No, I'm not saying he can't. I'm not saying he can't dribble, but he certainly. I mean, I'm using Kyrie because he's easy. And you like to
Kyrie
me when I'm
elite. He's an outlier amongst these great dribblers.
Yeah, he's an outlier, right? So okay,
remove Kyrie from this conversation.
Let me remove Kyrie.
Yeah, like he's elite.
I'm trying to think of an average person who we repeatedly are seeing people like breaking down people.
Donovan Mitchell, Jalen Brunson. Those kinds of guys.
That can
get
Jalen Brunson, he not like.
No, you're saying. Listen. You're saying a bag.
Jalen Brunson. I'm thinking you're talking about somebody else. Yes, Jalen Brunson. He can break it down. He can break it down.
He goes.
I thought you were talking about Brunson, the other Brunson dude, but yeah, you talking.
Yeah, he's got a 1. He's got a 1. They go 1-4 flat.
Probably.
When Jalen Brunson has the ball, he can't wait. He would beg for a center to get on him because he can't guard him. But what I'm saying though is, I don't see how you could. I don't see how you could say Michael Jordan wasn't a dribbler, but he had 10 scoring titles, my nigga.
Right, but I'm saying if you're not saying
dribbled the ball to do it.
So listen. If you're not saying. If you're saying that the nigga didn't need to dribble like that to get his shot off, then he shoot like Klay Thompson. Like he could it doesn't matter what it is, he's just hitting that shit.
But you're going from one extreme to another. You're going from a nigga that can get 60 in 3 dribbles, Klay Thompson, to a motherfucker like you didn't see motherfucking. As even though the Bulls got swept that series, you didn't see fucking young Michael Jordan tween and motherfucking Larry Bird.
Yeah, I did see him regular tween.
You didn't see the spin-off Charles Oakley dunking on Patrick Ewing.
I also saw the guy not giving him enough space to do all of that too.
Well, no, I think a lot of them niggas was trash. I'm just saying, but he can't. That ain't his fault.
No, it's not
Nah,
his
but
fault.
look, here's what I would say, Brass. Like I readily conceded to Logic yesterday that at the wing positions, like today's guys are definitely better. Like the two guards back then wasn't really much anything to speak of. But even with saying that, if you take a look at Michael Jordan's last season in the NBA, the 02-03 season, he averaged 20 points, shot 45% from the field. When you look at his field goal percentage compared to guys like who Logic would consider um, advanced wing players compared to your Pete Myers and your Hornaceks and all of them dudes, right? The T-Max of the time, the Ray Allens, the Allen
Gilbert
Iversons,
Arenas.
the Gilbert Arenas, 45%. That's actually Tracy shot it worse than that, but that was what Kobe. That's what those guys were shooting in 2003, right? So the fact that you had a 39-year-old Jordan, well past his prime, knees fucked up and all of that, and he's still able to put up 20 on equal or better efficient shooting than these advanced guards, that tells you everything. See, what you got to understand is 88 to 93 Jordan, his first step was just so crazy that one dribble, he's at the rim. Like he's gone. And that's what I think you might not understand, Logic, because I see you put in the chat all the time about coming off pin downs and post ups. No, that was when Michael Jordan was out of his prime. No, go watch 88 to 93.
Can I ask you a question, Haskell? Let me just see. I just want to bounce an idea off of you. But would you agree, Michael Jordan? And I don't like doing these conversations with the greatest. Like Michael Jordan's top 3 player of all time. Some people consider him the GOAT. So when we have these conversations, it's all relative, right? But when you say he had a crazy first step and then he was at the rim and then there was nothing nobody could do with him, would you at least somewhat agree from that time period, 86 to 90, before he won his title, when he was doing scoring titles, going crazy, all of that shit, would you agree the league-wide level of athleticism, no, I don't want to say athleticism, league-wide average of explosiveness and dexterity, I guess, speed or whatever.
Quickness.
He was light years ahead of them guys at the time. Like jumping ability, like that mix of explosiveness, quickness, leaping ability. I don't think I don't think he ever played in an era where somebody could match him in those. If you understand what I'm saying, I think he was ahead of everybody in that.
Yeah, but remember, Brass, I already conceded that point.
Okay.
And that's why I brought up 2003 to bring those athletes right into the equation and to juxtapose that and say, okay, if a 39-year-old Jordan could still be that effective against those level of athletes in their primes, by the way. So like T-Mac, Ray Allen, Vince, all those guys were in their primes by the 02-03 season. So if he's able to shoot it that efficiently in a league that was that much more athletic top to bottom than 1988 at 38 years old, that to me is enough evidence that he would still be able to if you took 88 to 93 Jordan and just dropped him into 2020 or 2015, he's still going to be a top 0.01% athlete. Like when I look at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I can look at the screen and just tell just by looking at him, he's nowhere near in Jordan's class as an athlete.
Oh yeah, no question. No,
I can see that. Yeah, Jordan was a Ferrari in a time where it was a lot of
niggas was Ford trucks
around.
Niggas was Ford trucks.
No, niggas was Volkswagen.
And then when because you know what's crazy, bro? Not only was he blowing by fucking Model T Fords, when he got to the rim, all them niggas was F-150s. Like, I done watched him dunk on so many 7-foot motherfuckers that had no agility, nothing. And it don't take nothing away from him because he's still him. It's just I would have liked to see and I guess I wasn't during the time. I mean, shit, I was what? I was kind of watching basketball in the second round of his titles, but I was playing more sports than watching. And I just wish he would have went up against more like his athletic contemporary at the time was a small forward Dominique Wilkins and his brother Gerald and fucking
and
Clyde Drexler. And Clyde Drexler at the time, shit, he was getting old, right? Like he was a leaper, but Clyde Drexler didn't have the mix of athleticism, explosiveness, and leaping ability. He just had amazing leaping ability, but I don't think he was like his first step was probably crazy, but it wasn't Michael Jordan. And then I watched them two go against each other. And I don't know where Michael Jordan was in his prime, but what Michael Jordan did to the Blazers in the finals says everything I need to know about Clyde Drexler. And he's another one that didn't get a title until Michael was playing baseball. And even he had to go play with Akeem Olajuwon to go get his. So it's like that. And then also Haskell, I hate to turn this into a Jordan conversation. I hate the way niggas talk about Michael Jordan, but for the niggas that played against him. I can't stand it, bro. These niggas, I don't know how you could guard a nigga you think is God. Like if you think this nigga is God,
shit, you don't like that. You don't like that Black Jesus shit, huh?
Nah, I don't like that, bro. I don't like you better not say nothing to him. Because if you say something to him, he gonna go crazy. And I'm sitting there like, now Haskell, honestly. Imagine if you was debating somebody and somebody walked up to you before the debate and was like, hey man, now listen, just do your debate. Don't say nothing crazy. Don't say no ad homs, because that nigga you talking to is a killer. Now the Haskell that I know is gonna be like, nigga, move around first. You know what I'm saying? Not okay, no problem. Like the stories I hear, people think that them stories is cool, but to me, it's like, so he played, not only was he more athletic than all these motherfuckers, they was all afraid of him too. It's like, damn, bro. All the best players, Barkley, all these guys, you better not, bro, you said something to Michael Jordan? Damn, man. Shit. And then now it's like, I don't know.
No,
It's a crazy thing to me.
It's because you know what it is? Like, we don't see nobody since that time who has been able to dominate their peers to that level. So kind of instinctively the conclusion is like, okay, then those other guys just were, they just couldn't have been that great. Because if you look at LeBron, Jokic, you look at how Anthony Edwards looked last night, or even Shea flopping all over the place,
I
or
can't stand to watch Shea play, man.
Or T-Mac, or Kobe, or Dwayne Wade, or these are incredible athletes, incredibly skilled and the rest of it. And they have many moments where they looked very, very mortal. Jordan had those moments too, but they were few and far between, right? So it's just hard for us to imagine a player being that dominant. But what I always say to that is, just like you say certain guys are outliers, like Shaq, like 2000 to 2002 Shaq, that's just an outlier. You know what I'm saying? That's like Galactus. And for me, Jordan's combination of skills, his competitiveness, willpower, his physical tools like his hand size, wingspan, combined with his speed, first step, the explosiveness, all of that stuff. I just think that he's just an outlier
And the
outliers.
timing, though, and the timing. Because see, here's the one of the most disrespected players of y'all generation. I don't know if Logic's still here, but at one of the most one of the most disrespected players of y'all generation is Isaiah Thomas. And Isaiah Thomas made a quote. He's one of the people that wasn't afraid of Michael Jordan. Like Reggie Miller, one of the things I give him respect for is that you could tell he was not afraid of Michael Jordan. Didn't give a shit how he felt about what he said. But Isaiah Thomas said, he was talking to Stephen A. Smith, and he said, remember that tween dribble that Larry Bird, y'all show all the time when he scored 63? He said, yeah. You do know that he got swept that series, right? And then he said that in the 80s, he's one of the only people that said this. Y'all can tell he wasn't afraid. He was like, I'm the only guy that beat Michael Jordan, that beat Magic Johnson, that beat Larry Bird. I'm one of the only guys that can say I beat all three of those players or dynasties or teams, whatever you want to call it. And I put a question to Chef earlier, and he dodged it ever so gracefully, I admit. He changed the conversation immediately. I want to have a quick GOAT conversation, just real quick. I know, and shouts to Reggie. They're saying we should be able to talk about Black leaders like this. I'm sure we can. We just don't feel like it right now. It's the playoffs. Shouts to my brother Reggie.
All that shit get put on pause.
Yeah, it's a play. Ease up. Malcolm X's birthday was yesterday. No, I'm just playing. But and matter of fact, Reggie, I don't know if you're a Knicks fan, but good luck to y'all. I hope y'all actually make the finals. Michael Jordan was given. This is my argument. I agree. There's three guys in the GOAT conversation. My GOAT would be LeBron, but I agree you got to add in Kareem, you got to add in Michael Jordan. So I don't consider nobody else in that conversation. Those three guys, Magic is right outside of it. Kobe's outside of it. Shaq's outside of it. But I'm just saying the three GOATs, and you have to get to one, you're going through those three. Here's my concern, right? Everybody brings up the art and Logic. I don't know. I'm bouncing this idea off of YouTube. Everybody brings up the 6 rings for Michael Jordan, and that LeBron has 4 and he lost 6 times. So he can't be the GOAT because Michael Jordan has 6 rings. I went back and started listening to podcasts and different things of people from that era. Gilbert Arenas said something interesting. That Michael Jordan was considered the GOAT before he ever won a ring. And that at the time, there wasn't really a GOAT conversation, but if you were having a GOAT conversation, it would be the 6 rings. It would either be Bill Russell with the 11 rings, because the conversation was in its infancy. They wasn't talking about mailmen and plumbers and all of that shit. They was just saying Russell has 11. They was talking about Wilt Chamberlain, and they was talking about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar because he had 6 rings, the scoring title, the sky hook, the 6. I think he has 6 MVPs. Somebody look that up. I could be wrong, but I think he's got 6 MVPs. Right.
Yeah, he got 6 MVPs. Yep.
Right. So at the time, when they started calling Michael Jordan the GOAT, he hadn't won a ring yet. So I agree that he's gone on to defend it, to defend that thought of what they thought at the time, right? Because he's in the conversation. But why do people hold on? Why do they regretfully not want to give LeBron? Why do you think people regretfully want to not give LeBron the GOAT title because he doesn't have 6? When they disregarded Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's 6 titles when they first started calling Michael Jordan the GOAT, and he didn't have a ring at all. Now, he had accolades. He was the MVP. He had a couple scoring titles, I think. We're talking about like 4 years in the league, 4 or 5 years in the league. Mm-hmm. So why do you think people rationalize that argument of just skipping Kareem and just giving it to this kid, pause, at the time, and then somehow not giving the same thing to LeBron after 20 plus years? What's your take on that?
Well, I say
it sounds like.
Go ahead, Elijah.
No, you go ahead.
No, I was going to say.
It sounds like. Dang, we can't get it together. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say that with first of all, that was far from consensus. As far as like people saying he was the GOAT prior to 91, I mean, you might have like one or two like Bird had that famous quote that he
was
was
Jesus, yeah.
God in basketball shoes.
Right.
And then you had Bobby Knight, who I think coached him in either the 84 or the 88 Olympics. And he was saying that he was the greatest basketball player that he'd ever seen, just based off of like his the skill set, the will, and all the rest of it, right? But that
Right.
wasn't like it's far from like some consensus thing. So that's the first
Well, they're saying that's when
part.
that's when they're saying the media first started saying
Nah,
at the time, like it was Bob Costas. They named the people. It was Bob Costas, Ahmad Rashad, what's the other guy? It was like the people that we were like our Stephen A. Smiths and Skip Baylesses of this time. The people that were the talking head, Vesey, I think was his name. The talking heads at the time.
Vesey used to kill Jordan. He hated Jordan, but
okay.
That was I think you're probably because I think I know the Gilbert quote that you're talking about, and it was actually after the first three-peat. They erected that statue for him outside the United Center, and they had that article with him next to Wilt, and they were saying that. I think you're getting the timelines a little mixed up. I could be wrong.
And then after the first three, if that's what it was, but still, even then, it's 3 titles to sit. See, I'm in the titles argument. Is what I'm saying. He didn't have the most points. He didn't have the most anything. He was probably the most marketed, like Reggie's saying. He was at a time when the league needed him because this was after Magic Johnson, after Bird. That's what I'm saying. A lot of Michael Jordan shit is timing too. That's when the game was beginning to go global. You see the big ass poster of him in Barcelona and all of that. So I get all of that. I'm just saying why the titles argument now, but it wasn't a title. It couldn't have been a titles argument then because he was going up against the guy who had the most points, the most MVPs, and the most titles. You see what I'm saying?
No, I get exactly what you're saying, but I think like the titles thing, that's mostly the casual fans. Like, I don't think most people who know basketball, like that's what they lean on. But I'm gonna give it to logic. But I wanted to get this one point in real quick to answer that's the second part of your question about why people don't consider LeBron to be GOAT, and I happen to be one of those persons, right?
Where you got him? Where you got him at though? In the
for
top
me,
10?
I probably got LeBron somewhere like around 7 or 8.
Okay.
And the reason being is that while LeBron didn't have the physical advantages at his position that Jordan had at the time, he rectified that by playing with some of the most elite players at their absolute primes in the league, and the results weren't. It didn't blow you away. You get what I'm saying? So for me, what happened in 2008, for example, against the Celtics when he shot 35% for the
in the
that series and was turning the ball over 5 times per game, right? Then you fast forward to 2010, he meets up with the Celtics again, shoots around the same percentage, turns it over. Well, it wasn't for the entire series. It was like the back end of the series. And that's when he quit on Cleveland and ran to Miami. And we also saw that in the 07 finals, but he was young then. We give him a pass. But I say that to say this. And then 2011 to me is what ended the debate, because I always conceded that, yes, Jordan did have a decided advantage at his position, much more so than LeBron did, right? But by the same token, once LeBron got to play with a first-team All-NBA level player, a player who was top 3, in my opinion, in 2009, 2010, and 2011, right?
Okay.
In his absolute prime, right? And the performance that LeBron had with that level of help, like when we saw Jordan struggle against Detroit, he didn't have a guy next to him averaging 37 and 5 and shooting 55% from the field to take pressure off of him. LeBron had that and still averaged 2 points a game. 2 points a game in the fourth quarters and had an 8-point game in a pivotal game 4. Right? So that for me, and it's not just I'm not just playing the results. It's his skill set, which is why he wasn't able to dominate while having those first team All NBA level teammates next to him. And that's the reason for me.
I'm gonna let Logic go, but then I want to have that conversation. Go ahead, Logic.
Man, I done forgot the question, man.
Why do you think they gave one of the reasons why I discount Jordan's GOAT is because I don't think he was the GOAT in the first place. Like my list is LeBron, Kareem, Jordan. And the only reason it's that way is because I hate him so much. Once again, I think he's the second or third greatest. But when they began to name him the GOAT, he wasn't the GOAT in anything. Like he didn't have the most titles, he didn't have the most points. It was just he was way dominant over the guys of those. Let's move into those first three titles. I'll take it that I was wrong. So let's say those first three titles. After those first three titles, yes, he was dominant. Yes, he was great. I would say he was a top 10 player. But to take those three titles and whatever else he did and just skip Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who had 6 titles, 6 MVPs, the most points of all time, but then somehow in 2025 tell me that LeBron can't be the GOAT because he don't have 6. The argument don't make sense. Because to me, that's where I get into the fan stuff. The niggas, they was drinking the Gatorade, they was watching the Come Fly With Me videos and dressing up and with the armbands and shit, buying Jordans. I think Jordan's got a lot to do with it too, the perception. So why do you understand my argument when I say that about Michael Jordan, and why do you think they gave him that GOAT title so early? Or does that kind of disqualify? Do you see where I'm going?
To me, that don't discourage me so much. I think that they was just right, given how things played out. Like that nigga did wind up being cold. But to me, like I'm not trying to get back into my argument, but Jordan looked like he jumping off a trampoline compared to everybody, man. So they were right if saying that he passed the eye test for them that early. And I think that his skill and obvious efficiency, right? I don't think that's a word that you wouldn't want to say with Jordan. He shot a crazy high percentage from mid range, right? I think it's like 56%.
Oh yeah, he was highly skilled.
Yeah, it was a record for a while. So yeah, to say he's not what he is, like I don't give that early title. I'm not gonna take that away from Jordan.
Now, even if he got to 6 rings, right? There are people, if we're doing the rings conversation, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar got 6 rings and 6 MVPs. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and I only know my father, he's a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, like you can't say nothing about Kareem. This would be a full-blown argument if I brought my father into these conversations. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar,
bring him through, man.
I can't. You know what it is? You know what it is with him, Haskell? His is because he was in New York a lot during that time, and he remembers Lou Alcindor at Power Memorial High School. Like he remembers him, like the 88-0 guy, and then he remembers him at UCLA. You know, like when he's saying all around, if you just look at basketball careers, nobody has the career he has.
If that's like the rubric we were using, then nobody ain't fucking with
Yeah,
Kareem.
no, and that's where he goes because we're talking about basketball.
It's not even close.
Yeah, that's where he goes. And when he went to that, that's when I had to move Kareem Abdul-Jabbar up because I didn't know he was that dominant in high school. He didn't lose in high school. And then when he went to college at UCLA, I think he lost 1 game. They changed. They said he was so dominant, they took the dunk out of the game. They said you can't dunk no more because it wouldn't. Bro, they took it out of.
You gotta chill.
So it's like and then when you get to the NBA, okay, I can't dunk no more. Here's this sky hook that's unguardable. He had an unguardable move, bro. So
it would be unguardable today. They just
no one could guard it today. Yeah. So I don't know. It's just I think it's an interesting conversation. I think, like I said, we're splitting hairs when we having these kinds of conversations. I think social media, I think LeBron's biggest curse is always going to be social media. We know way too much about LeBron James. We don't know of hardly anything personal other than stories about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bill Russell, Michael Jordan. We know stories. LeBron James, that meltdown, Gilbert Arenas. I like watching Gil's Arena. I would implore anybody, if you want to watch people talk about basketball, Kenyon Martin, Swaggy P, Gilbert Arenas, and Brandon Jennings. They discuss it from a player's perspective. Gilbert Arenas' thing about how all we do is critique our athletes now, but that during the 80s and 90s, all we did was celebrate them.
That's not true.
Well, that's what he says. I'm just saying that's what he says. So he would say, like,
you had a conversation with him before, believe it or not.
Oh, that's dope.
I know exactly what he says, but he's.
So what is he saying? What is he saying, and then argue it? What is he trying to say, and then
He's
tell me
saying
why
like
you say
it was
it's
a lot of hero worship back in them times, back in the 80s and 90s, and it was something to that, but it was plenty of criticism too. Because remember, before Jordan won his first championship, they were saying that a shooting guard or a person, a guard who was
primary
that,
scorer,
could never win.
Right.
Until it happened. They criticized him for gambling, going to Atlantic City before. I think that was in the '93 finals. Like, there was plenty of criticism. Now, of course, in the age of technology, it's going to be times 100 because there's just so much more media. But no, everybody wasn't just glazing.
No. I don't. No. But not Michael Jordan. He was talking about also like how motherfuckers appreciated Reggie Miller. They didn't treat Reggie Miller like how they was treating Tatum before he won. It was like Reggie Miller had a great season. He's a great shooter, and the fact that he didn't really win rings and stuff, they weren't killing him for that. They was just talking about how great, because Michael Jordan, he was the top of the conversation. I'm saying guys like Reggie Miller, Patrick Ewing, those guys, they weren't killing them for not winning. They were just saying they were saying how great they were.
All right. People didn't get killed back then for just not winning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like and Ewing, nigga, they flambéed Ewing for his performance in the '94 finals. Jordan wasn't even in it. Nigga, they killed Ewing shot like 36% that finals. You know what I'm saying? A lot of that had to do with my personal second best player, Hakeem. That's like my second.
Yeah, I was about to say he went up against a dog. Shaq got swept.
He right.
He
was going against Hakeem at his peak, but that's what I'm saying. Nigga, they killed Ewing for that finals. You know what I'm saying? They killed Magic when he had that horrible series in '84. You know what I'm saying? When he was calling him
tragic.
When he was calling him tragic. So I get what Gil's saying. Today is more pronounced. I'll give him that, but nah, nigga, you got killed when you played like shit, and they killed Bird too.
They killed the Great White Hope.
Yeah, that finals when Cornbread won finals MVP. I think Bird, they didn't kill him too much because the team won, but Bird had 2 single-digit performances in that finals, and they was giving him the business then. But the Celtics won, so of course it ain't gonna be like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Gil is right, but I think he putting a little sauce on it.
Okay. Is Chef here or is he cutting hair? I think Chef been listening for a long ass time.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm working, but I'm here.
Okay.
Y'all cooking.
I think we.
I'll tell y'all what. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. Because I don't know where to go after this. Y'all go.
Hey man, you know what I've been doing while I was sitting here? I've been watching 1987 Game 6 of the finals, Boston versus the Lakers. Right. That's Magic MVP season.
Mm-hmm.
And when I tell you, Magic Johnson is not putting the ball on the floor and getting past nobody, nigga.
when you stick on to an argument, you ain't
Let me
let that
tell you
shit go.
something, bro.
God,
Hey, Haskell,
But do
Haskell,
you
you
disagree
you
with
act- you
do you
actually
disagree with
a
him,
lot
Brad?
more
'Cause
chill.
I don't disagree.
You actually a lot more chill than I expected
listen,
you to be, yo. Because I be hearing you turned up
because
a
guess
lot,
what? In
but you
'87,
chilling.
in 1987, right? I don't know where Magic was. I don't know where Magic was in his prime. In that game, what number for whatever he did, what happened in that game? What did he do? What was his points, rebounds, and assists?
What was his points, rebounds? I actually don't know.
Okay.
I'm purely just looking at because I'm sure at some point in time in this series he probably went off, right? I'm sure he had.
I'm pretty sure he went off all. If he's playing against Boston, I'm pretty sure he went crazy.
You went crazy in all of the games.
No,
I
I'm
tell
not
you
saying he
what,
went crazy in all the games. I'm saying if it's Magic Johnson.
Yeah, at some point in the series he went crazy for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think he won
Right.
Finals
So
MVP.
I'm saying
So
based
what are
on
we
him
talking about? You still need the bag.
I'm
though.
looking at this
You need
based
to
on
look
him
good.
athletically, like he don't look like he have enough tools to be getting around people at a high enough rate to be scoring, to be having no crazy nothing, right? Like
Logic.
that's what I'm looking at right here.
He's a 6'9" point guard. 6'9". Now here's the thing: that don't sound crazy now because there's a bunch of niggas like that. He was 6'9" in an era
And they
where the
all ain't
guards were
good.
six. No, listen to what I'm saying. But he was 6'9" in an era where the guards at that time were 6'1", 6'2". He was still dominant. I just want to challenge you to one thing. I want you to picture this, and then I'll see. I'll leave I'm not lead the conversation, but let y'all talk about it. The reason why I give Magic Johnson so much credit, bro, it really is for one thing. Really, it really is for one thing. When I saw it, because I'm picturing anybody else in the NBA doing it. That's why I go to outlier. Magic Johnson as a rookie in the NBA. Now I want you to look at everybody that you know was a rookie. Kobe was trash as a rookie. LeBron was a 20-point scorer. He was good. I think Jordan was, I think he had averaged like 30 when he was a rookie, but he ain't do this. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar gets hurt in the middle of the NBA Finals. Well, towards the end of the NBA Finals. Magic Johnson goes onto the bus. The bus that got James Worthy and all these other niggas on it, like other top players on it. This is the Lakers with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on the bus. And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar can't play. The nigga told Pat Riley or whoever was the coach at the time, I think it was Pat Riley, it may have been somebody else, told whoever it was at the time, I'm running center, bro. We good, we good, Cap. I'm running center. As a rookie, went out and jumped ball as a rookie, game 6 of the finals against the best team, one of the best teams of all time, that 76ers team. Had 42, whatever, won finals MVP as a rookie in the NBA finals. You can't tell me that he's not an athlete. You can't tell me that he can't get by motherfuckers. Whatever he was doing.
Right.
If he was the old head at the park, whatever he was doing was effective enough that as a rookie, he did something no one's ever done.
Right. So look, this is how I look at that. Even that superhuman feat that Magic Johnson had that night against Moses Malone. We share the same name, you know, like before I knew basketball.
And was Dr. J
that was
on
like
that
the
team?
first basketball player I knew, right? Huh?
Or wasn't Dr. J on that team?
That I don't know, but I do know it was against
That
Moses
was,
Malone.
I think that was 82.
So if I had now, I'm just guessing. If I just had to guess, and I'm trying to figure out how would I quantify it, but like I would say that like a 6'9", not outlier athlete is not like a super rebounder today. Like that's that. I don't think that Magic. I certainly don't think Magic Johnson would have did that. He wouldn't have got no crazy rebounds against no Dwight Howard like that. I don't think
Real
that.
quick.
I think Dwight Howard would have smoked that nigga on the board.
Real quick. Kevin Love did that at 6'9" with not much athleticism, but go on.
No, he didn't win no ring as a rookie.
No, he talking about just
But he
rebounds.
did he
We just
did get
talking
he
about
did get a
rebounds.
bunch of rebounds. I see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
I
he
get what
didn't.
you're saying.
Yeah, but no. But what I'm saying is, as a rookie against the greatest players of the time, and there were great players at that
I
time.
get that, and you know what I'm like. I'm feeling like
He said they
I'm
wouldn't be
actually
able to put the
saying
ball on the
what
floor.
I really never wanted to be able to say like that. Like I think them niggas might really, like all of them niggas might
So
be
so
trash, bro.
so
You're
you
saying Moses Malone and Dr. J was trash?
so look, a
Yo,
logic.
They
your
all
level of
trash,
trash.
bro.
Hey, listen,
Logic.
if they're trash,
Yeah,
I
I'm
want you to
I'm I'm
start.
starting like I'm sitting here watching this game, and like
Hey,
to me, by
Hey,
far the best player on the court right now is what's
Virgil.
his name?
Virgil.
Kareem. Kareem's by far the best
hey,
player on the
for what
court.
you
But like
consider
for,
trash,
no
I want you to
nobody
start
else,
gifting me your trash. Cause
nobody else can
your
handle the
high
ball.
level of trash
Nobody
is
else can
crazy.
shoot. Nobody else is really fast like that. I'm looking at a bunch of trash niggas.
So
To
so
me,
Jesus Christ.
you said with the skills that you're saying, like his dribbling and everything, you said he wouldn't even been able to put the ball on the floor, right? So
yeah, like
obvious,
in a
yeah.
five out offense, I think I don't want none of these motherfuckers.
So you're saying that LeBron is an amazing dribbler. You think Magic? You think LeBron has more ball
But
handling
he's an
skills?
amazing athlete though.
No, I'm saying putting the ball on the floor. If LeBron can maneuver through traffic in current NBA, right, with his handling ability, and he has no
At
problem.
40.
You know what I mean? At 40.
At
You know what I mean?
40.
He never
He's
developed his
still
stick
more
handle.
athletic than Magic Johnson.
Fuck the athleticism. I'm saying with his handle. You dig what I'm saying? You're saying Magic Johnson wouldn't be able to put the ball on the floor. It's crazy. Because you see niggas without super handles like LeBron and them doing it now. And I'm sure Magic can handle the ball better than motherfucking LeBron James and them. And that shit
nah,
don't
but
slow
Chef,
them
what he's
down.
saying is,
That shit don't slow them
he's saying
down
is that
at
you would
all
need
in
one
the
or the
current
other.
game.
Nah, but Chef, what he's saying is you would need one or the other. You'd either need like really proficient ball handling skills, the
Luke,
bags, or if you
so
didn't
Luca
have
don't
that,
have
you would
super
need that
handles.
LeBron level.
No,
You gotta
no.
get
I
to
want to
the
hear
shot some
Haskell
kind of
point.
way.
I want to hear Haskell point.
No, he's
Luca
right.
don't
He's
have
right.
super
You
handles
I didn't
you
hear his,
gotta
y'all
get to the
saying he
shot.
right. I didn't hear
or
Yeah,
what he
super
Chef,
said.
athleticism.
he's saying that Magic had neither one of those things
And I'm
in
saying
this
Luca
era.
don't have
You wouldn't
neither
be able to
one
do
of
it.
them. And he don't have a problem.
Yes, we do.
Luca is not a super
Yeah,
What?
athlete, and
Luca got what? What do
he does
Luca
not
got?
have Kyrie handles. Get the fuck out of here,
Luke,
And he
yo.
don't
Luca
got no
definitely Luca
athleticism.
can get his shot off on anybody.
And
Now
so could
he might
Magic.
brick that
And so
motherfucker,
could Magic.
but he get it off.
And so could Magic. Fuck is you
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
Magic
Magic. If
Johnson
you let,
is not getting off no
but you
Luca
know what you're
Doncic
not
type shots,
quantifying,
bro.
a
He's
logic, a
not.
logic. You know what you're not quantifying at all, though. Do you know that Magic Johnson in 2025? So we're gonna bring him from then to now. You're not quantifying IQ at all. So you're like, and you can't grade IQ. Magic Johnson would be a 6'9" Jokic and Luka. If you put 4 shooters on the court with Magic Johnson, he'll figure that shit out.
I'd
Like
say
that's what
three
I mean
shooters.
by errorless players. He's
I'd say
errorless.
three
I don't think
shooters.
so.
I'd say
Go
three
ahead, Haskell.
shooters
Go ahead.
and a. I'd say three shooters and a dunker like a Aaron Gordon. That's how I
Okay,
play with him.
yeah. No. Give him the. I'll go a step further, Haskell. Give him a lively like how Luka had, and then give him 3 shooters like Luka had.
Right.
But he's at 6'9". Because remember, here's the one thing that he can do that Luka can't do at all. He can guard decently. He'll throw his body into the ring and play. Pause. So at the end of the day, I would take Luke. Listen, Luka is special, but he don't play half the court, which I think eliminates him from great conversations. Jokic plays the one side the best, and then he plays the other side okay, which keeps him in the conversation. Giannis just can't shoot. That's the only issue. He can do everything else, but he can't shoot. Shea is just, we'll see, bro. I just don't like watching them play. I
Shea,
can't grade Shea Gilgeous.
Shea is unethical, is what he is.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, hey Haskell, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I've tried my hardest
Call a
to
nigga
watch
unethical. That's crazy.
Oklahoma City. No, I've tried to watch Oklahoma City play, bro.
He's an
He
unethical
flops.
hooper. Him
He
and James
flops when you
Harden.
don't have. He's the nigga. You know how we went to the park, bro? We was talking about it. He's the motherfucker that waits until he misses the shot and says foul, and you got to damn near fight this nigga. You gotta damn near beat blood down this motherfucker because every time he missed the shot, foul, my nigga. You'll be going down the court on a fast break and you'll hear this nigga stop playing. Hey, that was a foul, my nigga. Like bro, I've never seen somebody flop. I've seen some flop. LeBron flops. Jordan used to flop. Everybody flops. I've
Yo,
never
man,
seen
he
somebody.
beating your man Ant-Man ass. That's what it is.
Nah.
I ain't trying to
I'm
hear
not
no
a listen. I think Anthony Edwards is too young. Is too early. I saw him in last year's Western Conference Finals. He had to go so far as to say last year, I was exhausted. That's how bad he was playing, bro. He had to tell. He told the world, yeah, I was just exhausted. I don't. Oklahoma City has a great team defense, but if you're gonna allow Oklahoma City to basically play football on defense and museum on offense where you can't touch shit without it being a foul, no one's going to be able to beat the Thunder, bro. Because on defense, all they do is beat niggas up. Slapping, reaching, grabbing, all this other shit. They got a great defense, but if those ain't fouls, I don't see how. Because how do you guard somebody like that? If you know as soon as you touch him, it's going to be a foul. He shot 14 free throws last night. And I think he probably only should have shot 2 or 3. He was, bro, I couldn't watch it. I turned the shit off. I can't watch them
Nigga
play
said
because
he
you
was
just get mad as fuck.
unethical.
Have you watched them play, Chef? Seriously, have you watched Shea Gilgeous play?
Man, he get the regular fouls LeBron and them get.
Nah.
Outta
Then you
here.
ain't
We
watching. Then
ain't
you're not
gonna do
watching.
that.
No. Then you're not watching. You're not watching. You're not watching. Bro, he falls to the floor. Bro, he fell to the floor last night untouched like 5 times, bro. And it was a foul each time. And the thing that was irritating me even more is they kept stopping the game, replaying the fact that he didn't get fouled and how he made some. One time he fell all the way to the floor like Hearns, the nigga you was just talking about, punched him or some shit. And he threw it to the. Do you see the effort and how he threw it to the ground? They forgot the fact that nobody fouled this nigga. He just fell.
You talking about the one where Anthony Edwards like stood over him and wouldn't let him get up?
And
That one?
well, yeah. And then the other one, remember we threw the ball at him. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing, bro?" Are we? And I think nobody, Haskell. I think nobody. You don't realize how irritating it is until you got to play against it. And I think that's what they found out last night. Like, no, you got to play. We playing under these rules. The rules of you touch Shea Gilgeous is a foul. Now go out there and play. How? How do you do it? You can't do it. It's impossible, bro. LeBron, big guys, pause. When them guys get fouled, a foul on a regular guy, like the ones on Shaq, like I'll take Shaq for instance. The shit they used to let nigga, I remember Shaq said he left college because niggas was basically punching him and they wouldn't call foul. And the referees would tell him, like, bro, you're 7'3", fucking 300 plus pounds. Deal with it. But he's like, bro, these are fouls. No, it's not a foul when they do it to him. Shea Gilgeous is like 170 pounds. So it's ridiculous. I don't know. I turned that shit off.
But yeah, I wanted to address Logic right quick. I actually agree with Logic about if Magic was playing like a 4 or 5 out style, playing like face-up basketball, he wouldn't really be able to get around people like that. But if I were an NBA coach, I wouldn't utilize him that way.
Yeah.
You know, I'd put him at the nail, similar to how they utilize Jokic. And, you know, he could get to a hook shot or a little runner off 1 or 2 dribbles. And then he could also orchestrate your offense from that area. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what Logic is struggling with. he's looking at some of these past players and trying to imagine them playing the modern style, and it's just not fitting. But I think he just need to be a little bit more imaginative.
Or
You know,
creative.
it wouldn't. It's
Yeah,
not gonna look.
I could see what you mean by him being in that Jokic type role
Or
with the
Draymond
passing.
Green.
That
Imagine
makes
Magic
sense.
at
But
the Magic at the 4 running Draymond Green. How
Yeah,
Draymond Green run the offense.
he'd be a much more viable offensive Draymond Green as player.
Yeah.
I don't like using him so much because, to be honest with you, I think without having the just the otherworldly,
shooters, he wouldn't be.
ridiculous
Yeah.
shooting level of a Steph Curry, I don't think
Facts.
Draymond would. I think he would have been out of the league in like 5-6
I don't
years.
think he'd have been in the
now,
league.
right,
I
right.
agree.
So let's temper that, right? So how super of a Draymond Green are we getting before he becomes LeBron James? Unless he
What is
is
that? What you
LeBron
mean
James.
by that? What you mean by that?
I'm saying, okay, if he is super Draymond Green is
Yeah, he
Draymond.
said
I don't think
Magic. He's
Draymond
saying
Green
if
a top
Magic
20
were
player in the NBA.
if Magic is like a super Draymond, how much super would he need to be like?
No, I mean, I know. I'm
Okay,
saying
okay,
how
okay. This is okay. I
let's
get your
make
point.
let's make sure he's not too super to where he's becoming LeBron James. Because
No.
Draymond Green, I don't think that's a top 20 player in the
But
NBA.
this is what I mean by Magic Johnson being errorless. Magic Johnson's skill set: vision, court IQ, passing ability, rebounding. These you're talking about. He's top 5 all time in those things. So when you're trying to say it wouldn't, I think a better word rather than put him in is translate those skills.
Watch this, yo.
Any coach would be able to take, though he would look at him at 6'9", take those 5 skills and turn and say, yeah, I could do something. He has all-time vision,
But Brad,
all-time IQ.
it's hard for him to imagine because when is the last time you've even seen?
It is hard for me to imagine because I just imagined just now. I just imagined a league that Draymond Green could dominate in and not calling the trash. That's what I imagined in my
The
head.
fact that, listen, I just brought up Draymond Green. I don't even like saying Draymond Green and Magic Johnson in the same sentence. I'm just trying to have the conversation. Magic Johnson, I don't think we should bring Magic Johnson.
It's a cool conversation. I think it's enough to work with. You know, even though Draymond was playing a lot of advantage basketball because he's getting it in the middle.
I mean,
of the
like
floor.
if that's what I would have to limit, if that's what I would have to limit his role down to because of his athleticism,
did you play
he
basketball,
can't be.
Haskell?
That's how effective he is, bro.
I played a little bit in high school, but he's
playing. Most
playing.
people don't know the concept that you just talked about. That when Draymond Green does have the ball, he's always in an advantage position where he has to make a decision. Most people don't even know that. They don't know. They don't even understand that.
He's playing 4-on-3 basketball,
right?
Typically, right? So his passing, while it's good, so I wanted to work. That's why I said we could work with what Logic is saying. He's basically asking you if we're using Draymond as sort of like kind of like the prototype of what Magic could
where
be.
We would do with Magic in 2025.
Right, like how much of a higher level of a Draymond? He's saying if you're saying that he's super Draymond, how much super would he be? Because if he gets so super, you're basically saying he's LeBron, which I disagree with because LeBron
he doesn't have the
we all
athleticism.
disagree he's not LeBron, right? So how good is he?
He couldn't be LeBron because he doesn't have
that. I disagree with that comparison because LeBron doesn't play from the nail. Like he doesn't even play that style. He's a face-up player.
No, he is a face-up. No, he is. But what I'm saying is the things that make Magic's game translate, and this is why I say he's errorless, he's timeless, is because the things that he has, the things that, okay, I'm going to take Draymond Green out of the conversation for 1 second. The things that Magic Johnson does amazingly, like I'm talking about top 5 all-time level. If you take that and put it at the 4 or the 5 in a Warriors offense, right? Or you take that and put him at the 4 to 5 in a lot of offenses, but we was talking about the Warriors. Put that at the 4 to 5 in the Warriors offense. And you got Steve Kerr, and he got Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. Shooter, like he has the ability to get shooters where they need to go, like manage the game and get them where they need to go. If he had Steph Curry and fucking Klay Thompson, we're not even adding in Kevin Durant, just Steph Curry and Klay Thompson, and he had the ball in his hand to decide how they could get the best shot, do that. I think he would. He might not be LeBron James, but Jokic don't have the athleticism. He would damn sure be Jokic because he could do everything that Jokic could do.
Okay, so
Everything.
I was thinking that. So now we're finally here, right? So let's talk about some of the stuff that Jokic got that he don't got. Is that fair?
Height.
The 3-point shot.
Size. A 3-point shot.
He doesn't have. Okay, yeah, he doesn't have a 3-point shot. But I don't know. What was his we keep saying that. What did he average? I know he shot threes.
You know what Magic Johnson y'all seen, yo? Because I'm telling you, I'm just set up here and watched the whole half of basketball.
Since we talking about stats and
since we've been
analytics,
talking, when the last time y'all seen a half of Magic Johnson play some basketball?
It's 2025. I saw last thing I saw was I watched the other day I was scrolling and I watched the Dream Team. I watched them on the
old nigga,
Magic
I'm
Johnson.
talking about nostalgia, nigga. I'm talking about watching this man on the court compete against his peers at their high level.
I don't think I've ever watched like a full. No, I don't think I've ever watched. He retired in '90. I've never watched.
Right, and I'm saying since we've been sitting here, I actually sat up here and watched the whole half.
Never watched the game on
I
YouTube?
watched the whole half.
No. Yeah, I did. I watched
not
the
do
finals.
dribble moves.
I watched
not
the finals
get
in
into
the
the paint.
And that finals game
like
in the '80s, where he played center. I watched that game.
Yeah, because
I just sat up here and watched the whole half of the man not do shit to me. Like,
because
if that's the fucking nigga y'all talking about finna come in today's NBA and do that shit, nah, ain't no way.
Logic, they didn't play like that back then. Like probably like a better offense to compare it to in terms of how they play would be like how the Pacers play right now. So you're looking for like dribble penetration and all of that stuff. The Indiana does do a lot. They do a lot of dribble kick out and stuff, but it's rare you're gonna see any of their players outside of Halliburton and maybe the other point guard when he comes in for him. I think is Nemhard. Outside of those two, any other guy that gets it on the court, you're probably gonna see a maximum of 2 dribbles before they either pass it or shoot it. Right? So they play more in the half court like how the Magic and other teams played in the 80s. So it was a lot of passing it around the court. You pass it to a guy in the middle, he flashes, he might take one dribble, do a hook shot. So you're not going to see the dribble penetration, and that's just not how the game was played.
Let me tell you how good Magic Johnson's dribble moves are. I'm telling you, I just watched the whole half. I'm actually posting this. I think I gotta like let y'all win today, so I can be the winner tomorrow. Because if you watch this game and you trying to tell me that like this is what is going to be drawing double teams and shit like that.
Do you disagree?
Then I just had to give it to you. At that point, we might just be looking at two different things.
Like, Brad,
I don't. No. Yeah.
Do you disagree with me about that specific point about being able to do dribble moves and get by people?
His dribbling is so good.
No. I don't.
For a whole half, he was in the post from the time he got the
but
inbound.
that
He
was
in
the
the
offense.
post.
They was Logic. That was
From the time he had a 3-point line, he in the post. That's how good his dribble moves are.
But that was the offense.
But that's what we're saying. Logic, like you're saying that you got to lose today, but you're not losing. I think we're all on the same page.
I agree that he ain't blowing by no whole bunch of people. I agree with you, but my point is still at 6'9", you can't. We're talking about the 5th, 6th, or 7th greatest player of all time. At 6'9", his handle would be good enough for what he had to do. Similar to Luka, similar to Jokic, it would be good enough for what he had to do. If you're looking for him, I don't look for perfect players. You know what I used to hate, bro? They used to compare LeBron James to Michael Jordan all the time. And I used to be like, Kobe's still in the league, right? Like Kobe is a direct comparison to Michael Jordan. To me, LeBron James is more of a Magic Johnson. Like he's gonna make the right play. You know, he ain't gonna fucking just gun up a shot because he wants it to be him. Like he don't have that kind of shit in him. But he's gonna make the right play. He's gonna make the great pass. LeBron James, Magic just don't have his athleticism. Magic Johnson is gonna figure it out, bro. He's not gonna be Anthony Edwards.
So, Brad,
He's not gonna be all of that.
The question that Logic I think is asking is how effective would he be in today's NBA playing that way? Is he a all league? Is he a top 15 player playing like
Yeah,
that?
he's a top 15 player because Haskell.
You
On
agree with that,
every
Logic?
planet,
Nope.
he's better. So Haskell, let me ask you: do you think Magic Johnson was better than Nikola Jokic?
Yeah, I do.
So then he'd be but Nikola Jokic right now is the best
Right.
player
To
in the
me,
world.
apparently Nikola Jokic is better than him. Apparently.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, even if we can't force it, like even if we can't place Magic Johnson or make it translate, an NBA coach and a team would look at 6'9". He could, bro. You know what? You in Florida. He is Bam Adebayo is what 6'7".
Nah, Bam about 6'8".
Nah, Bam, he's like 6'10".
No,
He's
he's not
6'10".
6'10". He's not 6'10".
He listed at 6'10", but
He's
probably
not. He's like 6'8". I saw him at the Olympics. He's like 6'8",
yeah,
6'9",
he's probably
like
like 6'8". He's probably that. You know, man. He probably like 6'8", 3/4 without shoes.
Okay, I would say if I would effectively say this. If I was a team, I would put Magic at the 5 or the 4. If I put him at the 4, I'd want like a Brook Lopez like Giannis got. If I put him at the 4 and build around him, he'd be Jokic on steroids. Because he can do everything other than 3-point shoot with Jokic. Because he's a 50 outside of 3-pointers, he's a 52%. He's super efficient. He's damn near a 52% field goal percentage. So he'd be crazy, and he's got better vision.
Logic, could Rick Barry's free throw shooting style work in 2025?
You talking about his free throw?
Yeah, underhanded bullshit.
Could it
I mean,
work?
he wide open.
So the answer is yes, right?
It's an uncontested shot. I don't see why if it goes in, it goes in at that point.
Right.
Are you saying could he stand out there and get that off?
No, I just said
against
I just asked this free throw. That's all you.
No, I just said free throw.
Yeah, if it goes in, it goes in. I don't see how that would translate into a real game. But yeah, he's standing there by himself.
You don't see how Rick Barry's free throw shooting specifically would translate in 2025?
I'm saying like if it goes in, it goes in. Like if like the Jeremy Sohan shot. Like I think he did that under Popovich before Popovich left. He was out there shooting one-handed. I mean, if it goes in, it goes in.
Mitchell Robinson need to shoot them shits underhanded.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about specifically free throws, right? So Rick Barry shot at over 90% on free throws in the 70s. Do you think that he would shoot the same percentage in 2025 from the free throw line?
I'm saying it's like it doesn't compare. It's still nobody in front of him.
Hold on, I'm not even comparing. I'm just asking for you to walk with me.
I'm like, yes, it would convert. I'll go with you. I'm not trying to.
Shea won the MVP, y'all. Can I read something real quick?
Oh, he won MVP?
ESPN, Oklahoma City. After winning his first scoring title and leading the Oklahoma City Thunder to league high 68 wins, Shea Gilgeous Alexander has earned his first NBA MVP award. Sources told ESPN Shams on Wednesday. The league will officially announce an honor Wednesday night, a few nights after Gilgeous Alexander's Thunder defeated Nikola Jokic's Denver Nuggets in a Game 7 of the Western Conference semifinals. Gilchrist Alexander finished. Gilchrist Alexander finished as the runner-up in last year's MVP voting when Joker won his third MVP in 4 seasons. Joker had arguably the best season of his career, averaging 29.6 points, 12.7 rebounds, and 10.2 assists and 1.8 steals per game. But Gilchrist Alexander also had a historical campaign for an Oklahoma City team that broke the NBA record for points potential plus 12.9 per game and finished with 18 more victories than the Nuggets. That was last year. Gilchrist Alexander led the league with 32.7 points per game on 51.9% shooting from the floor and also averaged 6.4 assists, 5 rebounds, 1.7 assists, and 1 block. The only other player in NBA history to average at least 30 points on 50% shooting, 5 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1.5 steals and 1 block per game in a season is Michael Jordan, who did it in 1987, 1988. 1987-88 season and 1990-91 season. The seasons that
Hold on,
he
say that.
won.
Read that part back. About Jordan, Chef.
They're saying that Jordan averaged 30 points on 50% shooting and with 5 assists, 5 rebounds, and 1.5 steals and 1 block per game. Right? And Jordan averaged that in 2 seasons. He averaged it the 87-88 season and the 90-91 season. In those 2 seasons, he won his first 2 of his 5 MVPs. All right. Gilchrist Alexander is 26, joined an exclusive club, leading the league in scoring for a team that won 60 or more games. This is the 10th instance that has been accomplished in NBA history. The only time that player did not win the MVP was in 96-97 when Utah's Karl Malone won the honor over Jordan. All right. This was the 3rd straight season that Gilchrist Alexander averaged at least 30 points while shooting better than 50% from the floor. The only other players who have done that 3 straight seasons is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Wilt Chamberlain and Jordan. All won multiple MVPs. Yeah. So let me stop right here. So when y'all talk about Anthony Edwards, right? I be fucking lost, yo. You know what I mean? But let me continue.
Talking about Anthony Edwards is you.
No.
Nobody
Logic.
else is saying it.
Yeah, that was Logic. That was just
Come
Logic.
on, bro. Don't act like I'm crazy.
Logic was saying he was skilled. No. Logic was saying
he
skills.
Said he was better. He was more skilled. He said better first, but then he changed it to more skilled after we backed him in. We backed him down.
And I never said better. Not one time.
Yeah, I hope we didn't take
we can play it back. Gilchrist Alexander was also a major contributor to Oklahoma City's top-ranked defense. He had 208 blocks, steals, and blocks this season, ranking 3rd behind San Antonio's Victor Wembanyama. God damn. And Atlanta's Dyson McDaniels. Gilchrist Alexander is the 3rd player in franchise history to win MVP, joining Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook. After being named a first-team All-NBA selection the last 2 seasons, Gilchrist Alexander had already qualified to be eligible to sign an unprecedented 4-year, $294 million Supermax extension this summer.
He's going to be the first $80 million a year player.
Yep.
He's going to be the first one to make
it
$80
would
million
be the deal with the highest annual value, $73.3 million in league history. They took that away from what's my man name? The Lithuanian.
Jalen, wasn't it?
No, the Lithuanian. No, the Lithuanian. That went to LA. God damn it.
Luka. No, Luka.
He can't get that.
Luka don't qualify because he don't play for Dallas no more.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They took that away from him because they traded him. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, he was gonna be the first. Luka was gonna be the first $80 million player. Jalen was the highest paid at the time. And then but then when they traded him, no team can pay him that based on the contract.
Oh yeah, so shout out. My bad for stopping y'all joint. Shout out.
No, you didn't stop it, but
the SGA.
You didn't stop it, but let me ask you a question. Mm-hmm. Now, with all of that you said and all of the shit that he did, this is my problem with Shai Gilgeous. You know, nobody says he's the best player in the league. No one. No pundit on TV. No, you don't hear people yelling it. They'll say he's the MVP of this year and still say Jokic was the best player in the NBA. And that happens all the time. There's a person that wins MVP for a season. You know how many MVPs Jordan got robbed of, bro, besides the one with Karl Malone? Like, you know how many years he was the best player in the league, but they just would pick a narrative for a season? I'll never forget Derrick Rose's MVP year. I wanted to throw up.
But
because there was no way clear that he was not, that LeBron wasn't the best player at the time.
Yeah, but Brad, you just said how you didn't like Gilgeous watching his game.
Yeah, I can't stand the way he played, bro.
So I mean,
yeah,
he can't do nothing about that.
Plays.
He can't do nothing about how y'all niggas feel.
Yeah.
He can't do nothing about how y'all niggas feel.
It ain't just us. Haskell described it. Watch what happens. Watch First Things First. Watch First Take. Watch Gil's Arena. All of these shows are going to start off their shows today. We live, so I didn't watch none of them. Mm-hmm. They're all, I had to get out of this hotel too. But they all are going to say, every single one of them, last night was damn near unwatchable. Bro.
I think we do a good sports show though. Like I'm listening to our flow. Like I think we got something here, y'all. Like tell you the truth. You know what I mean?
Haskell raised the level of the conversation.
Yeah. I think we got
give
something. Haskell, we might have to pull you in.
Yeah, you might have to come on in because you actually bring. Most of the motherfuckers that's old heads that watch basketball are unrealistic and fans. You actually bring in fucking common sense, like to some kind of level of like, okay, yeah, we know that, but let's at least look at this. So, but as long as logic is saying that Anthony Edwards is I want to remove Anthony Edwards. If he ain't gonna score in the fourth quarter, let's remove him from the conversation. Like if Anthony Edwards is gonna have 0 points in a Western Conference Final in the fourth quarter,
and you know, Brad,
I don't even want to talk about him.
That's the thing, Brad. Like I was calling Anthony. Who got their TV on?
Mm-hmm.
Brad.
No,
yeah, I was saying last year I was calling Anthony Edwards Baby Jordan, right? I had high hopes for him because last year when I was watching him, he had a lot more in his skill set. Like he was working in the post more. He had the bank shot. He had a little one dribble pull up. But the coaches this year, you could tell they got to him and said, "Hey, we want you to shoot 10, 11 threes a game," and it just kind of made his game kind of one dimensional. So if you look at in the playoffs right now, he's shooting below 50% at the rim. He's not finishing well. And that's what I'm looking for, that next Black American player that can put it all together. So even for the people who don't think that Jordan would translate to 2025, one thing you can't say about Jordan is for his era or whenever he played, he was able to put it all together. So he would lead the league in scoring, right? And on top of that, shoot 53% from the field, 54% from the field, and give you 200 steals, and give you over 100 blocks, right? So he'd be finishing at the rim at a high level, shooting from the mid-range at a high level, playing team defense at a high level. I've yet to see the Black American. I thought Anthony Edwards was going to be that guy, but his finishing at the rim, considering his athleticism, it should
he got
be
away from it. Yeah, he got away from it.
But you know what happened? You know what happened, Haskell? It wasn't the coaches in Minnesota. What happened this summer, I probably watched too much because I'm always either traveling or something like that. So I'm always watching something on YouTube, Netflix, or whatever, usually surrounding sports. You know what happened to him? He admitted to it. They put his young ass with them old niggas at the Olympics, bro. And at the Olympics, he said he started talking to Steph Curry. And Steph told him, even if you start missing, they said it at the Western Conference Finals last night. How he worked out with Steph Curry in the summer, he worked out with Durant, he worked out with LeBron during the Olympics, and then he came back and Steph Curry told him, even if you're missing that motherfucker, shoot it. He told it got so bad, bro. Anthony Edwards in the last round when they was playing against the Warriors, he looked at the bench after hitting the three, and he told Curry, he said, "You told me to keep shooting that motherfucker." It was Curry, bro. It wasn't the coaches. Finch, bro, you can almost tell. Have you watched the Minnesota Timberwolves coach press conferences after they lose? That motherfucker said last series when they played against the Warriors, he said, "I think Anthony Edwards was terrible. He showed no energy, didn't go to the rim. He just he was just the Finch after the loss. Watch his post press conference after they lost to the Warriors the first game.
Oh
Now, I was
yeah,
Wolves in
yeah, yeah,
5.
yeah. I did. I saw that.
Remember he was like I think he didn't come out with the energy we needed. He didn't have the effort that we needed. He said, at least you can give us effort. Now, then he went on and gave us effort. That's why I'm holding out judgment. But all of them threes, that's Steph Curry, bro. And then they've been telling him, the team been telling him, everybody been telling him, Chris Broussard, Stephen A. Smith, all these guys, why are you shooting all these threes? That's not even your game. And he was like, no. And I think what he's doing, quiet as kept, Haskell, and tell me if you're starting to notice, I think Anthony Edwards has an ankle issue. Because every series, bro, if you watch, think back to the Lakers series, think about to the Warriors series, and think about last night. He's turned the same ankle every series. He's had to leave the game for a little while because he turned his ankle. That reminds me of Curry back in the day. Everybody knows the Steph Curry we see now, but there was a time when Steph Curry's about to get traded because his ankles were so bad. There's actually an ankle brace called the Curry brace. His ankles were so fucking bad. So Anthony Edwards, I think he has the same thing that Wemby got. Everybody wonder why Wemby shoots so many threes. When you do go up in the paint, you know you got to come down, right? When he comes down, every time he go to the hole, it's the same, damn near the same thing. When he goes to the hole, you got to land on these feet. I think he's actually trying to lengthen his career by maybe moving it out to the perimeter.
That's a big part of it.
Yeah,
that's a big
I think
part
that's
of it.
what it is. I think that's what you're not gonna, because you look at all the guys that just go flying into the paint. The shit normally don't end well. Dwayne Wade, Allen Iverson, Ja Morant, D Rose, all these niggas that just go flying into the paint willy-nilly all the time, they usually got short careers. And I already think he has an ankle. He fucked his ankle up against the Lakers, fucked his ankle up against the Warriors, and last night he got to go back to the tunnel. Now, I don't know if he's getting shots to keep coming back or he's just 22 so he could just come back. But he's got a leg. There's something wrong with his legs, bro. He could jump out the gym, no question. But I think he has a fear of my career is going to be, if I try to play like Ja Morant, my career is going to be short, bro. I don't think I'm going to be able to play that long. But that's just a theory. But I know the Curry thing is true because he said it. He said it. Steph Curry told him you should shoot more threes, and they worked on threes all summer. So this nigga came into the season thinking he was Steph Curry, and he ain't.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's something to having to kind of shoot more over the top than even like back in Jordan days, because back then you couldn't really zone up like that. You had to be closer to your man, and like nowadays you could play in between and stunt and all that.
Mm-hmm.
So there isn't as many driving lanes necessarily, right? But with the 3-point shooting and the defensive 3-second rules, there's still cracks to be exploited. So I don't think you got to go as hard as how D Wade used to go, like in 05, 06 and all of that type of stuff. But I think there's a happy medium there to be had. I don't think you need to be shooting 11 threes. And then the other thing too is there are more ways to attack the paint than off the dribble drive. And that's where me and Logic diverge. He thinks that dribble drive stuff is like it's just the gold standard. And I think that stuff is overrated. It's easy for the defense to key in on you because you saw that happen to him and to Randall last night. Because you're facing a set defense and you're doing all that tween shit, right? And if you have a good defender in front of you and he's timing up those dribbles and he's getting in front of you and then the help side is there, that shit ain't getting nowhere, especially if you're starting from the 3-point line, right? So that's where utilizing pin downs is good. Pin down ain't just for you to come off and shoot. You could come off a pin down, one dribble, and you're in the lane. You could come off a drag, a flare screen, even though those are typically for shooters. You could use a flare screen and get in the paint. You can cut off the ball. Like, when is the last time you've seen Anthony Edwards cut off a baseline, cut off the ball and get a dunk? How many times have you seen it?
Not much, but I think some of that is
I've
coaching.
seen it a few times, but not a lot.
I've seen it, but Finch got and this goes into a whole nother conversation, Haskell, but I don't regard Chris Finch as like a basketball mind. Like for as far as I'm concerned, the Timberwolves attack too much in half court offense. They don't try to take advantage of a player like Anthony Edwards. First off, get Mike Conley old ass out of here. But if you because the thing is like to take advantage of a guy, with the skill set that Anthony Edwards got, you got to speed the game up. Like you can't just keep running half court off. Yeah, you can't keep running. They got at the 1 Mike Conley and at the 5 Rudy Gobert. They can't run at all.
You got to sit Gobert for this series. That's not going to work.
That's can't run up and down that, bro. Gobert can't do all that running up and down like that, bro. He ain't quick enough.
If Hartstein not there, now if they put Holmgren out, you could take Gobert out. But if Hartstein's out there, why take out Gobert?
Because the thing with Gobert
he's too limited offensively for that defense. That defense is too good. You need 5 viable offensive options to play against that defense.
Right. But listen. Old boy is limited. Like a nigga that come off the bench.
Which one? No, Nas Reed.
Nas Reed.
Yeah, he's trash.
Yeah, but
he's trash.
There's a liability on offense.
For the past 90 days, this nigga been averaging.
Minnesota rely on defense. Like, cause listen, Anthony Davis can score, but he the only nigga that can score. But him and Randall, the other niggas is like, come on, bro.
It's a team full of niggas, bro. It's just a bunch of niggas.
You're right, because even if you sit Gobert, you really don't have many other options because Nas can't really create offense like that.
Yeah, so he can't shoot, which is terrible.
He can get shoot.
No. He has the ability to shoot. I'm saying the stats of the first 3 rounds of the playoffs say he can't shoot. He's been playing terrible. And the thing is, McDaniel, and that's what I mean by if you can't foul Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, you're actually taking off what's his name? The nigga that run the 3 for the Timberwolves. Is it Jaden McDaniel or something like that?
Jaden McDaniel.
He had 2 fouls in the first 5 minutes. If he can't be on the court, now we asking that. Yeah, it's it.
He can't really start either.
So everybody's it's like giving. You know what it remind me of, Sosa? It remind me of watching people thinking that Luka was going to be able to do with the Lakers what he did with Dallas with no shooting and no big men.
No.
There's no other shooters. He can't even create. And the Thunder know that. They knew that. They know.
I don't even I'm still mad at JJ Redick. I think they still could have maneuvered that, still play old Bill. I think he just dropped the ball. He thought he could just play small ball all day and he got pounded on the glass.
No, I ain't talking about the series. I'm just talking about the people are wondering why it didn't translate. Like even on defense, why? Like there's a certain level to coaching you gotta have, and then you gotta have the pieces around in order to
JJ
be able
don't
to do
have
that.
that.
Look, you can't get somebody in the middle of the season and be locked in deep. I'm more judging next season. You got there halfway through the season. You can't more than halfway through. You can't really put
Man, I ain't trying to be racist. There's too many white people on the Lakers, bro. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. It's too many white people. And hey, listen, it is what it is, bro. It's too many. If two of your best players is Caucasian, you starting at a disadvantage in a black basketball league. That's all I'm gonna say.
We got the.
You got Austin
we got
Reeves
to
as
go.
your second or third
Hold
best
on,
player.
brother.
You in trouble.
Hold on, brother. According to you, we got to go.
No,
So
you got an
shouldn't
old
have
goat.
any
Hey, he's a Billy goat at this point.
We'll see what happens.
He's 40 years old. He's 40 years old.
Okay,
Hey, guess
there you
what?
go with the age.
Hey, no. Hey, Slade. He's 40 years old, but wait, we just saw the MVP list come out. Wait till the All NBA list come out. Tell me where the GOAT gonna be at. That he's 40 and he's 40 and he's gonna be on the second team. He's 40.
Hell nah. He'll make third team. He ain't making
hell
no.
no.
He's definitely gonna make second team. I think he might make
I have money. Wait. I have money and I'm willing to bet it.
Definitely gonna make second team. No,
I have money and I'm willing to bet it. Second team. Put the money up. Listen, anybody saying he won't be second team, put the money up. Put the money up.
That means Orwell's not gonna make second teams. Then I can't see it.
No, he's Haskell. In your defense, the majority of niggas that could have made second team didn't play 65 games. So you had to have played 65 games. That cancels out a bunch of niggas. So off the rip, he's not going up against the full NBA list of players for the team. 65 games is a separate.
Kawhi ain't played long enough. He banged up.
Yeah. There's a lot of niggas at that position that didn't play long enough.
You put Joker first team. You put
Giannis.
Giannis 4. And then who else is small forward?
He was gonna be the first team. That's the crazy part. He was gonna be first team until he got hurt. Until he got hurt, he was playing at a first team level. Until he got hurt. So it's no question he's gonna be second team. But that's what I'm saying. At 40, that's what he's gonna be. Luka ain't gonna be in there. He didn't play.
But back to Minnesota, Minnesota, they don't got
Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards gonna be
them young guards they got behind Mike Conley, trash right now. They're too young. They ain't there yet.
You're talking about Walker and DiVincenzo is trash.
I like that little guy though with the dreads. I can't remember his name right now.
Yeah, like Willingham or some
Willingham. Yeah, I think he's gonna be good. But yeah, he's right now.
He can't guard. He's too little. He's a rookie though. So
DiVincenzo, he's streaky. He can have one good game. Then
he'll have a good game. But he's better off on the Knicks, man. He was doing better on the Knicks, man.
Where he gonna play on the Knicks? That nigga don't fit in that rotation.
And he can't run because McDaniels he ain't really like a fast break finisher.
Hey, he's a Villanova guy, man. So
and I ain't trying to be funny. He's white, bro. He's white, bro. Relegate him to the bench, bro. He's white. I'm sorry. He's white, bro.
Even Chingo was playing good for the Knicks, bro.
He's not white.
You talking about?
Listen,
how he get a name like Dante? He told me you can't be white with name Dante, bro.
I don't know. Maybe there's somebody. Maybe that's a good point. But DiVincenzo
like Dante,
rules out. I think he's Italian because DiVincenzo rules out.
Yeah, he black.
Yeah.
Italian. So like if a nigga was named like Jamal Manguini, like
yeah.
you know Isaiah Hartenstein black, ain't he? Y'all know Isaiah Hartenstein.
Hartenstein is black. I don't care, and I don't care what anybody says.
He Egyptian black.
Egyptian black.
Hartenstein is definitely black, bro. Everything about he like the Travis Kelce. Like before he started dating Taylor Swift, you couldn't tell me Travis Kelce wasn't black. Travis Kelce had a black girl. He had the cars. He had the swag.
I'm saying his father is black.
Oh, so he's actually black.
Yeah, I'm saying Isaiah Hartenstein.
Oh, you ain't know that?
No, his father's last name is Hartenstein?
Yeah. I don't know if his last brother.
So he's a black Jew?
Shit, Dennis Schroeder last name is Schroeder, nigga. What the
He's
fuck?
German though, but he's
Yeah,
actually
he's
from
German.
Germany though.
Yeah, that is right.
Hartstein is from the United States.
Look
At least I think he is. Is
Yeah,
Hartstein from America?
I found him on the podcast. He said, he's like, I'm actually black. He's like, right, because he was saying like everybody else is black because they got a black daddy. So our daddy's black. So that makes me black.
Mm. Damn, he came out white as hell. His father must be light than a motherfucker. He came out white. He was like a white man.
Like that. Like Halsey like that. He was a white girl named Halsey. Her daddy black.
Yeah.
I mean, straight Negro.
But no, the Timberwolves are very limited, and if they're gonna, I watched the Thunder play defense. They're way too handsy, bro.
Y'all notice Ant-Man ain't got no mid range. Y'all notice that?
Ant-Man does have a mid range.
You got a mid range.
He's got a mid range. He's got a mid range.
His percentage is low for the mid range, bro. I've been looking at it. It's slow. Listen, he's not efficient, bro. He has it, but he doesn't use it. He's a volume 7%. Street is not efficient. He's not going to average 50% from the field. You know what I'm saying? That's just not a thing. That nigga better.
Well, he's also 20. He's also 22. This is what I mean by in the social media age. He's 22.
No, he got to be over 22.
He's 23. He's 23. He's 23.
Okay, 23.
Okay. All right. Whatever.
Yeah, because I think Shea is 26.
Number
say
yeah, Shea is 26.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's young. Like it's going to come to him. Here's the thing. I think Ant-Man's story is going to end before it begins. And it ain't all basketball. Ant-Man, one, he's so fucking arrogant. It's kind of irritating, but it's cool, I guess, for this generation. But the other part is Ant-Man, I don't know if y'all heard the shit that's going on off the court.
Yeah.
If this motherfucker don't wrap it up, his shit gonna end way before none of this matters.
He's straight. He paid child support in advance.
Listen, he's a piece of fucking shit. Okay, now I'm gonna go further. He's a piece of shit.
He said, run me the bill for 18 years. What a tab is. Let me go ahead and cover that.
This nigga, to literally say to your child, this is your child now. Here's $1 million. I don't ever want to see that motherfucker ever. Here's $1 million. Fuck you and that child. That's a piece of shit.
The NBA ain't said nothing about it. Let them rock.
Yeah, of course they're not gonna say nothing. They need a new face. They need a new face of the league, bro.
They need
and
a new face.
And I hope that ain't it. I hope that's not it.
They want him to be the face, but he not really taking to it, bro. He not
really. Because he's still fucking strippers in the back of the car and stupid dumb shit like that. He's still doing dumb shit. There's no way in the world we should be celebrating a motherfucker having a child, paying $1 million, and then telling publicly with his chest out saying, I don't ever want to see you and that child. Here's $1 million. Bro, stop.
I don't like it.
Can't call but it's some shit you'll get past. See, there you go. There's some shit you get. Y'all niggas, bro.
It is what it is. He probably like, listen, I don't want a baby. I want a baby to keep. Right. Get that young and right, Fred.
Bro, a lot of motherfuckers that stepped up to, but a lot of motherfuckers that stepped up to the plate.
Right, Jeff.
A lot of people that stepped up to the plate didn't want children either, bro. When most men that had children young, they didn't want them either. A lot of guys stepped up to the plate with far less resources than him.
Man, can we get back to basketball, man? I understand.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about this nigga's children. If we can't agree to kill him.
I've already killed them. Y'all can have it. Yeah, so who y'all got tonight? You know what we haven't talked about, which is kind of telling because we don't give a shit. Who y'all got tonight, Knicks and Pacers?
I want the Knicks to win it all. I want the Knicks to win it all. Because shit, nigga said why?
Why do you want the Knicks to win?
I like Brunson, bro. I like Town. I like Brunson. I like the whole squad, really. Like OG, like all them boys.
So out of all the 14, you want the Knicks.
The only person I don't like is the coach. To be honest with you.
I wish he cut that motherfucking comb over off. I just hate looking at him. Them 7 strands of hair on the top of his head that he keep brushing like a cat to the right and the left is disgusting. That shit is all scalp on the top. Oh,
I wish they
Penn
stopped
for
giving
about
Carl
10.
Towns the microphone, bro.
Boy,
yeah,
That'd really be nice.
I mean, he gender fluid, bro. Let that man rock out.
nah.
I mean, fluid
I
with
mean, it's not like that. It's not like that. Like, get the
his.
fuck out of here. You grown as hell talking like that. And then, bro, did you see the New York accent after the last game? That shit was hilarious. He started talking about the Rucker and AAU and
Nigga
Gauchos and
don't know
shit. I was sitting
shit
there
about
like,
no
what
Rucker.
the fuck? You don't know a goddamn thing about the Rucker.
Don't know shit about the
Nothing.
Rucker.
And bro, and then he was like, he hit him with the New York and the
Yeah, he
Rucker
learned.
Park.
No.
Like, my nigga,
Yeah,
you
that was
sound
kind of
crazy.
weird. Yeah, that was kind of
Hey,
sus.
pause. That's a big pause.
Yeah, that was kind of sus, bro.
And that little goofy sus dude, he don't get you about 24 and 12. That's what he gonna do. 24
Yeah,
and 12.
until you need it. He gonna get you 24 and 12 till you need it.
And
Ask the
listen, you know what?
Ask the Timberwolves about Carl Anthony Towns. There's a reason he played for the Knicks.
They ain't give it to him. But sometimes be the same thing with Brunson. I like Brunson, but sometimes he can shoot you out the game. Sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes he got his mind made up. I'm gonna shoot you.
Yeah, he be chucking. Sometimes he chucks, bro. He be chucking.
Shit, bro. Do you see the rest of his team? He another Anthony Edwards damn near, bro.
Hell no. He got more
Bro,
help.
no. Listen. Carl Anthony Towns can shoot, but that motherfucker breaks too. And then he's really a small forward because a power forward that can't rebound is a small forward.
What's his
And
field goal?
Anunoby is a good defender, but ain't nobody ever mistook him for like some great scorer. And you could sit Michael Bridges' ass in the corner. He ain't gonna score till the fourth quarter. A lot of times, Jalen Brunson is the only playmaker on the court.
He is. That's a fact.
He's a playmaker, yeah. But I mean, McCallum, big part of them beating where they are, bro.
Yeah, but he only scores to the fourth. I watched him play. He only scores to the fourth.
He's not a creator. He's in the
he can't make
same
his own
vein
shot.
as he's in the same vein as a Jaden McDaniel. There's not much difference.
Yeah, he stand his ass in the corner and wait.
I give him a little better than McDaniel, but I think
he's a little better.
Yeah, I just think they blend better. OJ, they good spot up 3-point shooters from the corner. Him, McHale, and OG. You know what I'm saying? Josh Hart, he's streaky. You know, he like a glue guy. You know what I mean? And Towns, you look at Towns' field goal percentage, bro. Like you can say he breaking. His field goal percentage is where it should be. It could be a little better, but he's not a.
But I'm saying for him to be a big man, for him to be the big of the five, right? You say sometimes he plays the five. I think he shoots too many threes, like too many. Like there is a time where you can shoot too much.
Got them backed off of that shit though.
Like for example, you know what I think a good mix is at his size? The nigga that they traded for. I've been watching Julius Randle in these playoffs. Carl Anthony Towns wish that he could play like Julius. Julius Randle shoots the three when it's open, goes to the rim any other time, bro. Any other time, he's going directly to the rim.
Different style of play. Because Randle don't shoot the three half as good as Cat.
No, Randle.
In this playoffs, he has. In this playoffs, he has. I watched him go 4 for 7 multiple times.
Yeah, shit. I watched that ain't nothing. I mean, it happened like that. Shit. I watched Anthony Edwards go 0 for 11 in the Lakers game.
Yeah, I don't want to bring up Anthony Edwards in basketball. Like he can't score in the fourth quarter. We don't know what he is.
Got better, bro. Randle's game got better.
I mean, I don't know if he got better. I mean, he's playing better than
his game did get better, bro. From when
he ain't playing, bro. If the Knicks had
bro.
this Randle last year, the Knicks would have been in the finals last year. They had this Randle,
bro. After being with the Knicks, he learned to stop shooting the whole gang. He shoot 1 3 like Carl Anthony Towns. Now he said, you know what? I'll put my head down. I'm gonna take occasional three here and there, but I'll put my head down. My little deuce. Easy 2,
right. He's gotten a little better, bro. He works on his game a lot, man.
He was at the Knicks, bro, shooting air balls from the three, bro, spotting up for 3, going 0 for 12.
So I think this round we'll see from the trade that happened. You switched out Cat for Julius Randle. Now, both teams is in their conference finals. So whoever make it to the finals, actually, I feel like won that trade, at least for this year. You feel me?
Yeah, that's a good argument.
Yeah,
that's a good
Cat
argument.
end up in the finals. No,
I
I
think they're
think
gonna be.
OKC. I think OKC gonna get the
Oh, it's
Timberwolves
better.
up out of here.
Yeah, I think so too.
Hey, Sosa.
I think it's gonna
Sosa,
be
these are the
five,
stats.
five games.
These are the stats, Sosa. So they both played 12 games. I'm gonna name. Okay. So I'm gonna say Randall first. Randall's averaging 23, 8, 4 assists a game on 52% shooting, 45% from the three, and 86% from free throw. Karl Anthony Towns is averaging 19. He's averaging 4 more rebounds, but he's averaging 1 less assist. He's shooting the same percentage, but he's shooting 33% from three.
So, yeah,
33.
Yeah,
That's terrible, bro.
Yeah,
He needs to
shooting
stop
bad right
shooting.
now. It's the playoffs, bro. Look, I'm probably sure Randall's season stats is not like that. He's having a good play.
No, but the playoffs matters, bro.
Yeah, I'm saying
Randall is out playing. What's the name?
he's out playing right now. Yeah, for the
He
playoffs.
out playing Anthony Edwards also. So
he ain't playoff, but let's not make Randall playoff Jimmy. He had a good run though.
No, we're not doing that. But what I'm saying is they made that trade. Both teams made the trade almost similar in this way. The Timberwolves was tired of, first off, the way they made that team, the Timberwolves was terrible. Having Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert on the same court at the same time, it just didn't make sense. So they were getting tired of Cat because he was buckling to Aaron Gordon. Like he couldn't do nothing with Aaron Gordon. He couldn't do nothing with LeBron. He couldn't do nothing with the other fours. Anthony Davis.
Against Joker on that and doing that too. I think
true.
I think Towns wanted to go because Towns wanted.
But the Knicks also was saying the same thing about Randall. They wanted him out of there for the same reason.
Randall had, do you look at the playoff series Randall had? It was awful.
Yeah, I know. They both had
they
switched them both.
And then when we went on a run, he was hurt. So it was like, damn, why would we need this guy? Like we almost got there without him. Let's just get rid of him and get Cat.
Yeah. I don't know. Cat, and then also my argument is a little jaded because of Cat's feminine ways, bro.
I mean,
I can't not add that to the conversation. He's a bit of a femme. He's a femme.
Such his feminine side, man. Like, that man rock out, bro.
I'll say this though. You know what ain't nobody respecting Sosa? What in the Halliburton? Listen, I'd actually take Halliburton over Jalen Brunson. That's a fact.
Nigga, you tripping.
That's a fact. That's a fact. I would take Halliburton. Oh, you now remember, Pacers beat the Knicks last year in the playoffs. You do know that, right?
They didn't have the Knicks was banged
So
up.
why would you take Halliburton? I mean, Brunson.
Hold on. Brunson? Because Brunson's clutch.
So is Halliburton. The numbers, Halliburton is actually more clutch than Brunson. He just don't have as many attempts.
You talking about this playoff run?
I'm talking about this season.
Yeah. Listen.
In the same playoff, in the same season clutch time, Halliburton is 10 for 11. So he's like 90%. He just doesn't have enough attempts because they beat teams by more than what would be clutch.
He don't got that big of a goddamn ratio. It's just that he's not clutch. Like he's not the guy that they don't have an offense like that. The way he's demanding to get the bucket. Everybody.
The Pacers have the best offense in the NBA. What are we talking about?
They don't have an offense where it's dependent on Halliburton to score. Like Halliburton could score 10 points and they're fine. Like he can have 10 points, 13 assists, they're good. Jalen Brunson got to have 20 to 30 points a game for the Knicks to be effective. Halliburton, their numbers are spread out. Right? Them Halliburton numbers is like more spread out. He doesn't have that much responsibility.
So you would rather have the guy that scores 30 rather than the guy that gives you 20 and 13?
Yeah, no, he don't just give you gave me 30 like Brunson, so Brunson ain't got no assist. Like
okay, 30 and 4. You'll take the guy that's 30 and 4 rather than 20 and 19. I mean 20 and 14.
20 though. What Halley average? Like 16?
What are Halley averages? I'm gonna look it up. What are Halliburton's compared to Brunson? I'm gonna compare them.
I watch Halliburton. I watch Brunson.
I can't watch the Pacers play. I'm not telling y'all I watch them. I just said I would rather
watch them all the time. It's not even play.
And I like Halliburton's defense over Brunson's.
Like sometimes Halliburton, they won't even. Sometimes he'll come in the fourth quarter late. That's how they did. It's a team game with them. Like I'll be watching games. He'll come
Oh, don't worry. Halliburton
like
gonna make Brunson work on defense. You ain't gotta
with the
worry
Knicks.
about that.
With the Knicks, Brunson is Brunson gonna play them the last 6-7 minutes. Like Brunson probably plays. I think Brunson plays more minutes than Halliburton. I don't think he plays.
Brunson, yeah, he played for fucking Thibodeau. That motherfucker, Thibodeau don't know how to sub.
But I think Halliburton numbers is probably low overall. Like
they're lower because he don't play fucking 48 minutes.
No,
that nigga Tibbs played.
That nigga Thibodeau do not, bro. They was up
6 guys.
They were up 40 on the Celtics, and he still had the starters in, bro.
I know like Tibbs is, but I'm saying Halliburton is just low for just the average.
Tibbs played 6 guys, 7 if you lucky.
Like what's Halliburton average? I don't think he averaged. He might average 20. He probably I think
he averages 19.8. But I want to do the playoffs.
That's about right.
Yeah, he averages 19. Believe it or not, Brunson averages 7 assists. I didn't know that.
Yeah, even though he looked.
Yeah, I didn't know that, so I might gotta reconsider that because I didn't know
the ball a lot.
I didn't know he averages 7.8. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I watched them both play, but it ain't quite. Numbers, money.
Listen, I just think niggas sleep on Halliburton. And Halliburton, I'm gonna tell you something. That motherfucker is nasty, bro.
Lost money I lost betting on Halliburton points. That's why points, rebound, assist. This nigga get 30. Gotta get 30 points, rebound. Like you add them up, you have 20 points, 10 assists, and 1 rebound. It's 31. That nigga,
he averages 17, 9, and 3. Jalen Brunson averages 28, 7, and 3.
Ain't close, bro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But goddamn, Jalen Brunson, of course he's averaging that much. This motherfucker averaging 41 minutes a game.
Yeah.
God damn.
What's the field goal percentage?
The true shooting percentage, Halliburton is dominating that. The true shooting percentage is Halliburton is 59%. True shooting percentage, Jalen Brunson is 50. The actual field goal percentage is 44. Brunson is 44 and Halliburton is 48.9.
48.9?
Yeah, I didn't know Brunson only shot 36% from 3.
That's what for the playoffs or
for the playoffs. We're talking. This is all for the playoffs. This is all playoffs.
That's what we argued for.
Tibbs like play 3 guys. Tibbs will play 6 guys. You lucky if he plays 7, bro.
Somebody was saying Brunson, SGA aren't good 3-point shooters.
Tibbs will run you into the ground, bro.
That was our argument the other day. It was like Brunson and SGA. They're not good 3-point shooters. That was
yeah, but they're super efficient in the mid. Underneath the arc, they're super efficient.
Yeah, that's
and you'll have them make the decision. Yeah, we was talking about that earlier. There are some players in the league. Kawhi Leonard. There's like 5. Kawhi, Luka, Jalen Brunson, Shai Gilgeous, and Durant. Yeah. That you'll say, listen, y'all 5 can do whatever the fuck y'all want. I ain't stopping y'all. The rest of you niggas get behind that line. Shoot anything that's inside that line, we're getting you out of here.
Like SGA average what 31 a game, 32 a game,
32.
And after the Edwards average 27 a game, he take 10 3-pointers a game.
And he blame Steph Curry, bro. Steph Curry told him to do that shit, and he listened.
He take 10 threes a game, and he only averages 27.
No, he's not efficient. We're not. That's why I say I don't think we need to. Chef tried to tell us earlier. I'm glad y'all here. And the funny thing is, Haskell said it, and then Chef, I think, ignored it. They're not saying that Edwards plays that is as good as Michael Jordan. What they're saying is the way he plays, when you look on the court and him playing, he looks like Michael Jordan.
Yeah, I know what they're saying. That's what I'm saying.
Chef said that he don't look like Michael Jordan when he's on the court. He definitely looks like Michael Jordan when he's on the court.
Yes, I mean with some of the poses, it's definitely. I mean, it's a little different. Some of the
one dribble pull up,
one dribble shit.
You can tell he's the
little fadeaway to have, little half.
Yeah,
you can see.
Yeah, the little half spin fadeaway. Yeah. His leaning dunks. Some of his leaning dunks look like Jay. I can see it.
But nobody except Logic is saying that he's better.
If you look at SGA,
that's the difference.
Well, Logic said more. Logic is
I
claiming
know.
that
I'm
he
just
did
fucking. I'm
shape
just
better.
fucking with
Oh,
Logic
you
at
messing
this
with him?
point.
That
Okay.
was
Yeah, I'm just
hilarious,
fucking with.
though.
I'm just fucking with Logic.
Nobody
I love it.
accelerates.
You ever seen
I'm
Yeah,
just
right
fucking
there.
with Logic
Yep.
at this
That's
point.
crazy.
have
He
you ever
said
seen
the
a side
nigga
by
had more
side?
skill than Michael Jordan. Y'all can't let that nigga get away with that, yo.
I tell you, Logic is a problem, man.
He
It's a
don't,
problem.
Chef. He don't.
It's a
But
problem.
that's what
Logic is a
Logic
problem.
was saying.
I
Don't let
know,
that
but
I
nigga get
understand
away
that.
with
I
that
get
no. What
that.
what
disgusting.
He is
Logic has
incorrect,
done.
Chef. He's
Logic is
Yeah,
an
incorrect.
evil,
he's
bro.
in.
Logic
Yeah,
is evil.
no. He said he's evil.
Logic
What
is
Logic has
evil.
done is,
Evil,
I
bro.
agree with Logic's premise that newer athletes in any sport,
He's a
because
bald-headed
of
evil.
nutrition, recovery, different strategies, new workout plans, practice plan, whatever, new plays, analytics, they are more skilled. But you
Okay.
can't take that and put that to
How about this?
every basketball player. Michael
Is,
Jordan is skilled for any era.
how about this though?
Any era.
Is Russell Westbrook more skilled than Isaiah Thomas?
Yes.
No,
No.
No,
Yes.
no,
no,
Yes.
no,
Yes.
no, no.
Yes.
No.
Hell no.
Yes.
Russell Westbrook does
Hell
not have more
no.
Yes.
skills.
Yes.
I
I'm
wouldn't
gonna
say that.
take the guy. I'm going to take the guy. If you put Isaiah Thomas in the same position that Russell Westbrook has been in, he's not going
No.
to skip.
Who
Listen,
would you
listen.
rather
See,
have take
rebounding.
a
Listen,
jump
listen.
shot? Russell
We're
Westbrook
not.
or
We're not.
Isaiah
You see,
Thomas?
y'all go straight to jump shots.
Because he's
Russell Wilson.
trash.
Listen,
His jump
listen. No,
shot
no.
is
Y'all talking about
trash,
Russell now. Hold
nigga.
on, bro.
You
Hold
said
on.
skills now. Remember the
I know.
criteria?
I said skills. I didn't say jump shot. The guy. I'm gonna take the guy. Pause. That averaged a triple double for a season 4 times. I think.
Yeah, see,
I
but
think
but
he's
you
more.
you doing
I
what they
think
was
he's
doing.
personally. No, no, no. I think
Bro.
he's personally more skilled. He's more athletic. He's a better. I would say all of those. The simple fact that he
You
could
were
do
just
that.
about to say
Let's
he's a
just go,
better
bro.
decision maker.
No,
Were you
he's
just
not.
about
No, no,
to
I
say
can't.
that?
No, no, I had to remember
Or
I
you
was talking
close to
about
saying?
Russell Westbrook.
Boy,
Yeah, I had to remember I was talking about
What?
Russell Westbrook. I took that back. I had
You
to
talk
remember.
you're talking about stats and like physical attributes, right?
Bro,
He like
skill.
his physical attributes is like off the charts as far as like that, but is like I
Skill
don't think
wise,
he
he's
had
not better
this
than
kind of dribble
Isaiah,
moves
nigga. Stop
Isaiah
that.
had.
I
I
didn't
don't
say.
think so.
See, there we go. We about to throw in the word better.
No.
Isaiah
Well,
Thomas is a
if
better player.
his dribble moves aren't
No.
better, he definitely can't be better skilled. And at
Isaiah's
least in
more
not that
You got this
not in
thing
that
with dribble.
department, he can't
You
be.
got a thing with dribble that should be. It should be studied in a
Yeah, I
museum.
definitely want to see
In the
this nigga
laboratory.
dribble at this point.
Something with
You
you
gotta
with
But
make a
dribbling
video. You gotta make a
is
video dribbling
ridiculous.
at this
You
point.
gotta do this argument because you say that a lot, and
I want to see this
I have no
nigga
idea
dribble.
what you're talking about.
you don't
Logic
know
got
what I'm
to
talking
show
about.
us a
Okay,
video of
okay.
him dribbling.
Because you
I'm saying
always go
Isaiah.
straight to
It
dribbling.
ain't gotta be.
Isaiah,
It
but
ain't
Logic,
listen,
gotta be me dribbling. Like
Isaiah
it's
finished.
like I
logic. You
don't.
gonna have to dribble.
Can we go? Can we find out who is the Phil Handy of Jordan era?
Tim
Logic.
Grover.
Y'all, because
You
y'all
can't
know who
come
that
back.
is too, right?
Logic.
Safe
You
to say
can't come back
Logic
on and
only
show it till
ran
you
one
make
tape.
a video of
No,
you
no,
He
Tim
dribbling.
on all
Grover.
the tapes.
Logic. You can't come back on the show until you show us a video of you dribbling.
You say Tim Rawls. You right, Barnes? That's who you
Tim
said.
Grover. No, no.
You about
There's
to
a
be
guy. He
banned.
wrote a book.
We about to
He
ban
wrote a
this
book.
nigga.
It's the guy. It's the guy that Tim Grover is the guy that helped Michael Jordan get past. He has a great book. It's a business book. That's the only reason I know who it is.
He's a jump shot with
No,
it.
no, no. He's also a trainer. He was
He's
a trainer
too.
and he was a trainer. He helped Michael Jordan get past the Jordan rules, and then he wrote a book about it. So that's how I know that's the guy, Tim Grover.
Back
But
in his
Tim
day,
Grover is a strength and conditioning guy, not
Yeah,
skill.
I don't know
Not like
who did the jump shot
shooting
and
and
all of
stuff.
that. I don't know who did
I
that.
forgot what was the NBA guy that was known for like the, you know, 'cause they always got them guys who were like wizards in that area. I forgot the guy he was. He was a guy like the jump shot guy. Everybody go to the working in the candy, the jump shot right.
Come on, lethal.
Mm-hmm.
It
I
wasn't
don't
Grover.
think.
It wasn't Grover. Yeah, but Isaiah, bro, Isaiah way more skill, bro. Finish.
Listen to this,
Hold on. Let me finish
Sosa.
my point.
Go
Skill
ahead,
all
go ahead.
from the three on down, ball handling, court vision, passing. No, it's all Isaiah. All Isaiah.
So it says, I know we don't. I'm just using something because I don't know the stats, right? I don't know Isaiah's stats. It says Russell Westbrook versus Isaiah Thomas. Russell Westbrook has him in athleticism, speed, power, attacking the rim, finishing through contact, elite rebounding, great playmaker with triple-double ability, but criticized for his decision-making and his efficiency. Isaiah Thomas, smaller but crafty, quick. He's a scorer in the mid. He's a scorer at all 5 levels. Paint despite size, great ball handler and shooter, clutch performer. So this is how they describe it when they're separated, because other people have had this conversation. Westbrook's skill set is power, speed, and all-around impact on the game. Isaiah's is scoring craft and shooting finesse, both skilled but in different ways. It's like comparing a bulldozer to a scout. That's how they say it.
Right.
So I don't have a problem with that argument. Even if Isaiah Thomas it ain't like Isaiah Thomas is washing Russell Westbrook in skill. So if y'all want to say Isaiah Thomas is more skilled, then okay. But it ain't it ain't so far off, I think, in my opinion.
I would agree. I would agree with that,
There's a
I would agree with that.
between a bulldozer and a scout.
Russell Westbrook probably
they're
is
saying that because Russell Westbrook's efficiency is so low and Isaiah Thomas is so high, even if Russell Westbrook is skilled, it doesn't his impact may be triple doubles, but it's gonna be a lot of fuck ups along the way to that triple double. And I actually appreciate Isaiah because he's the nigga in the 80s that we should be celebrating over Michael Jordan. Because that's the nigga that beat Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, and Jordan. He's the one nigga that has that claim to fame. So I would say that.
Loved Isaiah. I wore number 11 to Isaiah. Yeah, that guy.
So yeah, I don't have an argument. It's just when a motherfucker average triple doubles multiple times, you gotta respect his skill set.
But he beat them all en route to a championship. You dig what I'm saying?
That's true.
That's the beauty of it. He got them.
That's
He
true.
got all them niggas out of there en route to a championship. You know what I mean?
True.
Got Jordan and them out in the semifinals. Got Bird and them out in the conference finals,
and then
in the finals he got Magic in them. Yeah,
yeah.
Cook. Isaiah was.
That's why when he was like he didn't make the dream team over Stockton, that's why he was so mad because this was right after that shit happened. He was like, wait a minute, I beat all the niggas on the team.
Well, he was personal because Jordan really didn't like him.
Yeah, Michael Jordan's a piece of shit for that.
I'm gonna tell you who else is. This is a lot who don't dribble very well and plays in the NBA. Is fucking Jaylen Brown. He can only dribble all the time. He dribble all the time.
He still ain't got no left hand. You talking about no left hand? That nigga ain't got no left hand.
No left, bro.
I actually hate Jaylen Brown for his handle, bro. Because for
and
as
he
much
the highest
money as
paid
this
player
nigga,
in the league.
Yeah, he's
the highest paid player in the league.
Money that this nigga make, yeah.
And the finals MVP.
The nigga is an MIT level scholar. Did y'all know that about Jaylen Brown, bro? This nigga is actually a fucking
he built
genius.
robots. The nigga built robots.
Like this nigga is like he's literally like a scholar. Like scholars think he's smart, and this motherfucker don't got enough common sense to take a summer and work on his left hand. You still can't dribble,
nigga. He the finals MVP. Why do he need a left hand?
You know why?
See,
you know
y'all
why?
be missing the point.
No. Hey, Chef, you wanna know why?
He good at what he do,
bro. No, you know why he needs a left hand? Because when Jason Tatum tears his motherfucking Achilles.
It don't matter. That shit made him.
No.
Him being limited. If you think he's limited, it made him the highest paid player in the league. And the finals
That's just
MVP.
Timing. Salaries and
the finals MVP.
No. But he was not the best player. See, that's the difference.
The finals MVP.
He was not.
Whatever you say.
Hey, he was the conference MVP
So was Andre Iguodala.
So okay, well give him his props.
No.
So whatever you
We're
say.
naming finals MVPs.
Iguodala did his thing.
So was
Iguodala did his thing.
He held LeBron to 35, 12, and 8.
Did he get the championship ring? Did LeBron
the
get
team
it?
Got it.
Did Andrew?
The team got it.
No. The team with the MVP.
No, you know what's crazy?
The team with the MVP got it.
Hey, Chef. Let me tell you.
20 niggas talking.
Hey, what's up, Corey? Hey, Chef.
I'm not listening
in that
to that
series,
team with the MVP.
I know you're not listening. No, but listen. In that series, right?
I'm not letting you do that.
Look,
I'm not letting you talk about a loser. I'm not
Yeah,
letting you talk
yeah, I
about a
know.
loser.
I know we can't talk.
That's
He just gets to
crazy.
the finals and loses
Who
in the
cares
finals.
what?
But we
Who
just gonna talk
fuck cares
about
what the
Jordan
loser
losing in the.
did?
No, I ain't
Who
doing this.
the
I ain't doing
fuck
this.
cares what
Hey,
the
first
loser
off,
did?
hey, I ain't doing this.
I'm
I
not
ain't
gonna
doing this.
keep
I ain't
having
doing.
this
I ain't doing it
argument
because I'm
with
gonna
you,
be right
bro.
back. Yes, I'll be done. Cut Chef out. Listen. Hey, Chef. Why we got everybody in the building? Why we got everybody in the building? I want to say something because I got to go anyway. No. Oh, Chef. No, Chef. You're like this. This is important.
Go on.
Yesterday, Chef had to pull a video down because I got really, really ignorant on this show yesterday, and I talked about Pan African James' disability. I apologize to Pan African James. I apologize to Chef and Corey for bringing that shit to the platform that you had to pull a video down. That is not reflective of our business. That's not reflective of me. So I'm gonna stand on that. I was dead wrong, no matter what Pan African James said, to fuck up or tarnish the reputation of the show and our image. So I just wanted to say that publicly and leave this up. So I apologize directly to Pan African James. He's not here. I was hoping he's gonna pull up, but that was dead wrong, and that was terrible. Y'all can go ahead. I hate to fuck up the show, but I wanted to say that shit publicly because I said all the ignorant shit publicly. I should be able to apologize publicly. Y'all go ahead.
Tearjerker.
No, I
Definitely
don't
a
want
tear.
nobody to cry. I'm just being honest.
No,
That shit was dead
man,
wrong.
I'm just saying, like to me, like that, it was heartfelt, and you know, it was it's damn near a tearjerker for me. I appreciate
But y'all good. I didn't mean to fuck up the
No,
episode.
you was
I was about to
tell
cut
me.
Chef out, and I was going to apologize twice. So I
No,
don't feel like having
no, I
to
need
do it
you to
twice.
go ahead and tell me about the loser. Go ahead.
No,
I'm gonna let you
I
get
ain't
it
doing
off.
it, bro.
I'm gonna let
I'm
you
not
get it
doing
off.
it, bro. I have an argument, but I ain't defending losing, bro, because that's all it's gonna be. I ain't doing it. Let's just move on, bro.
It's
Move on to
Chat
something else.
GPT though, Brian's right.
Mm-hmm.
I said could Jordan handle the league? I might go out because I'm pulling in my driveway. But I say could Jordan handle the league today? Could he play in today's league? And Chat GPT.
Basketball wise,
Yeah.
of course, yeah, he'd be one of the top players, if
No.
not. Yeah.
So I asked Chat GPT, right? And Chat GPT said that Jordan would have been still one of the greatest players in the world today.
I
Like
agree.
because of his ability to kind of adapt to the game. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like you got to remember Jordan kind of played in two different eras. You know, two or three different eras
Yeah,
if you
three.
want to
I
be
say
real.
three. Yeah, I would say
Yeah.
three.
So and
80s,
and
90s, and 2000s.
yeah, and in all those eras or late 90s, kind of early 90s and late 90s was kind of I think those eras was kind of two
Yeah, they're
different.
two
But,
different eras.
yeah, but you know, yeah, ChatGPT said he'd be one of the greatest, and for the reason that he could kind of develop his game. He was one of the ones, like he was one of the only ones that kind of like changed his game to the era, you know, as he went on. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what Chat GPT pointed that separates him from a lot of players. From you know, that's what makes him great, you know what I mean? And maybe not so many other players, you know what I mean? So I just wanted to throw that at y'all a little bit.
No, we said that earlier, Corey.
Okay.
When even if it's logic is the, I know I get lumped in a lot with logic be saying Michael Jordan is an errorless player. He'd be a great player in any generation. It doesn't matter. It's not because the thing with him, the thing that one of his biggest qualities, his biggest skill, you can't quantify. Every time the nigga went to the summer, he came back with a new piece to his game. If he played in
Yeah,
this era and he couldn't shoot threes, after a while, one season, maybe two, he'd be a 40% 3-point shooter also. So he's not, he's
I don't know
errorless.
when
That's
I've
his.
ever said
You've
that
kind
he
of been
couldn't.
kind of harsh on Michael Jordan.
I might
I
have
ain't
I
gonna lie.
might have been harsh that he couldn't. But I think it's like I think that's
Would
like
he be a
y'all's
star to you?
best way of describing what y'all think I'm saying or something.
Would no?
Like
Would you? Where would you put
I
Michael
thought I
Jordan
could have sworn
today?
you started the show off with saying, more skill isn't better. And then we was just talking about like the field handies and like all the latest and greatest of the workouts and all of this kind of like they just doing all of that stuff at a different level. And athleticism, with that being said, is gotten incrementally better. I don't think that that's like some debatable stuff. I feel like you could see that. But that don't necessarily mean like better players. But so do I think Jordan?
Where would you
Do I
put him?
think Jordan could play? Right. So yeah, I don't. I think he wouldn't be the all-time great that we see now.
If Michael
I
Jordan
really
played in
don't. But those
2025,
intangibles are really really serious.
Would he be better?
wait.
That's
players
my
though,
personal
Logic.
opinion.
Before everybody kill him,
But let's
answer
do
my
it.
question.
Let's do it.
Nah,
Let's do it.
y'all
Reverse.
could kill me. Y'all could kill me,
No,
right?
I
I ain't
just
gonna
want
lie
him
to
to
you.
answer my question
'Cause-
before y'all go. Just want him to answer
Yeah,
my
I
question.
did.
No, you didn't.
I-
Listen, listen. Where if Michael Jordan played in this time right now, where would Michael Jordan be top 1 through 10
Jimmy
in
Butler.
this era? Where? No. Don't compare him to a player. Where
He
would he?
already said Jimmy Butler.
No. Where would he be? 1 through 10, or would he be a top 10 player? I'm just asking.
Chef
Please
no.
answer.
Shit, Chef no, man.
You
It's Jimmy
think
Butler, dog.
Michael Jordan would be Jimmy Butler today? God, hey yo, I'm on me. Hey, listen, I'm on mute for the rest of this conversation. God,
Hey, that's cool.
damn,
That's cool. But look, I mean, that's about where I'm at, bro. That's about where I'm at.
That's
Where
wild.
I
That's
ain't
wild.
really moving. You
Hey,
done heard me say,
but Logic.
yeah, nigga, them niggas is better. Hold up.
That's the most
Hey,
disrespectful thing I've ever heard.
Hold on, I
but
just said
listen.
something crazy. Can I at least clarify it right quick?
Go ahead.
Evil.
So, like to me, I'm more so really trying to say that them niggas were good, yes. But what I'm more so trying to say is that the niggas that they did that shit on was like absolutely like complete trash. And then
Wow.
especially
Damn.
when you're talking about athletically.
This nigga just said
Like
something bad,
that's
and
what I'm
then
really
said
I'm
pause.
really trying to
So
Shaq
say.
and
you
Penny
just
was
said, let me
trash.
clarify why Michael Jordan is Jimmy
Not Shaq
Butler,
and Penny, my
and
nigga.
then said
I'm talking
something
about
worse.
motherfucking James Worthy and all them niggas. Man, them niggas
That
trash as
was
motherfucker.
way back. That really wasn't. That was when Jordan was a
James
kid.
Worthy wasn't Michael
Jordan
Jordan
was
in
a
them.
kid
No,
at
he
that
wasn't.
point. Yeah.
Jordan, we're talking. So you just said, James, you just said something that Michael Jordan is Jimmy Butler. Said, let me clarify that because that sounds bad. And then just said, because everybody else was trash. Charles Barkley might not translate to today, but he wasn't trash.
Absolute trash.
But he was. Charles Barkley was trash.
Trash.
You are a yo.
Listen,
In the words of Sosa, you are.
Listen, I got this is like I don't know what else to say to y'all.
You are
Go
evil.
watch the game.
Logic, you think
Brass,
James
I put
Randall?
it. I sent it to you in the
No,
text.
I watched it. It ain't flattering. It don't look good. I ain't gonna lie to you. That look bad.
Do you think
All
Julius
right.
Randall
So
is
you
better
tell
than
me that nigga gonna go out there and dominate, bro? Just explain that to me.
Not based off of that game. No,
Bro,
not
you
based
think
off of what I just saw.
And that's the finals, right? This the best of the best.
Yeah, but you just
And
said
that's
Charles Barkley was trash and Michael Jordan was Jimmy Butler. I ain't on your side for no argument.
listen,
I gotta
it
take
don't
Chef.
sound
I gotta take
I
Chef's
know it
advice.
don't sound
Y'all
good,
gonna lump
man.
me in with Logic when I agree too much. So I
hold on,
disagree.
listen, Logic. Do
There
you
you go.
think
I respect that. I respect that.
You think Randall is better than James Worthy?
Yep.
Oh shit!
You've never seen James Worthy play. That's all I'm gonna say. I keep trying to mute, but you keep saying crazy shit, and I keep trying to go on mute. James Worthy is a top 10 small forward of all time, and you just said James and Julius Randle is better than him.
Murk that nigga.
Yo, what?
Yo, so
Not
you're 100%
James
right.
Worthy.
You are
head off.
Not only are you evil, you need to be stopped.
Evil, bro. This nigga is
you are a villain that needs to be stopped.
This nigga is evil.
You need to be stopped, my nigga. Jesus Christ. Julius Randle can barely kill Chet Holmgren But you think he gonna kill James Worthy?
What do you think Hakeem would be in today's league?
The GOAT.
Logic.
The GOAT. That nigga
He might
fuck
be the
Jokic
GOAT.
up.
Yeah, niggas ain't got post
in this
moves.
generation.
Like
Oh my
Joel
God.
Embiid is like the best post player in
Nigga
today's
Embiid is
NBA.
trash.
And let me tell you something. And compared to Hakeem Olajuwon, Joel Embiid is trash.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
So
you talking about Hakeem Olajuwon was the best defensive player
they wouldn't have no
and the
answer for
best
that shit.
offensive center. He's the best defensive
Wouldn't
center
have
and
no what,
offensive center.
Logic?
What'd you say,
What you
Logic?
said?
I
What
don't
you
know.
said?
I'm not like very familiar with them niggas, but I tell you, I just saw like a whole half of Magic Johnson in the finals. And I know it's not flattering to say Magic Johnson is not would not be a very good player in today's NBA based on what I'm looking at. So, I understand y'all could look at the numbers and the accolades and come up with another picture, but I look at that game and it ain't like the film quality is not what's telling me that this dude can't do it. Like he's not athletic enough. He don't have no dribble moves. He ain't even blowing past people back then. So now I'm gonna put better athletes, more skilled players in front of him. And
That's
he's
a
supposed to dominate.
goddamn
That don't
lie.
make
That's a
sense.
goddamn lie.
Magic
That's me.
Johnson is a top
to
6
blow
player
past.
of all time
Yeah,
in any era.
that's what the numbers say. That's what
To
the
blow
numbers
No,
say.
not the
past kind of.
numbers, the championships, the rings, the MVPs,
Yeah,
the
that's
No,
what the accolades say too.
but Brett, you can't keep saying
That's
that.
what
If the man is
you just
telling you that was BC era basketball, then all of that stuff you're talking about
Nigga
goes out the
said
window.
BC era.
Yeah, that's
but
Wow.
basically
no,
BC.
but
Like
I
Haskell. But
just
I
all
heard
the
that.
said,
accolades and the
but there are
championships, and
players.
he's
But
saying that
Haskell,
he did that against
You
archaic
said
niggas, so that
BC
shit go out
era.
the
Haskell,
window.
but Haskell. Here's my point though.
Damn, y'all
That
niggas
I
cold.
agree. I agree that there was a lot of archaic niggas in the 80s and 90s.
You said
But there
BC
are
era.
some basketball players, some, there's not a lot, some that are era-less,
That
bro.
transcend that, but he's
Shaq
saying from
in
what
this
he's
era, Shaq in his era, and Shaq before his
but
era
Brad,
is
he's saying
Shaquille
that
O'Neal,
from the
bro.
one half of
Unstoppable.
basketball that he just watched and what he saw, he's saying Magic don't fit in that category from what
I'm
he
not
saw.
judging a person that got 4 or 5 MVPs, 5 rings, won a championship as a rookie without Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I'm not
That's not
judging him on
counting
a half a
what you
basketball.
So
meant
he came
to,
back
Brad.
I'm not
You're not
judging
really
him on a
countering
half
what
a
played
he's
for
saying
AIDS,
basketball,
though.
right,
Haskell.
Chef?
I ain't
Played
doing it.
for AIDS, right,
I
Chef?
can't judge him. I can't judge him
how
for a
close
half a
would the
Played for
gap be
basketball.
AIDS.
between Magic Johnson and LeBron James in his prime? Both people in their prime. How far is the gap to y'all?
Win though. Win.
In their prime? If you
No,
could
no.
some
I'm
kind of way
saying no,
set
no.
it
I'm
up,
saying LeBron then or Magic now.
both of them in their prime.
No, but when are they playing? That's important. What era
He's
are they
saying both
playing in the
players in their
80s? Or are they
prime.
playing in 2000?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Let's say they're playing now. Let's say they're playing now.
LeBron.
And then you thinking if we put LeBron back then, it's Magic?
No, LeBron. I'm just asking a question.
I'm good
LeBron
with
is a
that.
better.
I
LeBron is
don't.
a
Magic in his
better. To me,
prime got 5 rings.
LeBron is a
Magic in his
better player.
Magic
They
in his
might have
prime got
closed down
5 rings.
LeBron
Yeah, I know.
and
I don't
somebody
do
would
the.
have
I don't
called
do
that
it. Just,
defense, but
when we talking about a better player, I don't do just the rings. That's you. I'm saying because Bill Russell got 11. So what we gonna do? He ain't in the
That
conversation.
nigga
So I
dominated
don't.
in his era. Like, so
Yeah, he
we
has
not gonna
11,
take that away from
but
him.
nobody would ever say Bill Russell is.
See, what's crazy is I feel about the 60s how Brass feels about the 90s because niggas wasn't even allowed to play like that in the 60s. So I don't, I look at that as its own separate thing.
They told Bill Russell he couldn't even score, and he still found a way to dominate the game. So I mean,
I'm sorry,
like
that's
that
not
nigga
funny.
was
That's not
playing
funny
during
at
Jim
all.
Crow.
That's fucked up.
They basically said, yo, you're not allowed to score, and he still found a way to dominate and fucking win championships without his ability to dominate scoring, and he could have. He could have dominated scoring. You dig what I'm saying? So I mean, think about that.
If you drop him in 2025, what is he in today's league?
And
He's Kyle
today's
Anderson, or he's like a worse version of Kyle Anderson. Like,
no, we only seen one version of his game. Do y'all get that?
It's like the NBA
Yeah,
though.
but with the version that we have seen,
It was
how
all
effective do
defense.
you
It
think
was
that
all
is?
defense.
Yeah, but
It was all
it's like when you
defense.
watch
Is
when you
what's he doing out there with Anthony Davis on the court?
You're not
Eh,
getting all them blocks, Jeff. I mean, let's be real. All them
No,
blocks he
no.
was getting in the '60s, like that ain't
We we
happening.
we only seen one version of his game. If a nigga played during Jim Crow,
Oh,
basically,
so he dominating Anthony Davis then on the other end of the court.
I'm
If they
saying
if they
if
if they
he
turn
could
him loose, he
dominate,
going crazy on Anthony
I'm
Davis.
saying if
no
he
Anthony
could
Davis not that
dominate,
polished.
if he can dominate playing only with one facet of his game, like if we know a nigga got offense and defense, but then you handicap him and tell him basically we're not using you for scoring because this is a white league. Basically, you just came into a white league and they don't want to see no nigga out here dunking and hot dogging. So find a way to do what you do, but you ain't doing all that shit you was doing and high school and college. They
Jeff,
took away
you
the
just,
facet of
but
his
Jeff,
game.
you
I
just
know, press that
undermined.
nigga.
You realize you just
That's fucking
undermined Jeff's
nasty, bro.
argument right there because again,
You can play,
it
but
was a
don't
cap.
score. That's
It
fucked
was
up.
a cap. It was a cap on the amount of black folks that was even allowed to play.
Exactly.
So how much stock can we put in all them championships and blocks and all that?
No, I
You
agree. That's why they
you
don't have him in the conversation.
When he went
but
up,
you
but when
don't
he
take
went
him
up
out
against
of it because of it.
Wilt, when he went up against Wilt, he did his thing.
He did his
Wilt
thing
was
Yeah,
getting
but
against
beat.
Will.
when he went up against Wilt, it was the Celtics versus Wilt. Like
Out there playing
No,
against
couldn't
Wilt didn't
nobody
have
stick
cool.
Will, but
No,
playing
Wilt,
against
Wilt, but
George
Wilt
and
went
he
Mikan
up.
and
What I'm
gave
shit.
up
saying,
damn near
no,
a
but what I'm
foot
saying
on
is,
Will.
Michael was good.
no, but what I'm
Michael
saying is,
was in
Wilt
the
didn't
40s
have
and 50s,
fucking
bro.
Bob Cousy, Havlicek, and all them other niggas. He didn't
But
have
you,
like the Celtics was a dynasty when Russell played for them, and
yeah,
then he played against Wilt. Wilt
but
didn't
who
have a
had to
chance because of
defend
his
him?
game.
Who had to? You got to
Yeah,
defend
it's
the
not like
nigga who can put 100
you can
points
watch
up.
the game. He defended the nigga 1-on-1. He wasn't like he was
Yeah, one
triple
on
teaming
one.
him.
I'm
He just dropped
defending
him
the
down.
nigga who put up 100 points. Like I got this nigga tall as fuck and
Okay.
can
Yeah, but
hoop.
Chef, you put up
Hold on.
100 points against milkmen
Yeah,
and
I don't
niggas.
niggas
give a.
that
I
was
don't give a
motherfucking
fuck.
trash
I
men and shit.
Niggas
I
that
don't
had
care.
a 9-5 in the
I
morning
don't. They was grown
at the
men.
factory.
They was grown men. I can take you down to your local middle school, and I guarantee you couldn't put up 100 points on them.
Then the Dogon, when they
Niggas was
was
working
giving
in a
out
coal
haircuts
mine
with better
factory.
barbers than you. That's the same argument, my nigga. Like you act like them niggas with stone tools and what's name was giving out better fades than you are right now.
No, so I agree. So, but basically, I don't ever hear Jerry West and them get shitted on because of their error. But we'll take a
Nah, they
black
do.
player.
Jerry West
They
definitely gets
do.
shitted on because of his error.
No,
They
no,
do.
no.
They
They
do.
call him one of the greatest, the logo and all of that. I don't hear nobody.
No. Yeah, they shit on him, Chef. They do.
Come on,
He
bro. So
said because
y'all gonna
here's the thing.
literally sit here and do that just
No,
because y'all
he
want to shit on
says it.
Bill
No,
Russell?
Chef. He's the one that says it. He says that they never gave him enough credit. He had to win a title. He was going up against them teams
No,
by himself
I'm
when he was on
saying
the Lakers.
now. I'm saying when we look back, we don't shit on Jerry West and them but I'm saying Bill Russell gets shitted on because you would have if y'all talk about championships and all of that, you would have to put Bill Russell in the conversation, and y'all just don't want to do it.
No,
Y'all just
I'm
don't
not
want
putting
to
him
do
in
it.
the greatest
Y'all want to
player of
handicap
all
him.
time because of those championships. That's what I'm saying.
See, that's crazy. So
Hey, listen.
your error is gonna get put into that category.
No,
So
I
every
agree.
because
I
y'all
agree
do
with that.
y'all doing Michael Jordan error and them like
No,
that
no.
now.
Once y'all
So
niggas die, LeBron will be the GOAT.
no,
Once y'all dead.
exactly. So
Yeah.
your grandkids is gonna push your error out. They going. So I'm saying it's gonna keep
Not a,
happening. It has to be a metric somewhere. And now y'all saying championships not even gonna be the metric. Because you got a nigga who
It
got
no,
can
we're
be
nothing.
saying
if you
we're
You're
saying
gonna
compare
keep
it.
moving it.
championships can't be the
Chef,
The
championships.
it
nigga
was
played
eight.
in Jim Crow.
It
Tell
was
me when
eight
they
teams
told
in the
Michael
league,
Jordan
It,
he
though.
couldn't score.
Nigga,
Chef, it was
championships
eight.
is a
It was eight
team
teams in the
reward, my
league,
nigga.
brother.
It's a team
That's
reward,
not
man.
his fault.
It's not about
Hey,
fault. I'm saying
That's
you can't
not his
really
fault.
compare that era.
Haskell. Haskell, listen to this. So Russell is so much better than Chamberlain. I want to give you the head-to-head averages when they played each other. Pause. Will Chamberlain averaged 30, 28, and 8 against Bill Russell.
A monster.
A fucking monster.
A monster.
In the playoffs, he averaged 25, 28, and 4. Bro, Will Chamberlain had 62 against him in 62 and lost in 1962 and lost. He set the NBA record for most rebounds in a game with 55 rebounds against Russell. But while Chamberlain often outperformed Russell statistically, Russell's teams were better and frequently emerged victorious, underscoring the contrast between individual dominance and team success. Bill Russell was not better than Will Chamberlain, but he played on a better team. That's all. That's all I was saying, bro.
I get that, but the championships do matter. Like how many years he came in before Wilt Chamberlain?
I don't.
And then imagine what they allow Wilt Chamberlain to do. That the Celtics playing in Boston, that racist motherfucking time. Man, that was completely different.
Yeah, Bill Russell won a title, went on vacation, came home, and you know what he had waiting for him?
What?
A pile of white people's shit in his bed with niggas scrawled on the wall. They shit in his bed. He won a title, went on vacation, came home, and they shit in his bed. That's how racist the motherfuckers was, with nigga on the wall.
That shit a little different, yo.
Yeah, it's a little. I told you, remember I was telling you about Ali? Why I rate Ali so high? This nigga was boxing when it was really, we were an endangered species, my nigga, at the time. Black people was an endangered species at the time.
Shit a little different, yo. Now, I'm not saying Russell was, out of this. We don't know what, if you get handicapped, we don't know what but then look what he accomplished. But so who was the best player on those Boston teams? It was him, right?
Yeah.
Who was the MVP? Who they even made the nigga a coach and a player at the same fucking time. So obviously this motherfucker was the truth, yo. Like that's all I'm saying.
No, we're not saying he's not. But Chef, you said it earlier. We're not saying he wasn't the truth. It's just when we're having these GOAT conversations, let's not bring the great players into the GOAT conversations. It's like motherfuckers saying Curry's in the GOAT conversation. No, he's not. Just because he's great, just because he's an all-time great, he don't need to. There's a room. You know how Deion Sanders said the NFL Hall of Fame at this point should have a room for niggas like him and Lawrence Taylor and Montana.
So Russell
and
Westbrook
Brady,
ain't
like
in that room? I mean,
no.
So Bill Russell is not in the room with them?
No, he's not in the GOAT conversation. No.
That's
Bill Russell is not in the GOAT conversation. No. It's LeBron.
Is Wilt Chamberlain
Michael Jordan. No.
Damn.
No, it's LeBron.
I'm saying in the room.
It's a short conversation, not in the GOAT room. No. Because
it's only three players. There's only three players.
His career is over. So LeBron, Michael Jordan, he'll never be better than, and we're taking in rings and all of those like all of the stats, eras, all of it. The conversation is Kareem, Michael Jordan, LeBron, and if you want to put Magic in the conversation, cool. Other than that, you're just being a fan. And that crosses eras. That crosses eras. The niggas during Wilt Chamberlain and Russell time is part what you saying, that over time, we're just like, fuck them plumbers, fuck them painters and shit that he was playing against. And then part two is, we understand the league. I think it was only like 7 teams. So he wasn't playing against like the best competition. He was just playing against the niggas.
He was playing against the best competition.
Well,
and matter of fact,
in the NBA.
And he was playing against the best competition damn near every fucking night. Because it was only a couple teams. So these was the best motherfuckers. And I got
No,
to
but
play
Chef, we
them.
not.
I got to play
Chef,
them damn near every night. I don't get a chance to play this no fucking sorry team. You know what I'm saying? The Lakers and LeBron and them can go on the stretch where they playing a whole week teams under 500.
the league never expanded like it did during
That nigga
Jordan's
ain't get a
era. I
chance
could
to do
say,
that.
hey, Chef, I could say the same thing about every era. The league added more teams during Jordan's era than any other time. But we don't say that about Jordan. We just say he's the GOAT. We just say he's in the You say he's the GOAT. I say he's in the
Because it's more
conversation.
contemporary. Like I get it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he's more contemporary.
I do think that if Shaq played against Bill Russell, he would fuck him up.
Oh yeah, listen. But who
So
wouldn't
we could say contemporary, but
so
Shaq
who
ain't in the
wouldn't
GOAT conversation.
so
He would
who
fuck Bill
wouldn't
Russell up.
who wouldn't Shaq at that time would be he wouldn't even been a basketball player. He would have been a truck. He would have been somewhere pulling he would have been somewhere hauling some shit on his back. Like they would like come on,
Literally.
bro. He would
Yeah,
have been a
literally. But
sharecropper
I think
somewhere.
Wilt. But the difference though, when we're talking about players, I would have loved to see Wilt play against Shaq. I would have loved that. That wouldn't have been no domination.
No. But Bill Russell was only 6'9". You feel me? Bill
Yeah.
Russell was only 6'9".
How tall was Wilt Chamberlain?
Wilt was 7 foot, bro.
Will was a
7'1".
legit 7'1". Yeah, he was 7'1".
And you know what's crazy, Haskell? The motherfucker was we're talking about him as
A
a basketball
triathlon
player.
and a
Have you heard
weightlifter.
about him as a fucking athlete, bro?
Yeah, we
he
know
was
about his
out of this
exploits
world.
as a track and
That
field.
nigga was the greatest athlete in the world. Shot
At
put,
7'1".
javelin.
At 7'1".
Yeah, the nigga beat up Conan, nigga. That nigga's crazy. That nigga beat the shit out of Conan.
Oh, that nigga beat up Conan. Whoa.
And the nigga, and the whole time he was fucking anything that had a vagina, bro.
Oh yeah,
He was fucking
Playboy.
everything the entire time.
If we adding that into the equation, ain't nobody fucking with you. Talking about 20,000?
20,000.
Yeah,
God,
yeah.
the fact that motherfuckers had to actually do the math and say he could have, like just to be like, it's possible.
That's like three a day.
3 a day. The
Mhm.
nigga, hey, if you're saying he's a world class athlete, rich, an actor, shit during that time, it's possible, bro. It's
Hey,
possible.
that nigga
Bro.
Jack Rabbit, boy.
That nigga's
That nigga was
the one
lying.
thing you
That
can't
nigga was
call him
lying.
though, you can't call him a lover. That nigga was not a lover. That nigga was a assembly line motherfucker when it came to women.
Think he was lying?
Exaggerating.
Yeah,
I
he
think so too.
exaggerated. That number, like, he was basically saying he been with a lot of women. You dig what
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying?
think so.
I think a lot of people been with a lot of women.
Yeah,
Motherfuckers
that was
didn't
his
put a
point.
20,000 number to it.
Yeah, that was his
20,000 is
point.
tough.
Yeah, so that was his point. He been with a lot of women.
And
And white
20,000
people,
is not a lot of women, nigga. That's
a small city. That's a small city.
That nigga fucked a small city. That ain't a lot. He could have just said a lot.
That's not a lot though, over 20 years.
Yeah, you're a whore.
If you doing
Sosa's a whore. Sosa's definitely a whore.
You had, let's say you
over 20 years, that would be about three women a day, every day for 20
years. That's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, you menage. You menage.
But even if you're doing all that, like
I know you ain't in here
you stop counting. But that, like, if you doing all that, you ain't counting.
The nigga was being facetious,
yo,
and
you
white
do all
people
of that,
ran
you're not
with.
counting, bro.
Listen,
you just getting them in and getting out.
You just doing shit. You ain't counting that shit.
Modern day Black Hercules, nigga.
No, he was being facetious, and white people ran with that shit.
I'm trying to figure out how he was an athlete having sex different women 3 times a day.
How many years he said he did? He said 20,000 20 years? Is that what
I'm not about to add up this nigga's exploits. This shit is all pause.
What did he say in 20 years? Was that the criteria?
I don't know. I know he wrote 20,000. I don't know much more.
You ever seen I forgot, it was a baseball player. I think his name was Sheffield.
Gary Sheffield?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he was saying like how he was a sex addict. Watch that nigga video, bro. What he was talking about, how he was doing, how crazy he was. It's crazy.
These guys is nasty, man.
Shit.
Niggas is nasty.
Oh, you see what P. Diddy did with one woman?
Yeah, yo, by the way, I ain't trying to be funny. At some point, we're gonna have to talk about the shit that's coming out in this Diddy trial.
Your boy?
It's so disgusting. I hope he goes to jail forever now. Like some of this shit that's coming out, if it's true, I mean, it's said under oath, it's being submitted as evidence. Some of this is a little. He's a mastermind. He's dastardly. Something wrong with that motherfucker. For real. Something is wrong with Diddy. Like we might have been listening to a certifiably crazy motherfucker for our entire life.
Crazy, bro? Listen, he know he about to get arrested, right? He understand what's happening. Do you know that when they caught up with him, he had pink powder on him. He had a bunch of bottles of like this nigga was freak offing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That nigga,
these freak offs, it was different than these freak offs were different than what we thought was going on. These wasn't just like fucking parties. This nigga was diabolical with it. Like he was I'm surprised. I don't know where he had time to make All About the Benjamins and all these great hits in between these. He was more of a freak off organizer than a motherfucking musician.
Bro,
when did he have all this time?
That's like you know you feel they suspect you've been selling dope. And when you get caught, you got fucking keys in your room, bro. Like, these. You know what I'm saying? Like,
bro, you see these text messages? Did he not know that these shits are recorded?
Yeah.
Did he not know like that these text messages are on a database somewhere? The shit he was asking these motherfuckers to do?
Yeah, and you ever seen a 50 Cent when he's like, yo, I got a picture. So I ain't gonna say the name. He said, you know the one you saw? He was like, worse. Way worse. You know what I'm saying? He's like penetration, you know what I'm saying? He's like, he called him. Like somehow they've been circulating and that's something they had a little interview, like somebody had the photos and leaked the photos. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, oh.
Yeah, now they're saying in the industry, everybody knew about this shit. And when they were talking about these parties, they weren't talking about the parties that he was throwing. Like everybody was going to them parties, and people was like, "Well, I was at the party, I didn't see nothing." Nah, the freak offs was some other shit.
Yeah, that was a private.
Yeah, like the freak offs was just like him and 6 niggas.
Yeah,
like it wasn't like the 100 and 200, 300 people in the house. He waited till everybody left, and then he became Diddy. That nigga was Puffy for 2 hours, and Diddy the other 22.
They finish on her, and then he go in the other room, and then he'll take what and then rub it on his nipple. Man, it's crazy.
Bro, did you hear about the husband?
Wild.
Diddy would make Cassie sleep with like a stripper, and then make the husband would come in and wipe her off.
Two husbands,
like, this is Cassie's husband.
Nah, you sure?
No. That's why I said at some point we got to do a show. The stripper testified yesterday. The guy that Diddy would pay to come in and have relations with Cassie. He said when he was done, Diddy would make like the husband was a part of it. Like the husband would wipe. You know what I'm saying?
Her husband?
Her husband, the nigga that walked out of the courtroom.
That's not nothing. That how he met her?
That don't sound right,
Brad. Hold on. I'm about to get the exact information. I'm about to get the exact information from the stripper. Watch it was the stripper testify. I'm not saying the guy that's her husband now, or maybe her boyfriend at the time.
About the Alex Fine dude. I think you got it mixed up though. I don't think he was involved.
Testified Diddy trial. Hold on. Maybe I got the words wrong. It's disgusting, but maybe I got the words.
I remember she FaceTimed her one time, like in the bed with like Diddy or some shit, like doing it after freak. You know what I mean? She laid in the bed with Diddy and actually FaceTime the husband, but I don't think he was actually in on the whole. Hold
on. I'm looking it up. I'm gonna look it up so I can get the correct information. This is all disgusting. It's gonna terrorize the algorithm of my Google, but so
New York niggas crazy.
Yeah, Diddy was our boy.
No, he's beyond. No. He's
Hudson.
beyond wild.
That's that
Wild is
Hudson.
something different. Yeah. Wild is not. Diddy is. He's another level.
Nigga been drinking out that Hudson, yo. Y'all niggas be drinking out that Hudson River, acting crazy.
They said they think Kid Cudi might testify. You know what I'm saying?
Kid Cudi shouldn't testify. He should stay out of this.
Bunch of sex workers. What is wrong?
This nigga said, this nigga Chef said yesterday Diddy had the whole New York as sex workers.
Y'all niggas.
But he said the whole New York.
This nigga Diddy said. This nigga Chef said that Diddy had the whole New York hired as sex workers.
I still ain't forgive Chef for saying that shit. He
said them niggas was all nasty ass niggas working for Diddy as sex workers.
New York gave us pro-light. He's a direct reflection on New York.
There's no question. There's all this shit. Some of this shit was in Los Angeles. Some of this shit, it wasn't just in New York.
Where was that? I'm not saying he embodies New York. Nigga.
No, he don't. No, that shit over with. Niggas don't even say his name no more, bro. That nigga is Baltimore. He is he who shall not be named, bro. That nigga Diddy is he who shall not be named, bro. They don't even talk about this nigga.
When you look at the wild shit that come out of New York, man, all that.
Yeah, New York got some wild dudes, boy.
Wild, bro.
Nah, I ain't going, bro. I'm not going.
Too many people, y'all tripping. They tripping over.
I'm not going, bro.
Where was Dr.
It's a lot of crazy niggas.
The rest of the country looking at y'all. Yo, I'm just telling y'all how the rest of the country.
The rest of the country is looking at
right now.
They're looking crazy.
Like, what the fuck wrong with y'all niggas?
I ain't gonna lie.
Rubbing some other nigga ejaculation
don't get your channel
on his nipples.
Don't say that shit. Yeah. See, I was about to go there, but I can't even do it.
Where was Dr. York from?
Atlanta.
But wasn't he from New York?
Nah, but the land was in Atlanta, nigga. Right in
But it was a
backyard.
bunch of New York niggas. He took a bunch of New York niggas down there.
Down south. He brought that nasty.
He brought that filth down south, nigga. I say ain't none of them from Ohio, nigga. So yeah, you right, Slade. New York is nasty.
Man, this thing is crazy.
Come to the mid. You can't come to the Midwest.
Where was Polite from? New
York, Brooklyn. Where Slade from?
Oh man, come on, man.
Look, my fault,
come on,
Slade.
man.
You know what, Slade? I take that. I can't even put you with that crazy. Man.
Why y'all New York niggas so horny?
Wasn't he from Brooklyn though?
Why y'all skipping on New York? Now all of a sudden New York ain't shit.
Slade live in Brooklyn. Hey, this is where I live in New Jersey.
I ain't listening to y'all niggas.
Nah, I live in New Jersey, bro. Don't put me with
your boy from New York. Where Nature Boy from?
Nature Boy from he from Atlanta, ain't he?
No,
y'all niggas so horny, bro.
Yeah, y'all
I ain't searching Nature Boy. I'm trying to protect my algorithm. I ain't doing that. My algorithm would be fucked off if I search Diddy and then search
Wasn't Studio 54 in New York too?
Yeah.
A lot of y'all niggas from Baltimore used to drive down there too.
No, we ain't now called Studio 54. That's
now you know what? You know what's funny? Now y'all trying to claim y'all ain't had nothing to do with it. Y'all niggas had something to do with it. Hey, you only about an hour up the highway.
Hey, we stayed away from Diddy though. Like that's crazy.
But nobody on this panel at none of them parties. It's crazy niggas everywhere.
It is. But y'all need to clean that up though. Like,
nah, that nigga need to die. New York feel how motherfucking Chicago felt after Kelly got caught.
Look like they doing it.
You can't rap on Kelly while he was going and then disown him when he do it.
I think Mace ran down south. Mace ran down south to get away from Mace.
Yeah, but didn't
Mace
y'all
ran down south because he was about to die.
No, y'all heard Mace said he rented an apartment or something from Diddy, and he said he came in there one day and it was a joint in the bathroom.
Yeah. He told
Cameron
that shit.
Yeah, like bro.
I'd have kept that to myself.
Yeah, wait. Hey, Haskell. I was thinking the same fucking thing. That's a story that I would have died with that story. Ain't no way I would have
It took me a
associated
minute to
myself with
get
that
that.
story, bro. You got to keep that one to yourself.
All right, listen,
Just-
Cameron was like, yo, you got
He said a joint. I was like, hold on, that was a bad thing.
he said Cameron.
You knew
Cameron
you
was
East
like,
Coast
yo,
niggas, boy. Y'all something else.
listen, Cameron was like, yo, you know,
It took me a second. It took me a second to get it.
Corey didn't even know what niggas was talking about. He's like, what's wrong with having some weed?
He said,
Right.
y'all something else, nigga.
That nigga said, what's wrong with some weed in the bathroom? Why is that a problem? Oh, you talking about that?
Thought he looked out for players. He was like, he was looking out for players.
He said, "Hey, looking out."
the Cameron called him drunk. He was telling stories like, yo, you gotta work these points.
Yo, something else. That shit funny as well.
They said nigga Mace was like, yo, man, that's homeboy stuff, man. You know what
Nah,
I'm saying?
nigga. You can't separate yourself, bro.
Hey, but he said a nigga Gene Dealcy went with him, and he was inside like the porn store, right? He was like, he said, you know, the Puffy went over to hold up a section. He was like, yo, what's going on? He said, look, Puffy had butt plugs. Like, yo, what you do with the butt plugs? Yo? And he said, Puffy was like, yo, get out of here, man. Can I shop in peace? We should have some privacy. He ran him up out of here.
Hey, so I ain't trying to be funny. I think it's hilarious, all these niggas that was with Diddy for 8, 9, 10 years. They ain't know none of this shit. Like, you know who this shit put a real light on for me? What's the nigga Stevie J? You can't tell me he wasn't hosting some of them motherfucking freak offs, my nigga.
They all said they knew, though. They said they knew.
Nah, but they all say they knew, but they ain't had nothing to do with it. And I don't believe that.
Yeah, Stevie J was definitely active, boy.
Yeah. It's hard for me to believe that they just knew and he just skipped over them and never invited them through. Come on, my man.
Yeah, that shit is odd.
Yeah, you see 50 has been trolling Jay-Z hard. He been putting up videos of him and Puffy together. Jay-Z. Yo,
Yep.
50 is
I guarantee you won't see Jay-Z at that
50
trial.
is always
Jay-Z probably won't even go to New
Hey, that
York
nigga
until
Brad
this shit is over.
be broken in a million pieces, boy.
Yeah, listen, hey Haskell, if it would have came out that motherfucking that shit about that 13-year-old girl was true, I'd have left the internet, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. You'll never see me on the internet again, bro. Ever. I was like, please, I hope this shit ain't true. I pray that this shit ain't true. And Chef and them was talking about this shit every single fucking day. I was sitting there like, if this, I've been fucking chanting the greatest of all time, and he's a fucking
So
pedophile.
that makes him less of a great rapper.
Yes.
So
Sorry, for me, yes,
his spin ain't what it is because he's a pervert.
Mm-mm. Look, cause same way with R. Kelly, I still listen to the music, but I ain't about to argue that. I ain't about to be in this motherfucker having whole arguments. I ain't doing it. Sorry. I don't even like talking about Karl Malone in these conversations once I found out what he really did.
What Karl Malone do? I ain't hearing
Karl
nothing
Malone. I don't even want to fuck up somebody's perception, but it's true. Karl Malone impregnated a 13-year-old girl
when he was 20.
20.
I think I heard about that? Sounds familiar too.
Disown the child. Act like it wasn't his. Just paid $200 a week. And motherfucking the NBA knew about it. The Jazz knew about it. And you know what they did? Kept it quiet and built a statue in front of the fucking Jazz Stadium.
Because he was a horse.
Yeah, he was a horse. Hey, he was a horse for real, nigga.
He was definitely making them the money, that's for sure.
He was a horse for real,
nigga. He a deadbeat dad, but that motherfucker, he delivered like the mailman.
But even if he a deadbeat dad, we can't celebrate 20-year-olds fucking 13.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
You can't that kind of shit has to come out, and we got to deal with it. And then
But you know what, too, y'all? Like when you go back to the 40s, 50s, and 60s, that shit was real commonplace, bro.
But that was but 14 and 14, not 20 and 14.
Old niggas was fucking little girls.
It's about grown men being with being with early teenage girls.
Yeah.
That shit
Oh
was
yeah, I
regular.
can't. And then fuck the
That
40s,
shit
50s,
was
and 60s.
regular
That
in
shit
the
nasty.
60s and 50s, bro. That
Yeah,
wasn't
that
no
was
So
uncool, like,
pedophilia. So y'all, hold on, real quick. So pedophilia was in the 40s, 50s, and 60s was an accepted practice.
they didn't look at it like
I
that.
don't think they
Jerry.
looked at it like that
They didn't look
necessarily.
at it
Yeah. And I don't think like early, like 12 and 13. I think
Yeah, they
13
was.
would have been a little on the
look at
accepted.
Jerry Lee
I don't know.
Lewis, bro.
12,
Jerry Lee
13.
Lewis was how old? When he was messing with what was that, Priscilla Mama. Priscilla, damn, what's her name?
I forgot now. I didn't talking about though. I can't remember. What you're talking about.
Who,
Yeah,
Elvis Presley? Elvis.
yeah, Priscilla Presley Mama. That's who Jerry
Yeah.
Lee Lewis. Jerry Lee Lewis was with her when she was like 14. He was like
Nah,
20
Jerry Lee
something.
Lewis was with his cousin, wasn't
Yeah.
With a
he? That was
bunch
his
of people,
cousin.
bro. He
His
was with a bunch
cousin.
of folks, bro. He wasn't just with one person. Jerry Lewis was a creep. And then one time I think he even raised a girl one time as a daughter and then married her. Like, wow, shit. I think
Okay. Hey,
I had me ask him. Yeah, he raised
That's
her.
not.
No,
somebody got to mute
that's
their
Corey.
background.
That's Corey. Corey getting cussed out.
Yeah, she probably like, what the hell you talk about? It was motherfucking common in the 40s, 50s.
Jerry Lee Lewis,
You
I
talking
think,
about my great grandmother, nigga?
I think he adopted a girl. I think Jerry Lee Lewis either adopted a girl and
No, it
raised
was
her
his
and then
cousin. I
married her.
saw the movie. He was fucking his cousin
No,
as
I
a
think it's
grown man, or his niece, not his cousin, his niece.
I
His
think it's more
niece.
than that though. I think he also married the girl. Like he got
Yeah,
married to
his
somebody.
niece. His niece. His brother's daughter. Yeah, it was nasty as hell. It's in the movie. That's the funniest part is when they did the Jerry Lee Lewis movie. It was in the movie. Disgusting. Like just like nobody talked about it. It was just some known shit.
And that's what we saying, Brass. Like a lot of that type of shit. Like Elvis was involved in some shit like that too.
No, but I'm saying
People
the
didn't.
movie came out in like the 80s or 90s and they didn't even act like it was
Yeah,
nasty.
people didn't bat an eye. People didn't
Yeah,
blink. It was.
that's disgusting. Hey, I did my correction though, Haskell. So it's even worse than before. It was husband, but check this out. So it said, by the way, they got this stripper from a site called getpunished.com. Diabolical. Just for every diabolical word it is. His name is Sheree Hayes, right? His name is the Punisher. So listen, it says his first freak off with Cassie Ventura. Hey, mute your mic. You sound
That's
like using a
Chef.
lawnmower, Chef.
That's
Oh my
Chef.
bad.
Sheree Hayes said his first freak off with Cassie Ventura and Sean Combs took place in 2012. He initially thought that he was being hired to perform a striptease for a small group of friends. Dig this shit. It says Hayes said he was greeted by Cassie Ventura, whom he didn't know at the time. He didn't know she was Cassie, and was asked to perform a sex scene for her and her husband, a man that he now knows was Sean Combs, who sat at a table naked except for a veil on his head like a Muslim woman would wear. Throughout the entire act, Cassie said he was instructed that he could never have any communication with Combs while he was given instructions to what he wanted Cassie to do. He would move the lights. He paid him $800. It was for 5 or 6 hours, lasted over 3 days. And then when he finished, Combs came over and wiped him off. Disgusting. Disgusting, bro. It's just nasty. It's just pure nasty. The nigga was literally sitting at a table with a veil on his head.
That nigga had a
Throwing
hijab. That nigga had the hijab on.
Jesus, bro, what was he on? Like he was
Drugs.
trying to go to hell as fast as he could. Throw me that hijab. That'll speed this shit up. Give me that hijab. I'm gonna just disrespect Islam, every religion. Like, come on, he's disgusting. So when they were saying the husband, he didn't know who the guy was under the veil until he wiped them off and realized it was Diddy. Diabolical, bro. They said these freak offs would last over days. When was he making music? When did he make All About the
So
Bass? How did
this
that
nigga
come?
let a grown man touch him for
Yes.
$800.
Yes. There was something wrong with him too. That's why I
Yeah.
keep saying about Mason them. These niggas that's acting like they somehow giving us the light to all of this darkness. Nigga, you was guilty too. You are $800 for 3 days. You ain't
Listen,
got nothing else to do.
the fact that Fabulous ain't zap out on that podcast and correct that nigga for talking to him like that. Fabulous sat there and just looked uncomfortable. Yo, the nigga sitting there party with me, daddy.
Yeah,
You
that
need
nigga dangerous.
like
Yeah,
man.
I ain't trying to be funny, Chef.
This nigga's a psychopath.
The nigga Diddy. You're not gonna understand this,
The
but
nigga
the nigga
approached him
Diddy
like a
did.
woman, man. He
He
was
had
talking.
some niggas around him
It
where you
don't
wasn't gonna
matter.
be
Like, yo,
you wasn't gonna
you
be
on
playing
a
with Diddy like that,
podcast
bro.
and
Chef
a
don't
nigga is
understand. He don't
Yeah, you wasn't gonna
understand,
be
bro.
playing with Diddy like that.
all right.
Puff
You
had
wasn't gonna be
music
playing with
Y'all
him.
right. Y'all right. Y'all
Chef
No,
don't
right.
I'm
understand,
not
bro.
saying I'm right. I'm just telling you. I'm just saying. I know it don't make sense now because it sounds crazy.
He
The
had
nigga
niggas
Diddy
around,
has
bro.
Yo, that was
some New
fabulous though,
York.
yo.
No, Fabulous is just a rapper, my nigga.
Oh my god,
Nah.
yo.
He covered them serious, man.
Yeah,
Y'all got a
but
little
Diddy is a little bit more serious. Whatever Fabulous is in the streets and this, that, and the other, the niggas
So
Diddy was running
so
with
you
some
saying you
average
can't correct another grown man
got
for fucking making a what you call that? When you yeah,
obscene gesture or something.
yeah, like yeah, he was
Mm.
making passes at him. It was a camera on. There's other niggas around, and this man is flirting with you. Like you're a
Hey,
fucking woman, and you're not
it wasn't
man.
just Fabulous. All them niggas didn't say nothing.
But yo, it's almost like
Jadakiss was sitting there too, wasn't he? Wasn't
They
He
Jadakiss
was.
all
there?
looked it
Yeah,
crazy,
Jake was in
yo.
the room too.
hey, but Chef, it's almost like he did it on purpose too to show you. Like it's like an extra type of demasculation. You know what I'm saying? Emasculate that nigga right there. Like, man, I'm gonna do this shit in front of everybody. Yo, what's up, bro? You know what I'm
Yo,
saying?
we're talking about a nigga that told 50 Cent, when you gonna let me take you shopping?
50 though, right? 50, 50 a different thing. 50
Yeah, and
50,
50,
wait, but 50
50
Cent
said,
didn't
I
say
said, let me get the
50
fuck away
Cent
from
didn't
this
say he
nigga.
punched him in the face though.
Yeah, because he said he was in a
Nah,
room full of white people and shit. And
nah,
50 said,
he
I
said,
said, let me get away from this nigga if I had to hurt him. You dig what I'm
he
saying?
said,
Yeah, I don't
nah,
know, bro. Niggas be you can play. Listen, Diddy
listen,
sound
50 was
crazy, but you can
like
play with
wet.
that nigga if you want.
He was like Chris
That's
Rock
all
was
I'm gonna
wet.
say, bro.
He said, I didn't want to fuck up the wet. He's all right, a nigga wet. He said, I ain't
When
gonna
is
fuck up
when
the
is
wet.
when is 50 ever been politically correct?
Nah, but listen, that nigga go to war. That nigga went to war with Prince. So you
I'm
already
not
know.
saying that. I'm not saying that he wouldn't have done nothing. I'm saying he didn't. I didn't say he
Yeah, I
wouldn't have.
mean,
I'm not saying that Fabulous wouldn't have done nothing. I'm saying he
but he
didn't.
ain't. But that's bro. Let me take you shopping. It's different from when we gonna party. I was party the other day. Yeah, but we ain't party though. When we gonna party. That's a
That shit
whole
sound
nother level.
crazy. That shit
A
sound
whole
crazy.
nother level. That let me take you shopping. You can easily be like, yeah.
Bro, that'd be like Sosa. That'd be like me calling. That'd be like me calling you at 11 o'clock at night saying, "Hey, I just called to say good night, man. I ain't want nothing. I ain't want nothing else. Like I just said, Sosa, what's going on? Hey,
Hell no.
hey, what you want, nigga? I can see you. What you want, Brass? Good night, my nigga. I just called you. Get a good rest, my nigga. That's
I'm
gay as
blocking you.
hell, bro. Both of them. The shopping
I'm gonna
and
block
telling somebody good night is the same thing.
you. Hang up. I'm gonna block your ass.
The first thing you gonna say is, man, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? You about to get shot? Is this
I
is
ain't
this
even gonna
code for
talk.
something else? See
I ain't
how
gonna talk to
crazy?
you.
If I ever
I ain't
told
talking
you,
to you.
Sosa,
I'm
when you
not
come
talking
to
to a man.
hey
Tell me
Sosa,
good
when
night.
you come to Jersey, I'm gonna take you shopping. Nigga,
Nigga,
you
I'm
know
not.
what you say to me, bro? Come on, G. Stop. Let's not
Nah,
defend it. It's all the same.
Yeah, I
I
think
still
that's
put.
all the
I put.
same too,
It's
Brass.
all
I
it's all the
agree.
same, bro. It's
That's the
all
I
the
put
same.
that.
same.
Now listen. It's different. I put that a little different. You got like for money. Like I don't. You know, been out with niggas. You got a lot of bread. You niggas out. Hey nigga, yo, get you something, nigga.
Nah,
That's
don't do
different
that.
than me
Don't do
telling you
that.
when you
That's a
come to
big difference than
Jersey,
saying
I
I'm
gotta make
taking
sure I
you
take
shopping.
you shopping, my nigga.
That's a big difference.
Come on, so
Don't do that.
I ain't excusing him. I ain't saying it ain't that. You know what? I ain't even gonna say it. I don't
yeah,
argue with
yeah,
y'all.
yeah. Let's just change this whole conversation is working.
Now what if by
That,
shopping did it meant something different than just going to
Huh?
the mall?
I mean,
I said,
that's rich.
what if
Rich
did it
nigga.
meant something different than going to the mall?
He a
And
rich
he might
nigga.
have been and 50 might not have understood what he was saying.
I don't
He a
think
rich
50 understood it. Cause see, here's the thing. If I take you shopping for clothes, what happens when we get to the undergarment aisle? I'm buying you drawers now, nigga? Is that what we
Well,
doing?
he's already said it like, yo, that's me, you know what I mean? That like a nigga, like something you do to your girl. Like she makes you
Yeah.
look good.
See, I feel like I just said it and you didn't say it, and you didn't catch it. Me,
Yeah,
he
that's
could
how
have been
you
saying
sum
it
up.
shopping for
Yeah.
But you
clothes.
remember after that shit though, 50 put that nigga on. 50 was calling nigga gay from that point on. Black, like 106, not on 106, I go to goddamn the Breakfast Club. Like put him on blast every time he on that movie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
but that's 50's what you call that? That's his brand. That's his brand. He does that to everybody. He does that to Jay. He does it. The only people he don't talk bad about is Dr. Dre and Eminem and Snoop. Everybody else is on the menu. Everyone.
nah, but he
So
don't call a nigga.
he talks crazy about everyone.
Yeah,
Bro.
call that nigga gay. He was dead ass, but he was not.
Shit, he told Jay-Z, he said you motherfucking left New York and got the haircut of a gay painter and you think I'm gonna be afraid of you.
Yeah, you know, he really don't like them niggas though, bro.
He don't like none of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he don't like them niggas. He don't give a fuck. If a nigga go to war with Freedom, and this was the position that he was, bro, you gotta respect it. He was a little
No,
nigga.
he's definitely a nigga's nigga. Like he's a gangster that raps.
He was a little nigga going up against Freedom. Like he wasn't nobody.
Yeah, he's the first young nigga. That's what they call him. He's the first YN. Like he's a nigga he was a young nigga willing to crash out. It just so happened that it was against one of the toughest crews in the history of New York City.
That's why they shot him. They kicked him. He wouldn't.
Yeah,
chill.
50 Cent should be dead. If we having a real conversation, he should be dead.
He deserved to get shot. Like,
no, he deserved to die.
He had a good reason to shoot him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, 50 Cent, a nigga that all these motherfuckers we talk about as legends is because they survived death. He got shot 9 times. He should be dead.
Yeah,
so he made it back. Like him talking shit, he paid the ultimate price. He just kept talking shit. He just had the money to have better security after, but he kept talking shit. So now that's why he can't even go to the corner store without cops.
Yeah, but you know the nigga, he was beating with Prince. Nigga was beating with goddamn Jimmy Henchman. It was on and popping with the nigga was having a shootout with Gang. Like it was going down for real with me.
Yeah, he talks too much. He talks way too much.
He didn't give a fuck.
But yeah, I think at the end of this trial, here's the crazy part though. And I don't know if Logic understands it. I'm still waiting on the RICO. Because I could have sworn this was a RICO trial. I done heard all this freaky shit, all this nasty shit. Where's the RICO? Where is the conspiracy, the racketeering? Where is all that at?
Okay, so let me understand. Like, what is he? I ain't been following the Diddy thing. Like, what is he under arrest for? Like, now? Is he dealing with underage people? Is that what they saying?
No, it ain't under. I don't think it's underage. It's something, but it's something. It's a RICO trial. This is a federal trial. This ain't no state case.
Yeah, okay. Well, if everybody grown, right? I ain't that appalled or whatever he's doing. You know what I mean? Like, why do I need to be that? What's the reason why I should be appalled here?
But that was Logic's point when we had the conversation. Like, at some point, if we're talking about adults, they're saying that it was against her consent, but the defense is also presenting text messages of Cassie initiating some of this shit.
Yeah, this is like, I ain't one thing. Listen, grown folks need to know how to handle themselves. You know what I'm saying? If you find yourself in a situation that ain't what you want to be, you ought to be grown enough to get your ass out of that. Now, I'm not saying, if somebody beat a woman, and I'm not saying like a woman can't be raped or nothing like that. I'm just saying like it seems like she had been hanging with Diddy for some time. Am I incorrect with that?
I'm not. I'm unaware.
Okay.
But listen, Corey, if you leave, right?
I'm being
Let's
safe,
say,
Corey. I'm
let's
trying to stay on the
Yeah.
team.
no, listen. Let's say you choose to leave, right? And you sneak out, and you try to sneak out and creep out, and that nigga come out on the towel, beat you, kick you, slap you around,
Yeah.
drag you by your head. Like, yeah.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong. I seen that. I seen that on TV. Now let me be clear here now, right? Now now this is the time she got in the room. Okay, they doing shit I ain't down with. I'm out of here, right? Now this is the first time she around Diddy, or
Nah, she's been around
she
for a
been
while.
hanging around Diddy for 3 years at this point?
Nah, she's been around for a while, but that's just what we saw. That's just what
Yeah,
we
so
got.
now listen, Sosa. Okay, I understand, and he was wrong for beating her, right? And all this shit, right? But you know this nigga's a wild ass nigga. You knew this shit 3 years ago here, right?
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, now you find yourself somewhere where you knew you could possibly find yourself. Cause ain't no way in 3 years you don't know you possibly likely to end up in the place where she found herself at, right?
Yeah.
Grown folks is making bad decisions. And bad decisions got consequences. Now, I done found myself making a bad decision. And I found myself getting some consequences behind my bad decision making. You see what I'm saying? Now the consequences may have been illegal, right?
Yeah, that's all that matters.
But I knew, listen to this now. Listen to this. The consequences may have been illegal, right?
Yeah.
But my grown ass knew that possibly making the decisions that I'm making, somebody could do something illegal on my ass for making the bad decisions that I'm making.
Right.
Here.
And the law is about what you're doing illegal. Yeah, everybody
No,
make
I'm
bad
just saying,
decisions.
no, this ain't so he should get the full
Yeah. Yeah, it's not debatable.
reprimand from the law now, right?
Yeah. Listen, an
But
abusive spouse makes a bad decision to stay around. Like that's not even.
listen to this. This is what I'm saying though, Sosa. Am I feeling sorry? Am I appalled at P. Diddy? Am I looking at P. Diddy like he Dr. York or something? Here, you know what I'm saying? Or polite or somebody. Like, do I need? Why am I looking at Diddy in that light? Give me the reason for that. Go ahead.
For stomping, if you stomping somebody down, beating them up for years, blowing niggas' car up and shit like that, and blackmailing, extorting, getting the
I
mom to
mean,
pay
he
$20,000.
whooping grown for he's a bully. I mean, fine, he's a terrible guy, right? I mean, I done seen terrible guys, but we ain't saying like, oh, I'm appalled. We ain't
I'm appalled
clutching
by a terrible
pearls.
guy.
Huh?
I'm appalled by a terrible guy.
I'm appalled by terrible. Okay, fine, but it's a little more outrage. I guess this is Dr. York level outrage that I'm hearing here. You know what I mean?
Mine's the baby.
Yeah. Well, okay. So yeah, fine. I guess I should be appalled then, because I'm not saying I'm excusing him beating women. You shouldn't do that's wild. Like the shit he do is wild. But my thing is, why grown folks find themselves? Because see, like I said, I found myself that made a bad decision. Now some illegal shit happened to me, but I knew that keep on going down this road, this is what's likely to happen. You see what I'm saying?
Of course. Some people get out and some people get trapped in it. You know, some people feel like they can't get out. Well, I don't know why. You know, I mean, you don't know.
I didn't. I guess I I don't know if it's trapped when I fuck around and find out. Like I don't know if I can say, oh, I was trapped in it, or
All
you know
you,
what I'm
all you,
saying? Because I
all
could
you
have
get,
made a decision any day. I could have
no,
made
all
the
you,
right decision any day
but
before
look like
that
you get,
happened.
but
You
what if
know,
you get
you know what I mean?
where somebody now can extort you? You know, done some shit. Not only do they got the power to whip your ass, the power to kill you, they got videotapes and extortion levels. You got a 10 album record deal to this person. You know what I'm saying? They got you just locked in. And you know what I'm saying? That's a whole other level. Like, you put in a position where you can be extorted, shit, that shit can last forever.
Yeah. Okay. So he was doing extorting in there. Okay. I didn't know. So I don't know all the details. It's hard for me to follow like
Nigga emailed,
tabloids and
he
shit
emailed
like
her
that.
mama like, look, she sent them 20,000. She emailed her mama like, yo, he needed 20,000 because Cassie had left and been with somebody else. He had paid her 20 band. He wanted her money back. He emailed the nigga mama, I need $20,000 or I'm releasing videotapes of your daughter with these little freak off doing all type of raps. Mama went to the mama had to goddamn refinance the home, so she get 20 bands to send 20 bands. You feel me? They said he ended up like
Listen, I would have said, look, motherfuckers gonna look at that shit. I would have told her straight up, look here, Cassie. Motherfuckers gonna look at that shit for a week and that shit gonna be tomorrow's news.
Hold
After
on.
they
You said he extorted. Hold
on.
on. A Sosa. You said he extorted Cassie's mother?
Yeah. So that nigga
So
mama
rich
like,
ass Buffy went to
Yeah, that's
Cassie's
wild. That is
mother and
wild
said,
ass.
"Send
Look.
me 20,000, or I'm going." Oh yeah, he need to be under the jail.
And that's because he knew, like,
Yo,
I think he said 20,000 because he knew that would have that was just enough to damage, the lady's financial situation, probably. You know what I mean? He probably evil as hell. Well, that was evil as hell, rather. You know what I mean?
that nigga Diddy Wild as hell. I'm talking about, but they got everybody testifying like, yeah, that nigga with my ass. That nigga punched me in the eye. This nigga, everybody telling stories like, yo, it's crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's just hard. I have a hard time
Corey, one
with
time
with grown folks. I swear I
Corey,
do.
I
It's
get it though.
hard for me.
Girl testified like that. Diddy was over at the crib and Cassie had made some eggs or something. And that nigga ain't like the eggs. Nigga took the egg and hit her upside the head with the
So
frying pan.
and that was 3 years before we seen him chase her down in the hotel, though, right?
I don't know how long. I don't know the. I don't know the.
Listen,
I'm
if
saying
it
it
was
just be
last
wild.
week, she ain't had no business getting butt naked with this nigga in no hotel. And he said, "Oh, the eggs is nasty. I'm gonna bash."
But Corey, you from Chicago, right?
No, I ain't from Chicago. I live near there. I live near Chicago. But go ahead.
You familiar with pimp?
Yeah, I know this is why I know. This is
Right.
why I
Come on now.
know.
So you know how it go, bro. How you could just get dragged off and just be in something for years and just
And it's
manipulated.
like, it's hard to understand it though for
It's
me,
hard to
Sosa.
understand.
It's hard to understand it for
But
real. Something was
shit.
already wrong. Like before, it's not like something was already wrong already.
But
You know what I'm saying?
Corey, it's hard to understand. I agree, right? Just like it's hard to understand, like you know how you kidnap a victim. I forgot what it's called. You
Yeah,
kidnap.
it's called I know what you're talking about.
That's I can't understand that, but it's a real thing.
No, it's real. It's definitely real. When you know what I mean, the victim be trying to protect the
I forgot what
motherfucker
it's
at the
called.
wild. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome. Yeah.
You feel me? Like that shit seem like it don't make no sense. But
yeah. It don't. It's maybe I just don't understand. It's just me not being a lame in that area. You know what I'm saying? And everything you can't. I mean, like you can't understand everything. You know what I'm saying? So, but and then I know I do understand. I don't. Well, I ain't gonna say I understand, but I know that's a factor. The whole Stockholm syndrome. I know that's a serious factor. I actually I was reading something on that one time, man, and I was like, wow, they put it simple. They put it like in a simple, like how you train a dog. It's the dog is got Stockholm syndrome. That's what your dog. You know how you come in the house and sit down and shit like that. Yeah, they was talking that that's the best. It's the same thing. You know what I'm saying? When you train your dog, it's the
That's
same
wild.
thing.
I never looked at it. It's kind of wild though. But
Yeah.
I can see the similarity.
Yeah. When you ring the bell for the cat to come and you know
And
what
he
I
has
mean?
something called I think it's called fight, flight, or fawn, right? Where it's like fawn is like where you've been abused so much that you seek to appease your abuser because you don't want them to beat on you. You know what I'm saying? You want that
Mhm.
stuff. So you're willing to do anything, just don't beat my ass. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
Like so you become submissive like that. So you want to freak out with Five Guys? Sure I
Yeah.
do. You know what I'm saying? Like just don't beat my ass. You feel me? That type of
Yeah.
shit.
Hmm. And so yeah, but I'm gonna slide back over here to the other side for a second. Just one more thing.
All right,
Just
we get
one
back
more
to
thing. A lot of it. See, like, and I understand. I can see like the poor lady, like you know what I'm saying. Like, I don't know, man. I'm done with it. I ain't gonna do nothing but dig myself a hole.
Yeah, like, you know what, Carl? You know what? I don't want to have this fight.
I'm only gonna dig myself a hole. I'm just gonna be done with it, bro.
Yeah, that shit's wild.
But
And
it's
and
crazy though, man.
and he also gonna be judged for just his behavior. You know, whether that's right or wrong. You're
Yeah,
gonna
I
be like,
mean
nigga, you just
everything legal. Like he shouldn't even be like the
yeah.
legal
But the
part of it. Like he
but
should
the
get the
legal part
full
is that
blow.
the RICO shit is like um it affected interstate commerce. Like you getting
Hmm.
prostitutes from state to state, so your shit's going over state line. And
And
if
then
you
some of that be kind of trumped up ish a little, just a tad. You know what I'm saying? Like when they be like, because like you like let's say you come to South Bend and then you call one of your girls here and y'all know you ain't finna do nothing but do the
yeah,
thing,
yeah,
right? You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? That's
yeah.
sex trafficking right there.
It is.
You know?
It is. It's a
Yeah.
sole
So it's
prostitution.
kind of little.
It is.
I'm saying I'm not saying he wasn't doing actual sex trafficking. I'm just saying like some of that shit be. You got to take it with a grain of salt. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's probably the least appealing of the charges to me for
Hmm.
that same thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I get it. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? But it was made so you can get niggas. You know, it's in the RICO.
Yeah,
They
that's
have
what
black
it was
case.
made so you can get.
Yeah,
I
that's the
get it.
least appealing part of it. Like, I more want to get for the but like the hotel incident, like not let somebody leave. That's kidnapping. When you beat somebody down, grab by here, drag it back, don't let it. That's kidnapping.
Yeah,
So I
yeah,
more
yeah.
want to chart it like that. You know what I mean?
I
I
would
want to
let
get
him plead that down. You know what I mean? If I was the prosecutor, we're gonna charge you with it, but I offer you, the one below that was for the
he rejected the plea. He rejected. He
oh
offered a plea.
yeah,
I don't know what it was for.
holding
But
against your will or something. Ain't that a little bit lower than
I'm
kidnapping
not
or
sure.
something?
I'm
Yeah.
not sure. But yeah, they offered a plea that he declined. So I don't know how many. I think he like 55. You offer nigga 50-year plea, he 55, he a billionaire. Damn,
Yeah.
you like, man, look, man, run that court, bro.
Yeah.
You gonna take everything anyway. The Fed's gonna seize all your funds, all your money, all your property. Fed's got that on lock right now. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Yeah.
shit, he's probably like, man, run it. I mean, if he lose, he gonna lose everything anyway. Yeah.
Let the Fed tell it. It really isn't his. That's what Rick Ross said.
Family night. Oh yeah. For sure. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Diddy a wild boy, man. He didn't I didn't really like, like I said, it's hard for me to do the tabloid shit. I just it's not entertaining to me. But yeah, I didn't know how wild he was for real, you know what I'm saying?
I'm glad. Here's the thing. I'm glad the shit ain't on really. You really getting it ain't fair trials. You can't. It ain't public. You can't put that shit on TV like any other shit.
Right, yeah.
Everybody's going in.
But he was coloring his hair and shit. I seen the picture. He was gray. They did the sketch. You know what I mean?
Try to look like
So
an old man.
this nigga 60. How old is Diddy? How did he?
Like 55.
Yeah. Diddy an
All
old nigga.
his hair gray. This whole everything on him gray. He there 80 now. But you know what I'm saying? Like the jury, they get they get the video. Like, yo, I wouldn't even want to be a juror, bro. Cause they gotta go through everything.
Yeah.
The picture, the video, like, yo.
Oh yeah. They watching some free shit.
Yo, bro, like, come on, bro.
Be like, yo, we gotta eat lunch after this, homie.
No, they like that. He guilty for making me have to watch this. He guilty. I had to sit through this for 2 months. Man, he guilty, bro.
Yeah. The jury getting it's uncomfortable in there. It's definitely uncomfortable in the courtroom.
Shit. Yeah, I said everybody done slide out double shit. Yeah, well, y'all we doing something tonight or no? You check at 8:30. We do something tonight or no?
This chef be on bullshit, man.
Y'all supposed to go live tonight?
I guess we going live tonight. I don't know. We'll see what's up. We'll see what's up with Chef. He's still cutting and shit, I think. I can't see. I'm on my phone. So.
Yeah, I'm walking around and shit. Yeah, I'll tap in with y'all later, though.
All right.
Y'all gotta do. All right, bro.